In the heart of a forgotten world, long before the Knights of Arthur, before the tales of shining swords and enchanted castles, there was Gaul, a land alive with magic, mystery, and gods who walked among men. Gaul wasn't just a place. It was a living, breathing entity, its soil soaked with stories, its forests alive with spirits, and its rivers whispering of the ancient past. The sky in Gaul wasn't just a vast emptiness, it was a canvas where gods fought and loved, where every storm was the voice of a deity, and every ray of sunshine a blessing. The people of Gaul felt the presence of these gods in every step they took, every breeze that touched their skin. Their world was one where the boundary between mortal and divine was as thin as the mist that curled through their sacred groves. Among these gods, Cernunnos, the horned god of nature, reigned supreme. His antlers stretched toward the heavens, yet his feet were firmly planted on the earth. He was the protector of forests, the guardian of animals, the god who could speak to the trees and make the rivers run. His gaze was wild, untamed, yet filled with a deep wisdom that spoke of ancient things no mortal could ever fully understand. The people of Gaul would offer him sacrifices of grain and wine, asking for protection during the hunts, for bountiful harvests, or simply to keep the balance between life and death. Epona, the goddess of horses and fertility, was another beloved figure. She was as swift as the wind, her hair flowing like the mane of a galloping horse. Her gifts were life itself. She gave mothers the strength to birth their children, and warriors the speed and power to charge into battle. Her presence was felt on every battlefield and in every newborn's first cry. She watched over the horsemen, guiding their steeds as if she were one with them, ensuring they never faltered in the heat of war. Then there was Lugus, the shining god of light and craft, who could create wonders with his hands. It was said he carried the sun in his palms, and with a wave, he could light up the darkest of days. He taught men how to forge weapons, how to sing songs that would echo through eternity, and how to heal the wounds that life would inevitably leave on their hearts. He was not just a god of war and strength, but of creativity, of the fire that burned in every human spirit. The people of Gaul believed in these gods with a fierce devotion, knowing that life itself was a gift from the heavens. But it wasn't just the gods who captured their hearts, it was the heroes too, those mortals touched by divine favor. Warriors with unmatched skill, hearts of iron, and souls woven from courage. Men and women who walked the line between mortality and immortality, their names spoken in hushed tones around crackling fires. The land itself seemed to give birth to these heroes. The mountains of Gaul stood like silent sentinels, guarding the secrets of the old world. They were steep and dangerous, but those brave enough to scale their heights often found more than just stone and sky. They found a place where the air was thin, where the veil between this world and the world beyond was almost non-existent. It was there, at the peaks, where heroes received visions from the gods, where they heard whispers of their destinies. In the valleys below, rivers like the Seine and the Loire snaked through the land, their waters sacred and filled with ancient power. These rivers were not just places of life, but gateways to the other world, the land of the gods and the dead. It was said that in certain places along their banks, one could slip between the worlds, lost to time, only to return years later with knowledge no mortal should possess. The spirits of the dead roamed here, their stories lingering in the mist that hung over the waters at dawn. The people would leave offerings, flowers, food, trinkets, hoping to earn the favor of the spirits, or at the very least, avoid their wrath. The forests of Gaul were thick with oak and yew, their branches twisted like the hands of ancient beings. Druids, the spiritual leaders of the Gauls, often retreated into these groves, where they believed the gods were closest to the earth. These trees, some said, had hearts of their own, and their roots reached into the deepest parts of the world. The Druids would spend days, even weeks, within the dark canopy, speaking to the gods, gathering wisdom that would shape the fate of kings and armies. Their power didn't come from weapons, but from their deep connection to the land, to the spirits that dwelled within the rocks, the rivers, and the skies. But Gaul was not always a land of peace. The gods themselves, with their wild, untamed natures, reflected the raw energy of the earth. Thunderstorms were battles between divine forces, and earthquakes were the very bones of the world shaking in rage. The heroes of Gaul often found themselves caught in these cosmic struggles, wielding swords blessed by Lugus, or fighting under the guidance of Epona, their destinies tied to the whims of the gods. And there was magic, woven into the very fabric of the land. The Druids held the knowledge of this magic, using it to call upon the elements, to speak with animals, and to heal the wounded. It was said that some could even control the winds, making them howl with fury or whisper with secrets. The magic of Gaul was not the tame, controllable kind. It was wild, unpredictable, like the land itself. It could bring rain to save crops or summon fire to destroy entire villages. Those who wielded it knew they were playing with forces far beyond their understanding. The myths and legends of Gaul were passed down through song and story, carried in the hearts of the people like a sacred fire. Around the hearths, in the flickering light of the flames, children would listen wide-eyed as their elders spoke of gods and heroes, of battles fought with iron and magic, of love so strong it could tear worlds apart, and of betrayals that echoed through the ages. These were not just stories to entertain, they were reminders of who they were, of the land they belonged to, of the gods who watched over them. In Gaul, the line between myth and reality was blurred. To the people, every rock had a story, every tree held a memory, and every gust of wind carried the breath of a god. It was a land where the past and present merged, where the gods walked beside men, and where heroes rose and fell, their deeds immortalized in the very bones of the earth. Before the world knew the name Lancelot, before he became the knight of Arthur's legendary court, his story had already begun. It wasn't written in the halls of Camelot, but in the ancient, untamed lands of Gaul. His roots stretched far back, deep into the wild soil of the Celtic world, where gods and men were woven together in a dance of fate and power. His lineage was not just of mortal blood, but of myth, born from whispers of the divine and the ancient spirits that roamed the forests and rivers long before swords and shields shaped his future. Lancelot's story began not in the castles of kings, but in the sacred groves where druids spoke to the gods. His ancestors were warriors and kings, but also the favorite of the gods themselves. It was said that the blood of heroes flowed in his veins, mingling with the essence of the gods who had watched over his family for generations. Long before Lancelot was even a name, his forefathers stood beneath the watchful eyes of Lugus, the god of light and craft, and Cernunnos, the wild and ancient god of the forest. The legends tell of a Gaulish king, a fierce ruler who was both feared and loved by his people. His name, long forgotten by the world, still echoed in the wind that swept through the ancient oaks. He was not just a man, but a protector of his people, a warrior chosen by the gods to keep the balance between the mortal and divine worlds. The gods favored him, gifting him victories in battle, not because of his strength, but because of his heart. It was this king who began the lineage that would eventually give birth to Lancelot. The Gaulish king's wife, a queen as fierce and wild as the land itself, was said to have been touched by the hand of Epona, the goddess of fertility and horses. Epona blessed her with a son, born not under the light of day, but in the shadows of the night when the moon was full and the air was thick with magic. The druids who attended his birth whispered that this child would carry within him the spirit of the gods, and that his descendants would be forever linked to the fate of their people. This child grew to be a warrior unlike any other, swift as the wind, with a heart that burned like fire. He was the first of Lancelot's ancestors to wield the sword that would eventually pass down through the generations, a blade said to have been forged by the hands of Lugus himself. This sword was not just a weapon but a symbol of the bond between his family and the gods, a reminder that they were not just men but something more. Time passed, and the line of this warrior king grew. His sons and daughters spread across the land, some becoming rulers, others wandering the forests, speaking to the spirits and guarding the old ways. They were the keepers of ancient knowledge, of the stories that lived in the stones and the trees, and the warriors who fought not just with steel, but with the power of the gods in their blood. But it was not always a peaceful lineage. The gods of Gaul, wild and unpredictable, demanded sacrifice and loyalty. They called upon the descendants of this ancient king to prove themselves in ways that tested not only their strength but their hearts. Lancelot's ancestors were not spared the pain of loss and betrayal. Many were cut down in battle, their blood feeding the earth, while others fell to the temptations of power and greed. But through it all, their connection to the gods remained strong, a lifeline that kept their family's spirit alive, no matter how dark the times became. It was in one of these dark times that Lancelot's direct ancestor, a young warrior named Calith, made a choice that would shape the future of his entire line. Calith had been born with a gift, the ability to sense the presence of the gods in ways that others could not. He would often wander into the forests alone, listening to the whispers of the wind, the rustling of the leaves, as though they spoke directly to him. The druid said he was touched by Cernunnos himself, destined for greatness, but also for great sacrifice. When Calith's village was attacked by a rival tribe, he took up the sword of his forefathers and fought with the fury of a man possessed. It was not just his strength that won the battle, but the fire in his eyes, the divine spark that the gods had placed within him. His victory came at a price, however. As the last of his enemies fell, Calith's own heart gave out, the strain of battle and the weight of the gods' expectations too much for his mortal body to bear. As he lay dying, the druids gathered around him, knowing that his death was not the end but a beginning. Before he breathed his last, Calith whispered a prophecy, one that the druids would guard for generations. He spoke of a child who would be born into his line, a child who would carry the spirit of the gods, but would live a life of sorrow. This child, he said, would rise to great heights, only to fall, his heart torn between love and duty. And yet, through his fall, the gods would continue to watch over him, for his destiny was tied to more than just the mortal world. That child, many believed, was Lancelot. Lancelot's birth was marked by strange omens. On the night he was born, the sky was said to have split open with a brilliant light, a sign that Lugus, the god of light, had blessed his arrival. The druids, watching from afar, knew that this child was different. His mother, a descendant of Calith, had longed for a child for years, praying to Epona for the gift of life. When Lancelot was born, she wept tears of both joy and fear, for she knew the weight of his destiny. As Lancelot grew, it became clear that he was no ordinary child. He was stronger, faster, and wiser than the other children, but there was a sadness in his eyes, as though he carried the weight of the world even before he understood what that weight was. The druids watched over him, whispering prayers to the gods, hoping that the prophecy of Calith would not come to pass, but knowing in their hearts that it was inevitable. The blood of kings and gods flowed through Lancelot's veins, and with it came a destiny that could not be denied. He was not just a knight, not just a warrior, he was the living embodiment of an ancient lineage, a child of the gods, destined to rise and fall, to love and lose, and to forever be remembered as more than just a man. And so, the forgotten roots of Lancelot reached back into the heart of Gaul, into the wild places where the gods still whispered and the spirits of his ancestors still walked the earth, watching over the child who would one day carry their legacy into the world beyond. Long before Lancelot took his place among Arthur's knights, long before his name became legend, there were gods who had already shaped his path. These were not distant figures, sitting high above the clouds. They were the ancient gods of Gaul, whose presence was felt in every heartbeat of the land, and every gust of wind, and in every crack of thunder. They were as much a part of Lancelot's life as the blood in his veins, guiding, watching, and sometimes testing him in ways no mortal could understand. Cernunnos, the horned god of the forest, was one of the most powerful forces in Lancelot's life. With antlers that reached toward the sky, he stood as the guardian of nature, the protector of the wild places where man dared not tread without reverence. Cernunnos was not just a god of trees and animals, he was the heartbeat of the earth itself. The strength of the forest flowed through him, and it was said that every beast of the land answered to his call. For Lancelot, Cernunnos was more than just a distant deity. There were moments, as a child wandering the dense woods of Gaul, where he could feel the presence of the horned god in the stillness. It was in the way the trees seemed to lean in, as if listening, in the sudden silence of the birds, and the soft rustling of leaves that spoke of ancient things. Lancelot grew up knowing that he was never alone in the forest, that Cernunnos was there, watching over him, a silent protector. But Cernunnos was also a reminder of the wildness that lived inside Lancelot, a wildness that could not be tamed, no matter how much he tried to control it. His connection to the forest, to the untamed parts of the world, was a bond that shaped his soul. Then there was Lugus, the god of light and craft, the Shining One. He was not just a god of war, though warriors often called upon him for strength. He was a god of creation, of beauty, of the sparks that ignite in the human heart when inspiration strikes. His touch was in every weapon that glimmered in the sunlight, and every song that made the heart swell with emotion, and in every moment of brilliance when the impossible suddenly became real. For Lancelot, Lugus represented the light that burned within him, the part of him that sought honor and glory, that wanted to create a legacy that would outlast time itself. Lugus was the reason Lancelot picked up his sword, not just to fight, but to protect, to defend those he loved, and to strive for something greater than himself. Yet, with that light came the constant burden of expectation. Lugus demanded not only strength, but wisdom, not only victory, but creativity. The god's influence pushed Lancelot to become more than just a knight, it pushed him to become a legend. But legends are heavy burdens to carry, and the weight of that expectation often tore at Lancelot's heart, pulling him between the love he sought and the duty he could never abandon. Epona, the goddess of horses and fertility, held a different kind of power over Lancelot. She was the swift one, the rider of the winds, whose touch blessed warriors with the speed and grace they needed in battle. She was the goddess of life itself, of birth and the unbroken connection between man and beast. To honor her was to respect the creatures that carried warriors into battle, to understand the bond between a knight and his horse as something almost sacred. From a young age, Lancelot felt Epona's presence whenever he rode. His horse was not just an animal to him, but a companion, a partner in every battle and every challenge. Epona's blessing was in every gallop, and every leap over a fallen tree, and every charge into the fray. Her influence gave Lancelot not only the physical speed and skill to outmatch his enemies, but also the inner strength to endure when others would fall. She represented the endurance of the soul, the ability to keep going even when the road was long and the heart was heavy. But Epona's blessing came with a price, too. The deeper Lancelot connected to the wild freedom she offered, the more he struggled to find peace in the quiet moments, the moments where his thoughts turned inward, where the battles were not fought with swords, but with emotions he could not control. Through all of these gods, Lancelot's fate was intertwined with forces far beyond his control. Each god had laid a claim on his spirit, shaping him in ways he couldn't always understand. Cernunnos filled him with the wildness of the forest, the unbreakable connection to nature and the untamed parts of the world that lived inside his heart. Lugus lit a fire within him, pushing him to achieve greatness, to seek out glory, and to forge his own path, even when that path was fraught with danger and pain. And Epona gave him the strength to carry on, to ride faster, fight harder, and endure the trials that life threw his way, no matter how impossible they seemed. But the gods of Gaul were not always kind. They did not grant their favor without trials. Lancelot's life was a series of battles, not just on the field, but within his own soul. He was torn between the wild freedom that Cernunnos offered, the duty and brilliance that Lugus demanded, and the strength and endurance that Epona gave. He could feel their presence in every moment, guiding him, but also testing him. Every decision he made, every sword he raised, was weighed against the expectations of the gods who had claimed him. There were times, in the quiet of the night, when Lancelot would look up at the stars and wonder if the gods were watching, if they understood the weight he carried. The gods of Gaul had always been there, from the moment he took his first breath, shaping his destiny in ways he couldn't always see. Their influence was woven into every choice he made, every victory and every defeat. But in those quiet moments, when the world was still and the weight of his destiny seemed too much to bear, Lancelot felt something else too, a sense of connection, a knowledge that he was part of something far greater than himself. The gods were not distant, nor were they silent. They whispered in the wind, roared in the thunder, and watched over him with eyes that saw far beyond the mortal world. And though their demands were heavy, their presence was a reminder that Lancelot's path, no matter how difficult, was one that had been written long before he was born. He was not just a knight, not just a man. He was the chosen of the gods, their child, their warrior, their light in the world. And through it all, they would never leave his side. In the stillness of a misty morning, when the world is quiet and the waters lay undisturbed, there is a presence. She is not just a whisper in a story, nor a mere figure in legend. She is something far more ancient, something born of the earth itself, of the rivers and lakes that wind through the heart of Gaul. Long before she became the Lady of the Lake, a figure known for her role in Arthurian tales, she was a goddess. Her essence flowed through the rivers, her breath filled the lakes, and her spirit was as old as the stones that lined their shores. She was the Lady of the Waters, a force that both nurtured and consumed. To those who lived near the rivers and lakes, she was not just a myth, but a reality. They could feel her in the cool touch of the water, in the way the currents moved with life of their own. She was there in the gentle ripple that broke the surface at dawn, and in the fierce storms that turned peaceful waters into raging torrents. She was a goddess of balance, holding the power to give life as easily as she could take it away. For the people of Gaul, water was sacred. It was life. It was death. It was the thin veil that separated the mortal world from the divine. The Lady of the Lake, though unnamed by the people, was known in their hearts. She was the protector of the waters, the keeper of their mysteries. Her presence was felt in every bubbling spring, in the deep, dark pools that seemed to have no bottom, and in the endless rivers that wound their way through the forests. It was said that if you stood by the water's edge at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, you could catch a glimpse of her. Not in the form of a woman, but in the way the light danced on the water, in the way the wind would suddenly fall silent as if holding its breath in reverence. To look upon her was to feel the weight of something ancient and unknowable, something that could not be contained in words or songs. She was not a distant goddess. The Lady of the Waters was deeply tied to the lives of those who depended on her. Fishermen would leave offerings by the lakes, small tokens of gratitude, knowing that their catch came not from their skill alone but from her favor. Mothers would whisper her name when they bathed their children, asking for her protection, for water could give life, but it could also take it in a heartbeat. Warriors, before they crossed a river into battle, would pause and bow their heads, seeking her blessing, for they knew that she held the power to decide who would return home and who would be claimed by the deep. Her spirit was not just in the water, but in the land that cradled it. The ancient trees that lined the river's banks, the moss-covered stones that seemed to hold memories of forgotten times, they all belonged to her. She was as much a part of the earth as she was of the water. The people understood this, and so they honored her with quiet reverence, never speaking her name too loudly, for fear of drawing her attention too sharply. But there was another side to her, one that the people feared as much as they respected. The Lady of the Waters could be merciful, but she could also be cruel. It was said that in the dead of night, when the moon was hidden and the world was cloaked in darkness, she would rise from the depths, her spirit moving like mist over the lakes and rivers. Those who wandered too close to the water during these hours would feel a pull, an irresistible urge to step into the cold embrace of the lake. Some never returned, claimed by the lady, their bodies lost to the depths, their spirits forever bound to the water. The Druids, the ancient keepers of Gaulish wisdom, knew her well. They called her by many names, each one a reflection of her many faces. To them, she was not just a goddess of water, but of life and death, of change and transformation. The Druids would perform rituals by the water's edge, seeking her guidance in matters that went beyond the mortal world. They believed that through her, one could cross into the other world, the land of the gods and spirits. And so, the Lady of the Lake became a bridge between two worlds, a guardian of the passage from life to death, from mortal to divine. Her connection to Lancelot was more than just a tale woven into Arthurian legend. In truth, the bond between Lancelot and the Lady of the Lake ran deeper, rooted in the old ways of the Gaulish people. Lancelot was not merely a knight who stumbled upon her, he was chosen by her. From the moment of his birth, the waters had watched over him, marking him as someone special, someone whose fate would be tied to the ancient forces of the earth and water. When Lancelot was taken by the Lady of the Lake as a boy, it was not an act of chance. She had been waiting for him, watching from the depths, knowing that he carried within him the spirit of the land, the blood of kings and gods. She did not just raise him, she shaped him. She taught him not only the ways of the sword, but also the ways of the water, of patience, of stillness, of understanding the ebb and flow of life itself. Under her care, he learned that power was not just in strength, but in wisdom, in knowing when to fight and when to let go. The Lady of the Lake, in her truest form, was not just a figure of legend, but a goddess who had existed long before Camelot, long before the tales of knights and kings. She was a force of nature, as ancient as the rivers that cut through the land, as eternal as the lakes that held the reflections of the stars. Her influence on Lancelot's life was undeniable, for she had shaped his destiny as surely as the waters had shaped the land. And so, the Lady of the Lake remains, her presence still felt in the quiet places, and the still waters that hold 1,000 forgotten stories. She is not bound by time or by the tales that came after her. She is the water, the life that flows through all things, and she will continue to watch, to guide, and to claim those who feel her pull. On a night when the stars seemed to hang low in the sky, brighter and closer than ever before, a child was born. This was no ordinary birth, and those who witnessed it spoke of strange omens that accompanied his arrival. The winds outside howled with a fierce, unnatural power, yet within the chamber, all was silent, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Some said the earth trembled, ever so slightly, while others whispered that they saw figures in the mist, ancient and powerful, standing watch as the child took his first breath. This was Lancelot's beginning, a birth wrapped in mystery, in shadows and light. No one could say for certain who his father was, for the truth had been lost, or perhaps hidden. There were those who claimed he was born of a mortal man, a warrior whose bloodline carried honor but not the touch of the divine. Yet others whispered of something far more extraordinary, something that could not be explained by mortal words. His mother, a woman of grace and strength, carried her own secrets. Some said she was favored by the gods, that she had caught their attention in a way no mortal should. There were tales of her being visited by a figure not of this world, a being who walked between the lines of the human and the divine. It was said that on a moonlit night, this figure came to her, and from that meeting, Lancelot was conceived. Whether it was a god or some ancient spirit of the land, no one knew for certain. But the child she bore was not like other children. There was something in his eyes, even as a baby, that spoke of a destiny far greater than anyone could comprehend. As Lancelot grew, the whispers followed him. Was he the son of a man, or was there something more in his blood, something ancient and powerful that set him apart? There were signs, small at first, barely noticeable. But those who paid attention could see it. He possessed a strength beyond his years, a resilience that was not of this world. Where others faltered, he endured. Where others fell, he rose, always stronger, always more determined. There was a fire inside him, a force that seemed to come from deep within, as if he had been touched by something far older than mankind itself. The elders of his village watched him closely, their eyes full of questions they dared not ask. They had seen boys grow into men before, but Lancelot's path was different. He learned faster, moved with a grace that could not be taught. It was as if he already knew things that no one had told him. And then there were the dreams. From a young age, Lancelot's sleep was often filled with visions, strange and vivid dreams that seemed more like memories than fantasies. He dreamed of places he had never seen, of battles fought long ago, of gods who spoke to him in voices that echoed like thunder. He could feel their presence in the dreams, their eyes upon him, watching, waiting. And when he awoke, there was always a lingering sense of something greater just out of reach, as if the dreams were not dreams at all, but messages, clues to a past he did not yet understand. There was one dream that returned to him more than any other. In it, he stood by a river, its waters dark and swirling. Across the water, a figure stood, bathed in light, its face hidden but its presence unmistakable. The figure would raise a hand, as if calling to him, but just as Lancelot moved to cross the river, he would wake, his heart pounding, his body drenched in sweat. He never spoke of the dream to anyone, but it haunted him, growing stronger as he grew older, as if the figure in the dream was waiting for him, calling him toward a destiny he could not yet see. Some believed that Lancelot's dreams were the result of his divine heritage, that the gods themselves were reaching out to him, guiding him toward his fate. Others dismissed them as mere fantasies of a boy with too much imagination. But Lancelot knew better. He could feel it, deep in his bones, in the very essence of who he was. He was not like other boys, and his path was not theirs to follow. There were moments, fleeting but undeniable, when Lancelot felt the presence of something beyond himself. It was in the stillness before a storm, in the way the air seemed to hum with energy just before the first crack of thunder. It was in the way the trees whispered when no wind blew, and in the way the water shimmered in the moonlight, as if reflecting a world hidden beneath the surface. These were the moments when Lancelot knew, without a doubt, that his birth had been no accident. The people around him could sense it too, though they rarely spoke of it. There was a reverence in the way they treated him, as if they knew that one day, he would be something more than the boy they saw before them. They watched him with a mixture of awe and fear, unsure of what he would become, but certain that whatever it was, it would be great. His presence seemed to bring with it a sense of weight, of purpose, as though the gods themselves had placed him in their midst. As the years passed, the mystery of Lancelot's birth only grew. The truth of his parentage remained hidden, locked away in the silence of those who knew, or perhaps in the forgotten whispers of the gods. But Lancelot did not need answers to know that he was different. He could feel it with every breath, with every beat of his heart. He was not just a boy, not just a man. He was something more, something that had been shaped by forces beyond this world. The question of his birth, of whether he was the child of a mortal or something divine, lingered in the air like a mist that never fully lifted. But in Lancelot's heart, the answer was already there, even if he could not yet put it into words. He was born of the earth and the sky, of blood and spirit, of mortal and divine. His life was not his own, but a gift, a burden, and a destiny all wrapped into one. And though he could not yet see the path before him, Lancelot knew, as surely as he knew the sound of his own heartbeat, that he was meant for something greater than anyone could imagine. His birth had been the beginning of a story that would echo through the ages, a story of courage, of sacrifice, of love and loss. A story that had only just begun. One evening, when the world seemed bathed in gold, young Lancelot wandered by the edge of a forest. He had often come here, where the trees whispered ancient songs and the air was heavy with the scent of earth and pine. But that evening was different. The sun was sinking slowly, casting long shadows across the land, and in the stillness, there was a strange, almost electric feeling in the air. He felt it before he saw anything, a sense that something was watching him, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Suddenly, the light shifted. The world around him began to blur, the trees and the sky fading into a mist. It was as though the air itself had thickened, wrapping around him like a shroud. His heart quickened, and for a moment, fear gripped him. But before he could cry out, a voice, soft, melodic, unlike anything he had ever heard, called his name. It wasn't a voice that came from the forest or the sky, but from everywhere at once, filling the very space around him. Without thinking, Lancelot stepped forward, into the mist. The ground beneath his feet disappeared, and he felt as though he were floating, weightless, moving toward something he could not yet see. His vision blurred, and then, suddenly, he was no longer in the forest. He found himself in a land of impossible beauty. The air here was sweeter, the colors more vibrant. The grass beneath his feet shimmered as if touched by stardust, and the sky above was not blue but a deep, endless twilight, lit by stars that seemed to pulse with life. This place was not of the mortal world, he knew that instantly. He had crossed into the other world, a place known in the ancient stories as Ent or Tir na Nog. It was a realm where time moved differently, where the gods and the spirits of old walked among the living, and where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen dissolved like morning mist. Lancelot's heart pounded in his chest, but there was no fear now. Instead, there was a sense of belonging, as if he had always been meant to come here. Figures began to appear around him, emerging from the shadows like ghosts made of light. They were tall and graceful, their eyes shimmering with an otherworldly wisdom. They did not speak, yet Lancelot could feel their presence, their silent understanding that he was not like other children. In this strange, eternal land, time lost its meaning. Days, or perhaps years, passed, and Lancelot was no longer just a boy. The beings of the otherworld took him under their care, teaching him things that no mortal could ever know. He learned to listen to the wind and hear its secrets, to understand the language of the trees, and to feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. They taught him to wield power, not just with his hands, but with his heart, with his mind. He learned the art of seeing beyond what was in front of him, of sensing the threads of fate that bound all things together. But it wasn't just knowledge they gave him. The very essence of the other world seemed to seep into his skin, into his blood. He became something more than human, stronger, faster, with a grace that was almost unnatural. His senses were sharper, his instincts more attuned to the world around him. He could feel the presence of magic, of the ancient forces that shaped the world, as easily as he could feel the warmth of the sun on his skin. Yet, with every lesson, there was a weight that settled on his shoulders, a sense that he had been chosen, marked by forces far beyond his understanding. The beings of the other world did not tell him what his destiny would be, but Lancelot could feel it growing within him like a storm gathering on the horizon. He knew that his time in this strange, eternal place was shaping him, preparing him for something far greater than he could yet imagine. There were moments, in the stillness of the night, when Lancelot would lie beneath the stars of the other world and feel a pull, a faint but undeniable tug on his heart. It was the memory of his home, of the mortal world he had left behind. He could still remember the sound of his mother's voice, the smell of the earth after rain, the warmth of the sun on his face. These memories were distant now, like fragments of a dream, but they never truly left him. Even in the other world, he was still tied to the place of his birth, to the land and the people he had known. And so, after what felt like a lifetime, but was, in truth, only the blink of an eye in the timelessness of the other world, Lancelot knew it was time to return. The beings who had guided him did not speak, but he could feel their silent approval, their understanding that his path now lay beyond their realm. He had been shaped by their teachings, by the power and wisdom of the other world, but he was not meant to stay. His destiny, whatever it was, awaited him in the world of men. The return was as sudden as his arrival had been. One moment, he was standing on the shimmering grass of the other world, the stars above him bright and endless. The next, he was back in the forest, the trees looming around him, the air heavy and cool. Time had not passed as it did in the other world. Though he had lived years there, in the mortal world, only moments had slipped by. Lancelot stood, breathing in the familiar scent of the earth and the trees, feeling the weight of his mortal body once more. But he was not the same boy who had wandered into the mist. The other world had changed him, shaped him in ways he could not yet fully understand. He was stronger now, more aware, more attuned to the forces that moved through the world. And somewhere, deep in his heart, he carried the knowledge that he had been chosen for something greater, something that would not reveal itself until the time was right. He walked back toward his village, his footsteps light, but his heart heavy with the weight of the future that lay ahead. The other world had given him gifts, strength, knowledge, power, but it had also given him a burden. He was no longer just Lancelot, the boy who had played in the fields and listened to the stories of the elders. He was something more, something forged in the fires of a place beyond time and space. As the village came into view, Lancelot felt the first stirrings of his destiny. The other world had let him go, but its mark was upon him forever. In the quiet of the forest, where the light barely pierced through the thick canopy of ancient trees, a boy lived, cradled in the care of beings older than time itself. Lancelot, though still young, carried the weight of a destiny not yet revealed to him. But he wasn't alone. The Fae had found him, and from the moment he crossed into their world, they became his protectors, his guardians, his teachers. The Fae were not like humans. They moved with an elegance that defied nature, their laughter like the tinkling of 1,000 silver bells, and their eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages long forgotten. They were beings of light and shadow, of moonbeams and starlight, and their very presence could fill the air with magic so thick it hummed like a song on the wind. They had chosen Lancelot, and under their watchful eyes, he grew. From the first day he was brought into their fold, they knew he was different. His spirit was strong, his heart open, and the Fae could sense the threads of fate woven around him. He was more than just a boy, he was a spark, a flicker of something powerful, something that could change the world. They whispered to each other about him, their voices like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, and in those whispers, Lancelot's future began to take shape. The forest became his home, its trees and rivers as familiar to him as the walls of a house. The Fae taught him not to fear the dark or the unknown, but to listen to it, to understand it. At night, when the moon hung low and the stars were scattered across the sky, they would gather around him, their soft, glowing forms barely touching the earth, and they would tell him the stories of old. The stories of the world before men walked it, when the land was wild and the spirits roamed free. They spoke of magic, not the kind of spells cast with words, but the magic that pulsed in the earth, in the rivers, in the very air he breathed. It was the magic of life itself, the force that bound everything together, and they taught him how to feel it, how to sense it with his heart and his hands. In the quiet moments, when all was still, Lancelot could close his eyes and feel the heartbeat of the world beneath his feet, the steady thrum of life that connected everything. But the Fae didn't just show him the beauty of the world, they prepared him for the battles that would come. They knew that one day, Lancelot would be called to do great things, to face dangers no mortal had ever faced, and so they trained him. With movements as fluid as water, they taught him how to wield a sword, not just with strength, but with grace, with precision. They moved like shadows in the moonlight, swift and silent, and they made sure Lancelot could do the same. He learned to move as they did, light on his feet, swift as the wind. The Fae showed him how to sense the intent of an opponent before they struck, to anticipate their moves before they even knew what they would do. And in the quiet moments, when the world was calm, they taught him how to calm the storm inside himself, how to find stillness even in the chaos of battle. These lessons were not just for survival, they were shaping him into the hero he was meant to become. But it wasn't just his body that they trained. The Fae were beings of magic, and they saw in Lancelot the potential for something more than mere strength. They taught him the ancient ways, the secrets of magic that only the oldest among them still remembered. They showed him how to call upon the forces of nature, how to whisper to the wind and have it answer, how to touch the water and feel its ancient wisdom flow into him. He learned to speak to the trees, to listen to their slow, patient voices, and to understand the language of the animals that roamed the forest. There were nights when Lancelot would sit by a stream, the Fae around him like a living dream, and they would teach him the most important lesson of all, that power without wisdom is dangerous, and that strength without compassion is hollow. They spoke of balance, of harmony, of the delicate dance between light and shadow, between life and death. These were not just lessons for a warrior, they were lessons for a leader, for a man who would one day be called to stand between worlds, between the mortal and the divine. As the years passed, Lancelot grew not just in body, but in spirit. The Fae became his family, their world his home. They loved him in their own strange way, with a fierceness that was as wild and unpredictable as the wind. They were not gentle, for the world they lived in was not gentle, but their care for him was undeniable. They pushed him to his limits, forcing him to grow, to become more than he ever thought he could be. And in doing so, they prepared him for the world beyond their enchanted forest, for the destiny that awaited him. Yet, even as they prepared him, there was an unspoken sadness among them. They knew that one day, he would have to leave. The world outside the forest was waiting for him, with its wars and its kings, its love and its loss. The Fae could not keep him forever, though they wished they could. They had given him everything they could, knowledge, strength, wisdom, but they could not give him a life. That was something he would have to find on his own. And so, as the seasons changed and the time drew nearer for Lancelot to step into the world of men, the Fae watched him with both pride and sorrow. They had raised him, shaped him, and now they would have to let him go. But they knew, in their hearts, that he was ready. Lancelot had become more than just a boy raised by the Fae. He had become a hero in the making, his fate written in the stars long before he was ever born. In their final moments together, the Fae did not speak of the future. They did not need to. Lancelot knew, just as they did, that his path lay beyond the safety of the forest. But as he left them, their voices whispered in the wind, carrying with him the lessons they had taught him, the strength they had given him, and the love that, though unspoken, had been there all along. With every step he took away from the forest, the weight of his destiny settled more heavily on his shoulders. But Lancelot did not falter. The boy who had been raised by the Fae was gone. In his place stood something greater, someone who had been shaped by magic, by love, and by the wisdom of the ancient ones. And though he did not yet know what the future held, Lancelot walked toward it with his head held high, ready for whatever lay ahead. In the stillness of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time itself seemed to echo through the trees, a shadowy figure stood before a roaring fire. The flames danced wildly, casting flickering shapes against the towering oaks, their light only barely touching the edges of a figure clad in a robe of woven leaves and twisted vines. The druid's eyes, dark and knowing, glistened with the weight of a vision that had haunted him for years. His voice, low and filled with an ancient sadness, trembled as he spoke, revealing the prophecy that would shape the fate of a boy named Lancelot. It was not just any prophecy. It was one that felt as though it had been etched into the fabric of the universe itself, carried on the wind, whispered by the stars, and reflected in the still waters of forgotten lakes. A warrior would rise, unlike any before him, his name would be sung in every corner of the land, his deeds spoken of with awe and reverence. But the path that lay before this warrior was one of both great triumph and unbearable sorrow. The druid saw it all, the way fate twisted and turned, like a vine wrapping around the soul of this one who was yet to know his destiny. Lancelot. The name rolled on the druid's tongue like a soft sigh, heavy with the weight of what was to come. From birth, Lancelot had been marked by forces beyond his understanding. The Fae who had raised him knew there was something special in him, something otherworldly. But it was the ancient magic of the druids that first glimpsed his full potential, the fire of his heart, the unshakable courage that would lead him into battle after battle. The prophecy told of a warrior who would stand beside a great king, whose sword would carve legends into the bones of the earth itself. But the prophecy also spoke of shadows, darkness that would cling to him, a burden he would carry not by choice, but by fate's cruel hand. For every victory, there would be a cost, and for every act of heroism, a piece of him would be lost. The druid had seen the end as clearly as he saw the beginning. Lancelot's story was not one of unbroken glory. His fate was tied to something far larger, a tragic strand woven into the grand tapestry of life. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the air like lost souls. The druid stared into the flames, his vision swimming with images of battles yet to be fought, clashes of steel and cries of men filled his mind. He saw Lancelot standing tall among them, a shining figure, his blade an extension of his will, his heart as fierce as the warriors of old. But with every swing of his sword, with every victory, the shadow that followed him grew darker, more suffocating. In the depths of his vision, the druid saw the moment that would change everything. Lancelot would fight for a king beloved by the land, a king who would unify the tribes, bringing peace to a world long divided by war. Arthur, his name too had been whispered by the winds, foretold by the stars. And Lancelot would be his champion, his most trusted warrior, bound not just by duty, but by a friendship that ran deeper than blood. But fate is never kind to those who carry the weight of prophecy. The druid saw the storm that brewed in the distance, far beyond the horizon. Lancelot's loyalty would be tested, not by enemies, but by his own heart. The prophecy told of a love so powerful it would tear him apart from within, shattering the very bonds that tied him to his king. It would be a love that transcended reason, a love that, though pure and beautiful, would be the seed of his undoing. The druid had no names for the faces he saw, but he felt the anguish of betrayal, the deep sorrow of a friendship destroyed by forces neither man nor magic could control. He saw the warrior fall, not in battle, but in spirit, crushed under the weight of his own choices, his own desires. And as the vision consumed him, the druid saw the end, Lancelot, broken, his once bright spirit dimmed by guilt, by grief, by the inexorable pull of fate that had led him to this final, tragic moment. The fire before the druid flickered low, the flames no longer wild but calm, steady, as though the vision had drawn every ounce of its fury from them. The druid's voice, soft now, spoke the last words of the prophecy. Lancelot's story would not end in triumph, nor would it be a simple tale of failure. It would be something more, something that would linger in the hearts of men long after the stars themselves had faded from the sky. The druid's heart ached for the boy, for the man he would become, and for the warrior he would have to be. He had no power to change the future, no way to soften the blows that fate would deal. All he could do was watch, as the winds of time carried Lancelot toward his destiny, toward the battles he would fight, the loves he would lose, and the sacrifices he would make. But even in the face of tragedy, the Druid saw hope. Lancelot's name would live on, not because of his failures, but because of his courage, his unyielding spirit in the face of impossible odds. He would be remembered not just for the battles he won, but for the battles he fought within himself, for the strength it took to face the darkness that had always followed him. The prophecy had been spoken, and there was no turning back. The Druid watched as the flames finally flickered out, the light fading into the quiet of the night. Somewhere, in the distance, a boy was growing into a man, a warrior was sharpening his sword, and a hero was preparing to face a fate that had been written long before he was born. And though the Druid's heart was heavy with the knowledge of what was to come, he knew that Lancelot's story, tragic though it may be, would be one that the world would never forget. The moment Lancelot stepped back into the mortal world, it felt like the air around him shifted. He wasn't the same boy who had vanished into the mist, cradled in the arms of the Fae. The land of men felt different now, more fragile, more fleeting. The wind whispered through the trees, but it carried no magic, only the sharp, clean scent of earth and the rustle of leaves. The warmth of the sun kissed his skin, yet it did not hold the ethereal glow of the otherworld's light. Everything seemed so real, so solid, and yet, there was an ache in Lancelot's chest, as though a part of him had been left behind in that place where time flowed like a river and magic was the breath of life. He was not alone, though. The lessons the Fae had taught him lived in his every movement. The magic that once filled his veins, the whispered secrets of the trees and the silent strength of the earth, it was all still there, woven into the very fabric of who he had become. Yet, now he walked among men, where swords were the answer to everything, where battle was both glory and fate. He had returned not just as a boy raised by magic, but as a warrior shaped by the ancient traditions of the Celts. The training he had undergone was not merely about strength or skill, it was about understanding the soul of a warrior. Lancelot had been taught that a true warrior's power didn't come from the edge of his blade, but from the heart that guided it. And so, as he stepped onto the soil of his ancestors, the weight of that knowledge bore down on him. The warriors of the mortal realm were fierce, their faces hardened by battle and loss. They looked at him, this young man, with his foreign air and eyes that seemed to have seen too much, and they wondered what fate had in store for him. They could see that he wasn't like them, there was something otherworldly in the way he carried himself, in the way he moved, silently and gracefully, like the wind brushing through tall grass. But Lancelot knew that being different didn't matter in the world of men. What mattered was how you held your sword when the time came to fight. And so, he gripped his blade, feeling the familiar weight of it in his hand, and remembered the words of the Fae who had taught him, "Your strength is not in your sword, but in the hand that holds it." The days were long and filled with the sound of clashing steel as Lancelot trained alongside the other warriors. He sparred with them, his movements fluid and precise, his mind focused and sharp. And though he was often younger than those around him, there was a fire in his eyes that spoke of something greater, something that couldn't be taught in any training yard. The other warriors noticed it, even if they didn't fully understand it. Lancelot wasn't just learning how to fight, he was mastering the art of war, the balance between life and death, the heartbeat that pulsed in every strike and parry. The traditions of the Celts were as old as the land itself. Their warriors didn't just wield swords, they wielded the spirits of their ancestors, carried the weight of those who had come before them, and fought for the honor of those yet to come. Lancelot learned to respect the earth beneath his feet, for it was the source of his strength. He learned to honor the spirits of the fallen, for they guided his blade in battle. And he learned to fight not for glory or power, but for the protection of the weak, for the love of his people. But beneath all the training, beneath the hardened muscles and the sweat that dripped from his brow, there was something deeper driving Lancelot. A sense of fate hung over him like a shadow, reminding him of the prophecy that had been whispered by the Druid all those years ago. His destiny was not his own, it was something that had been carved into the stars long before his birth. He would fight for a king, a man destined to unite the land and bring peace to a fractured world. But with that fate came a tragedy that Lancelot could not escape. Still, for now, he fought. His sword sang in the air, cutting through the silence of the battlefield with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. There was magic in the way he moved, the way his strikes seemed to land just where they needed to, as though he could sense the future in every heartbeat. The other warriors began to watch him with awe, whispering among themselves about the young man who had come from nowhere, who fought as though the gods themselves had placed him in their midst. Yet, Lancelot's heart was heavy. Every victory, every battle he won, brought him closer to the future he could not avoid. The faces of those he fought alongside blurred together, their laughter ringing in his ears, their voices full of hope and determination. But he knew, deep down, that not all of them would see the future they dreamed of. War was merciless, and the path of a warrior was often paved with the bones of friends and enemies alike. Lancelot's nights were filled with dreams, visions of a great king standing tall against the tide of darkness, of a golden kingdom rising from the ashes of war. He saw himself by the king's side, his sword gleaming in the light of 1,000 fires. But always, just at the edge of his dreams, there was a shadow, a figure that stood apart, watching him with sorrow in its eyes. He could never see the face of the shadow, but he could feel its sadness, its weight pressing down on him like the weight of the world itself. Even as he became stronger, even as his name began to spread among the warriors, Lancelot could not shake the feeling that his destiny was out of his hands. He had been shaped by magic, by the traditions of his ancestors, by the otherworldly forces that had raised him. But none of that could change the path that had been laid before him. And so, with each passing day, Lancelot fought. Not just against the enemies of his people, but against the shadows of his own fate. He fought for the king he had yet to meet, for the kingdom that had yet to rise, and for the people whose names he did not yet know. But most of all, he fought for the hope that, somehow, he could defy the prophecy that had haunted him since birth. In the eyes of the world, Lancelot was a warrior, a man destined for greatness. But in his own heart, he was still the boy who had been taken by the Fae, still searching for a way to hold on to the light in a world that seemed determined to drag him into the darkness. And as the sun set on yet another day of battle, Lancelot stood alone, his sword resting in the earth, his breath steady but heavy. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the echoes of a future he could not yet see. But one thing was certain, the journey had only just begun. The clash of steel echoed through the forest, each strike filled with the intensity of 1,000 battles yet to be fought. Lancelot, sweat dripping from his brow, stood firm with his sword raised, his muscles straining as he blocked another powerful blow. His mentor's eyes gleamed with approval, but there was no smile, only the silent demand for more. For Lancelot was not just training to be a warrior, he was being shaped into something far greater, a Gaulish knight, a protector of his people, and a figure touched by both the mortal and mystical worlds. The training was relentless. From the moment Lancelot had returned to the mortal realm, his days were filled with the rigorous demands of the Gaulish warrior traditions. Every morning, the world was still cloaked in mist as he practiced the art of the sword, his body moving in rhythm with the earth beneath him. His instructors were seasoned warriors, men who had seen the brutalities of war and the weight of what it meant to carry the lives of others on your shoulders. They taught him not just how to wield a blade, but how to think, how to anticipate an enemy's next move, how to control his breath in the heat of battle so that fear would never cloud his judgment. But Lancelot's training was not like that of any other knight. He was more than a mere warrior, the Fae had seen to that. Their teachings had flowed through him like a current, leaving behind traces of ancient magic, wisdom older than time. When he fought, it was not just the strength of his arms or the sharpness of his blade that guided him. It was the magic that lived in his soul, the silent whispers of the Fae that moved through his veins, reminding him that he was bound to two worlds. There were moments during his training when the line between those worlds blurred. Lancelot would stand, sword in hand, the heat of combat rushing through him, and for a heartbeat, the forest around him would shimmer, the trees flickering as though they too were watching, waiting. The wind would change, carrying with it the faintest sound of music, a reminder of the land he had left behind. It was in those moments that his strikes became something else, something more. His blade moved faster, more precisely, as though it was not just his hand guiding it, but the force of nature itself. The Gaulish warriors could see it too. Though they never spoke of it, There was an unspoken reverence in the way they watched him, a recognition that Lancelot was different. He fought like a man who had walked through fire and emerged unscathed. His sword never faltered, his movements were as fluid as the rivers that cut through the land, and in his eyes there was something that went beyond mere skill. It was as though the very essence of the earth had taken root within him, blending the fierceness of the warrior with the quiet power of the Fae. But the training was not just about battle. Lancelot was taught the meaning of honor, the importance of protecting those who could not protect themselves. He learned that a knight's greatest strength was not in his ability to defeat an enemy, but in his ability to remain steadfast in his principles, no matter the cost. The Gaulish traditions valued loyalty, not just to one's king, but to the land itself, to the people who walked upon it, to the spirits who guarded it. As Lancelot trained, he felt that loyalty grow within him, a bond that tied him not just to the warriors around him, but to the earth beneath his feet, the sky above his head. He could feel the heartbeat of the land, pulsing in time with his own. It gave him strength, a quiet certainty that no matter what battles lay ahead, he would never be alone. The Fae's teachings remained ever present in his mind, a constant reminder of his unique place in the world. They had shown him the magic that existed not just in the world around him, but within himself. They had taught him how to draw on that power, to feel the rhythm of the earth and the energy that flowed through every living thing. In battle, it gave him an edge, an almost otherworldly sense of knowing where to strike, how to move. But it was more than that. The Fae had taught him to listen, to the wind, to the water, to the quiet hum of life that often went unnoticed by others. And so, Lancelot's training was a blend of two worlds, one of mortal combat, of blood and steel, and one of magic, of things unseen but deeply felt. He became something more than a warrior, more than a knight. He became a guardian, not just of people, but of the balance between these worlds, a protector of both the physical and the mystical. The weight of that responsibility was heavy, but Lancelot carried it with quiet determination. For he knew that this was his destiny, written in the stars long before his birth, and it was a destiny he was prepared to face, no matter what lay ahead. As his training continued, Lancelot began to understand that every battle he fought was not just a test of his strength, but a test of his heart. Each time he raised his sword, it was a reminder of the choices he would one day have to make, the choice between loyalty and love, between duty and desire. The prophecy that had been spoken over him as a child still echoed in his mind, a constant reminder of the tragic path he was destined to walk. But with each swing of his sword, with each lesson learned, Lancelot grew stronger, not just in body, but in spirit. He had been shaped by the Fae, trained by the warriors of Gaul, and guided by forces beyond his understanding. And now, as the fires of war began to spark across the land, Lancelot stood ready, a knight unlike any other. His sword gleamed in the sunlight, a symbol not just of his strength, but of the magic and mystery that flowed through him. The warriors who trained alongside him saw a man who had become a legend in the making, a knight who would fight with the honor of the Gauls and the wisdom of the Fae. But only Lancelot knew the full weight of the path before him, the battles yet to be fought, the love yet to be lost, the fate he could not escape. And though the road ahead was fraught with danger, Lancelot's heart remained steady. For he was not just a warrior, not just a knight. He was something more, something that had been forged in the fires of two worlds, something that would live on long after the battles had ended and the swords had been laid to rest. The night air was heavy with silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Lancelot stood alone at the edge of an ancient grove, his heart beating in time with the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. The forest felt alive, watching him with unseen eyes, the trees swaying gently as if whispering secrets only they could hear. In the depths of this sacred place, the old gods stirred, their presence woven into the very fabric of the land. Lancelot's breath caught in his throat, the weight of their gaze pressing down on him. He had heard the stories, tales of the gods who had walked the earth before men, spirits of the land who held power beyond comprehension. They were neither kind nor cruel, but ancient forces who demanded respect and loyalty. And now, they were here, waiting for him to prove his worth. The ground beneath his feet felt different, as if the earth itself was testing him, gauging the strength of his spirit. He took a step forward, each movement measured and careful, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, not in threat, but in readiness. His journey had brought him here, to this moment, where the old gods would decide if he was truly worthy of the destiny that had been foretold. The air thickened, and a soft glow began to rise from the heart of the grove. Shadows shifted, forming shapes that seemed both familiar and otherworldly. Then, they appeared, ancient figures, their forms shimmering like the light on water. They were neither fully human nor entirely divine, their faces marked by centuries of wisdom and power. One of them stepped forward, tall and imposing, with antlers crowning his head, his eyes reflecting the forest itself, wild, untamed, and eternal. Lancelot knew without being told that this was Cernunnos, the horned god of the wilds, a protector of the forests and all living creatures. His presence was overwhelming, a reminder that nature could be both nurturing and fierce. Cernunnos did not speak, but Lancelot could feel his question in the air, the silent demand to prove his loyalty, not to a king, but to the land. Lancelot's hand tightened on his sword as he met the god's gaze, understanding that this was a test not of strength, but of his heart. Would he fight to protect the land, even when it meant standing against those he loved? Could he honor the old ways, even as the world around him changed? The silence stretched on, the weight of the question pressing into Lancelot's soul. And then, slowly, he lowered his sword, kneeling on the forest floor, his head bowed in respect. It was not submission, but a promise. A promise that he would stand as a guardian of the earth, that he would fight not just for a king, but for the ancient forces that had shaped the world long before men had claimed it as their own. Cernunnos seemed to accept the unspoken vow, the tension in the air easing as he stepped back into the shadows. But Lancelot knew the test was far from over. From the mist, another figure emerged, her form graceful and ethereal, with long flowing hair that shimmered like moonlight on water. It was Epona, the goddess of horses and protector of travelers. Her eyes, though soft, held an undeniable strength, as if she could see into the very depths of his soul. She was the guide of those who wandered, the one who ensured safe passage through treacherous lands. And now, she was here, watching Lancelot, her gaze both kind and piercing. Without a word, a horse appeared from the shadows, its coat gleaming in the moonlight, eyes dark and deep. Lancelot felt the bond immediately, a connection that ran deeper than mere understanding. He stepped forward, gently placing a hand on the horse's neck, feeling the warmth of its skin beneath his fingers. This was not just a mount, it was a companion, a symbol of trust and loyalty. Epona's eyes softened, and for a brief moment, Lancelot felt a sense of peace, as if he had passed yet another test. But just as quickly as the moment came, it passed, and the air around him shifted once more. Lugus, the god of skill and mastery, appeared next. His presence was less wild than Cernunnos, less gentle than Epona, but no less powerful. His gaze was sharp, like the edge of a finely honed blade, and in his hand, he held a spear that glowed with an otherworldly light. Lugus was the god of warriors, of craftsmen, of those who dedicated their lives to perfecting their art. And now, he stood before Lancelot, his eyes filled with expectation. Without hesitation, Lancelot drew his sword, feeling its familiar weight in his hand. He knew this was a test of his skill, of his ability to wield not just a weapon, but his very soul in battle. Lugus moved swiftly, his spear darting through the air with deadly precision, but Lancelot was ready. His sword met the spear with a clash that reverberated through the night, sparks flying as steel met divine power. The fight was unlike any Lancelot had ever experienced. It was not just about strength or speed, but about intuition, about feeling the flow of the battle and moving with it. Each strike, each block, was a conversation, a dialogue between mortal and god. And though Lugus was relentless, Lancelot did not falter. His training, his connection to the Fae, his bond with the land, all of it came together in that moment, guiding his hand, his heart. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the fight ended. Lugus stepped back, his spear lowering, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. He nodded once, a gesture of approval, of acknowledgement. Lancelot had passed the test. The grove fell silent once more, the gods retreating into the shadows, their presence still lingering in the air. Lancelot stood alone, his sword still in hand, his heart pounding in his chest. He had faced the old gods, had proven his loyalty, his strength, his skill. But he knew that this was only the beginning. The gods had tested him, not to break him, but to forge him into something more. They had seen the potential within him, the fire that burned in his soul, and they had tempered it with their own power, their own wisdom. Lancelot was no longer just a knight, no longer just a warrior. He was a protector of the ancient ways, a guardian of the land, and a servant of forces far greater than any king. And as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, casting the forest in a golden glow, Lancelot knew that his path was set. He would fight for the gods, for the land, for the people. No matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice, he would not falter. The wind howled through the jagged peaks as Lancelot stood at the foot of the mountain, staring at the path ahead. The sky was a dull gray, with clouds swirling like restless spirits, and the air was thick with an unspoken challenge. Somewhere in the heart of this desolate place lay the sword that would bind him to his destiny. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a piece of his soul waiting to be found, a promise made long before his birth, whispered by the gods themselves. He could feel the weight of their expectations pressing on him, each step he took echoing with the ancient power that called to him. The journey had been grueling, but not because of the terrain. It was the silence that haunted him, the sense that the mountain was watching, waiting to see if he was worthy. The sword wasn't for any man to claim. It had to be earned, not through strength alone, but through something deeper, something Lancelot wasn't sure he fully understood. The path twisted and turned, and the higher he climbed, the colder the air became, biting at his skin and sinking into his bones. Yet, he pressed on. There was no room for hesitation, no space for doubt. The sword had been waiting for him, and he for it. His whole life had led him to this moment. It was as if every battle, every lesson, and every hardship had been preparing him for this quest. As he ascended, memories of his childhood under the protection of the Fae resurfaced. They had spoken to him of this sword, though never in plain words. They had taught him to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. And now, in the heart of this wild, untamed place, he could hear those whispers again. They were guiding him, pushing him forward toward something ancient and sacred. The path grew narrower, the rocks more treacherous, but Lancelot didn't falter. His heart pounded in his chest, not from exertion, but from anticipation. He knew he was close. The air crackled with energy, and with each step, the pull of the sword became stronger, as if it was calling to him, drawing him nearer. And then, at the top of a ridge, he saw it. A clearing lay ahead, bathed in a strange, otherworldly light. At the center stood a stone altar, and upon it rested the sword. It gleamed, even in the dim light of the overcast sky, its blade impossibly sharp, its hilt adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and change the longer he looked at them. There was an ancient power here, one that thrummed through the air, making it hard to breathe. Lancelot stepped forward, his heart in his throat. He had faced countless enemies, survived battles that should have taken his life, but this was different. This wasn't a battle against an opponent of flesh and blood. This was a test of his soul, a challenge from the gods themselves. As he approached the altar, the air grew heavier, thick with anticipation. The sword seemed to vibrate with life, its power pulsing through the ground beneath his feet. It was as if the very earth recognized him, as if it had been waiting for this moment as much as he had. Lancelot reached out, his hand trembling slightly as his fingers brushed the hilt. A jolt of energy shot through him, not painful, but overwhelming, as if the sword was testing him, measuring his worth. He could feel its power coursing through him, filling every corner of his being. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a connection so deep it was as if the sword had become a part of him, and he a part of it. But the sword wasn't his yet. He could sense that there was one final trial, something more that needed to be done. The sky darkened, and the ground beneath him trembled. Out of the shadows, figures began to emerge, spectral warriors, their armor gleaming with the light of a forgotten age. They surrounded him, their eyes burning with an unspoken challenge. These were the guardians of the sword, ancient spirits bound to protect it until the one destined to wield it proved themselves worthy. Lancelot didn't flinch. He drew his sword, the one he had carried with him all these years, knowing that this was the final test. The spectral warriors moved as one, their blades flashing as they lunged toward him. The battle that followed was fierce, every clash of steel ringing out like a bell tolling in the silence of the mountain. But Lancelot was not the man he had been before. The lessons of the Fae, the teachings of the old gods, the trials he had faced, all of it had shaped him into the warrior he was now. He moved with a grace that defied the brutality of the fight, his sword flashing as he met each attack with precision and strength. The spirits were relentless, their strikes fast and merciless, but Lancelot held his ground. He wasn't fighting just for himself. He was fighting for the sword, for the bond that tied him to the gods, for the destiny that had been written in the stars long before his time. Each swing of his blade felt like a step closer to that destiny, each parry a reaffirmation of his purpose. And then, with a final strike, the last of the spectral warriors fell. The clearing was silent once more, the weight of the gods' gaze heavy upon him. Lancelot stood, breathing hard, his sword still in hand, the spirits now gone, their challenge met. He turned to the altar, and this time, when he reached for the sword, there was no hesitation. His hand closed around the hilt, and in that moment, he knew. The sword was his, not just as a weapon, but as a symbol of everything he had become. It was the bridge between him and the gods, a tangible link to the power they had bestowed upon him. As he lifted the sword from the altar, the sky cleared, the clouds parting to reveal the sun shining down on him. The weight of the sword in his hand was familiar now, as if it had always been meant for him. And in that moment, Lancelot understood that this was not the end of his quest, but the beginning. He had the sword, but with it came the burden of the gods' will. His path as a hero was set, and though he could not yet see where it would lead, he knew one thing for certain. He would carry this sword into battle, not just for glory or honor, but for the gods who had chosen him, for the land that had birthed him, and for the people he was destined to protect. The sword of destiny was his, and with it, the weight of 1,000 ancient promises. The fire crackled softly, casting shadows that danced across the stone walls of the great hall. Lancelot stood at the threshold, feeling the weight of 1,000 expectations pressing down on him. Inside, a figure sat on a rough-hewn throne, crowned not by gold, but by the scars of battle and the silent authority of a warrior born from the land itself. This was no king of legends wrapped in shimmering armor or seated in a castle of dreams. This was the Gaulish warlord, the one who would change the world. He was everything Lancelot had been told to expect, yet somehow more. His presence filled the hall, even in the stillness. His hands rested on the arms of the throne, thick and calloused from years of wielding a sword, and his eyes, sharp, steady, unflinching, swept across the room like a hawk surveying its domain. This man, this Gaulish king, was the heart of the land, its strength and fury brought to life. He was not just a ruler. He was a force of nature. As Lancelot approached, the silence was broken only by the soft shuffle of boots on stone. The warlord watched him, his gaze piercing, as though he could see beyond the armor, beyond the flesh, into the very soul of the man who stood before him. Lancelot had faced many trials, gods, spirits, and shadows, but this moment felt different. It was as though everything he had endured, everything he had learned, had led him to this king. When the warlord finally spoke, his voice was deep, resonating through the hall like the rumble of distant thunder. There were no grand speeches, no promises of glory or riches. He did not need them. His words were simple, but they carried the weight of all the battles he had fought and all the lives he had saved. "I have seen the world break men stronger than iron," the warlord said, his voice measured and calm. "But the sword you carry is not meant for ordinary hands." Lancelot nodded, his hand unconsciously brushing the hilt of his sword, the sword of destiny that had been forged for him by forces far older than men. It was not just a weapon, it was a symbol of everything he had become. The connection between him and the warlord was unspoken but understood. They were two sides of the same coin, warriors bound to a higher cause, both chosen by the land they fought for. The warlord rose from his throne and walked toward Lancelot, his presence looming larger with each step. He stood before him, studying the young knight with eyes that had seen the rise and fall of many warriors. There was a tension in the air, as if the gods themselves were watching this meeting, waiting to see what would happen next. "Will you fight for me?" the warlord asked, his words heavy with the weight of destiny. But Lancelot knew the question was not just about loyalty. It was about whether he was ready to shoulder the burdens that came with serving a king whose fate was intertwined with the land itself. "I will," Lancelot answered, his voice steady, though his heart pounded in his chest. The warlord nodded once, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his eyes. Approval, perhaps, or recognition. "Then you will be one of us." The words were simple, but their meaning was profound. To serve this warlord was not just to join his army, it was to become part of something far greater than himself. It was to become part of a fellowship of knights, bound not by titles or bloodlines, but by purpose and honor. The warlord raised his hand, and from the shadows of the hall, figures emerged. They moved quietly, but their presence was unmistakable. These were the knights, each of them a warrior who had proven themselves in battle, each of them carrying the weight of their own legends. Some were old, their faces lined with the marks of many campaigns, while others were younger, their eyes burning with the fire of new challenges. But all of them, like Lancelot, were bound by a single, unbreakable truth: they had been chosen by the land, called to serve the Gaulish warlord and fight for a cause greater than themselves. Each one had a story, each one carried their own burdens, but together, they would become a force that would shape the future. The warlord turned to the knights, his voice carrying across the hall. "This is Lancelot," he said, his tone firm. "He will stand with you." There was no fanfare, no grand welcome. Instead, the knights nodded in silent understanding. They knew the path ahead would not be easy. There would be battles that would test their limits, wars that would shake the very foundations of their world. But they had each other, and they had their king. As Lancelot stood among them, he felt the weight of his sword, its hilt warm against his palm, a reminder of the power he carried and the gods who watched over him. He was no longer alone. These knights, these warriors who had faced death and come back stronger, were his brothers now. Together, they would stand beside their king, and together, they would carve their place in history. The firelight flickered, casting shadows on the walls, but in that moment, Lancelot knew that the bonds forged here would never fade. They were tied not just by loyalty to the warlord, but by something deeper, something unspoken yet undeniable. It was the call of the land, the ancient pull that bound them all to a destiny they could not escape. Lancelot looked at the warlord once more, and in that glance, there was understanding. The king did not need to speak of what lay ahead. They both knew that the road would be long and fraught with peril, but they were ready. The fellowship of knights was formed, and with their king at their head, they would face whatever challenges came their way. The fire crackled on, the only sound in the stillness of the hall, but in the silence, there was a sense of peace. Lancelot knew that the battles to come would be fierce, and the stakes higher than ever before. But he also knew that he was where he was meant to be, standing beside his king, a knight of Gaul, with the sword of destiny in his hand and the weight of the gods at his back. The forest was silent, unnaturally so. Not a bird stirred, nor did a breeze rustle the ancient trees that stretched high above, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like old hands reaching for something lost long ago. Lancelot stood at the edge of the glade, heart pounding, muscles tense. This was no ordinary stillness, this was the weight of the earth herself, watching him, waiting. He had been called here, to the heart of the land, by something far older than man. The earth goddess, mother of all that lived and died, had summoned him for his first trial. A test of strength, yes, but more than that, a test of spirit, of wisdom, of the bond he shared with the land beneath his feet. This would not be a simple battle of sword and shield. The earth demanded more. The ground trembled faintly beneath him, and he knew his trial had begun. From the shadows of the trees, something moved. Slowly at first, then with terrifying speed, a great shape emerged from the forest, its form towering above even the tallest trees. It was a creature of the earth, its body formed from twisted roots and gnarled wood, its eyes glowing with a deep, ancient light. It was as if the forest itself had risen up to challenge him, the very soul of the earth given form and fury. Lancelot's hands tightened around the hilt of his sword. The blade hummed with the power of the gods, but even that seemed small in the face of this creature. It roared, a sound like mountains splitting and rivers crashing. The ground shook with its fury, and Lancelot felt the weight of the earth pressing down on him, testing his resolve. He stood his ground, knowing that to back away would be to fail. The earth did not seek cowards. The creature advanced, each step sending tremors through the earth. It swung one massive arm, a tangled mass of roots and stones, directly at him. Lancelot leaped to the side, barely avoiding the crushing blow, but he knew he couldn't just evade forever. This was his trial, he had to face it head-on. With a cry that echoed through the silent forest, Lancelot charged. His sword flashed in the dim light, slicing through the air as he struck at the creature's arm. The blade cut deep into the wood, but instead of weakening the creature, the wound seemed to heal almost instantly, new roots sprouting from the gash like fresh shoots in spring. Lancelot gritted his teeth. This was no ordinary foe, this was the power of the earth itself, and no mere weapon would defeat it. He had to think, had to feel the land around him, had to understand what the goddess wanted from him. The earth was not his enemy, he realized, it was his teacher. As the creature swung at him again, Lancelot did not move to strike. Instead, he dropped to his knees, pressing his hands to the ground. He closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath him, the steady, unbreakable rhythm of life that connected everything. The earth was ancient, eternal. It could not be fought, it had to be understood. The creature paused, as if waiting for his next move. Lancelot breathed deeply, the smell of damp earth filling his lungs. He spoke softly, a prayer to the goddess, asking for her guidance, her wisdom. He was her servant, her warrior, but he was also her child. The earth did not want to destroy him, it wanted to see if he was worthy. And then, like a whisper carried on the wind, the answer came. It was not strength that the earth tested, nor even skill. It was humility. It was knowing when to fight and when to yield. The earth was not something to conquer, but something to be part of. Slowly, Lancelot stood, his sword lowered. He faced the creature, not with defiance, but with respect. He bowed his head, offering himself to the trial, not as a warrior, but as a servant of the land. The creature paused, its glowing eyes flickering. For a moment, the forest was utterly still, as if holding its breath. Then, with a sound like the rustling of leaves, the creature began to change. Its form shifted, the twisted roots and branches unraveling, softening. The glow in its eyes dimmed, and where the massive, fearsome creature had stood, there was now something different, something almost human. A figure stepped forward, cloaked in the greens and browns of the forest, her face ancient and wise, her eyes like deep wells of knowledge. She was the earth goddess, the mother of all. Her presence was overwhelming, yet comforting, like the embrace of the land itself. "You have passed," she said, her voice soft but powerful, like the wind through the trees. "Not by your sword, but by your heart." Lancelot bowed deeply, his chest tight with emotion. He had faced the trial not with brute force, but with understanding. He had honored the earth, and in return, the earth had accepted him. The goddess reached out, her hand gentle as she touched his brow. "The land is in you now," she said. "Its strength, its wisdom. But never forget, Lancelot, the earth is not yours to command. You are part of it, just as it is part of you." Her words resonated within him, sinking deep into his soul. He understood now. The trials were not about proving himself to the gods, they were about becoming one with the forces that shaped his destiny. The earth, the gods, the spirits of the land, they were all part of him, and he was part of them. The goddess smiled, a sad, knowing smile. "You will face many trials yet, my child. But remember this moment. Remember that strength is not always in the sword. Sometimes, it is in knowing when to lay it down." With that, she stepped back, her form dissolving into the trees, becoming one with the forest once more. The creature was gone, the trial over, but Lancelot knew that the lesson would stay with him forever. He stood alone in the glade, the silence now peaceful, the weight of the earth no longer oppressive but comforting, like the steady heartbeat of a mother. He had faced the first trial, and he had emerged not as a conqueror, but as a servant of the land. His journey was far from over, but in this moment, Lancelot knew he had taken his first true step toward becoming the hero he was destined to be. The earth had tested him, and he had been found worthy. The forest of Carnutes was thick with mist, the kind that clung to the skin and blurred the edges of the world. The trees, ancient and tall, loomed like silent watchers, their branches twisted in ways that spoke of old magic. In that eerie stillness, Lancelot moved with purpose, his breath steady, though his heart beat hard in his chest. Today, he faced his greatest trial yet, one that would define him as a true warrior of Gaul. The boar. It was no ordinary beast. This creature had haunted the woods for years, a living nightmare, a symbol of the wild and untamable forces of the earth. Larger than any animal Lancelot had ever seen, with tusks as long as swords, it had trampled villages and torn through forests with unrelenting fury. To hunt it was not merely a test of strength, it was a rite of passage, a challenge that only the bravest could face. And it had chosen him. He could feel the weight of expectation in the air, not just from the warriors who had sent him on this hunt, but from the forest itself. The trees whispered of him, the spirits of the land seemed to watch him with bated breath, waiting to see if he would rise to the challenge or be consumed by it. A twig snapped to his right, and his hand flew to the hilt of his sword. His body was tense, every sense alive with the thrill of the hunt. The scent of damp earth filled his nose, mingling with the sharp tang of his own sweat. The sun barely penetrated the thick canopy above, casting the woods in an eternal twilight. And then, he heard it, the low, rumbling growl, like the earth itself was shaking. His blood ran cold, but his grip on the sword tightened. The boar was near. Lancelot crouched low, his eyes scanning the dense underbrush, waiting for the beast to show itself. His heart pounded like a drum, echoing in his ears. In the stillness, every sound felt magnified, the rustling leaves, the distant call of a bird, the soft crunch of his boots on the damp ground. But nothing could have prepared him for the moment the creature emerged. It was a monster of flesh and fury, its massive body covered in coarse black hair, its eyes glowing red with an otherworldly fire. The boar's breath came out in harsh snorts, and its tusks, white and gleaming, curved upward, sharp enough to pierce through armor. The earth trembled with every step it took, its hooves sinking deep into the ground as if the very forest feared it. For a moment, Lancelot hesitated. This was no ordinary hunt. He was not just facing a wild animal, he was confronting a force of nature itself. The boar seemed to embody the raw, untamed power of the land, as if the earth had shaped this beast from its own bones to test him. Their eyes met. The boar snorted, pawing the ground, its breath hot and thick in the cool air. It charged. Lancelot moved in a blur, his instincts taking over. He rolled to the side just as the boar's tusks ripped through the spot where he'd stood. The ground shook with the impact. He could feel the heat of the creature's body as it barreled past, its immense bulk like a moving boulder. He rose to his feet, sword raised, his eyes never leaving the beast. The boar turned, slower this time, its gaze fixed on him with an intelligence that chilled his blood. This was no mindless creature. It was testing him, waiting for a mistake. The beast charged again, faster than before, and this time, Lancelot met it head-on. He swung his sword with all his strength, the blade connecting with the boar's side. The sound was sickening, a mix of metal slicing flesh and the beast's enraged roar. But instead of falling, the boar seemed to grow stronger, as if the earth itself was healing its wounds. Lancelot stumbled back, the shock of the blow reverberating through his arms. This was no ordinary battle. The boar was connected to something ancient, something primal. He could not defeat it with sheer force alone. The earth, he realized. The boar was a creature of the earth, and the earth was watching him. He needed to think, not just as a warrior, but as someone who understood the land. The trees, the stones, the very soil beneath his feet, they were all part of this battle. As the boar charged again, Lancelot let his sword fall to his side. Instead of attacking, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and closed his eyes, listening. He could hear the heartbeat of the forest, feel the pulse of the earth beneath him. He reached out, not with his hands, but with his spirit, connecting to the land around him. The boar was almost upon him now, its hot breath on his face, its tusks inches from his chest. But in that moment, Lancelot understood. The earth was not his enemy. The boar was not his enemy. They were all part of the same life, the same energy. He needed to respect it, not conquer it. At the last second, Lancelot dropped to one knee, his head bowed in reverence. The boar stopped, inches from him, its breath heavy in the still air. For a moment, neither moved. The tension was unbearable, the air thick with expectation. And then, slowly, the boar stepped back. Lancelot opened his eyes and rose to his feet. The beast stood before him, calm now, its eyes no longer glowing with rage, but with something else, recognition. It had tested him, and he had passed. Not through violence, but through understanding. The boar turned and disappeared into the forest, its massive form melting into the shadows. The trees seemed to sigh in relief, the tension in the air lifting as the forest returned to its natural rhythm. Lancelot stood alone, the weight of the moment sinking in. He had faced the boar of Carnutes and emerged not as a killer, but as a protector of the land. He had earned his place among the warriors of Gaul, not through bloodshed, but through wisdom and respect. The forest of Carnutes, once silent and ominous, now felt alive with the whispers of the earth, the spirits of the trees, and the approval of the gods. Lancelot had passed his initiation, and the land had accepted him as its warrior. His journey was far from over, but in that moment, he knew he was ready for whatever trials lay ahead. The air was thick with tension, a silence so heavy it felt like the world itself was holding its breath. Lancelot stood at the edge of the battlefield, his sword glinting in the fading light of the setting sun. Across from him, eyes burning with fierce determination, were those who would test him in ways far deeper than any trial he had ever faced before. These were not mere enemies, these were rivals, heroes born of the same lands, molded by the same ancient forces that had shaped him. Celtic blood ran through their veins, just as it did through his, and with it came an unyielding pride, a fire that refused to die. There, on that field, Lancelot was not facing just warriors, he was facing men and women who had heard the same whispers of destiny, who felt the weight of ancient prophecies, who had been chosen by the gods, just as he had. One among them, Cuchulainn, stood taller than most. His name was whispered in all across the lands, known for his unmatched skill in battle, his fierce loyalty, and his terrifying rage in the heat of war. The stories of his single-handed defense of Ulster, armed only with his legendary spear, the Gibald, were enough to strike fear into the hearts of any man. But it wasn't fear that twisted Lancelot's stomach, it was something more primal, more intimate. Here stood a man who was not just a rival, but in many ways, his equal. Lancelot could feel it in the way Cuchulainn's gaze locked onto his, as if the two of them were bound by some invisible thread that tied their fates together. Yet, beneath that intensity, Lancelot could sense something more: respect, recognition. He knew that they were cut from the same cloth, warriors born to lead, to fight, to carve their names into the very bones of history. But in this moment, they stood on opposite sides, each testing the mettle of the other. Then there was Boudica, her hair a wild flame, her eyes burning with the fury of 1,000 battles. She was a queen, a force of nature in her own right, leading her people with a strength that went beyond physical prowess. Her very presence seemed to shake the earth beneath her feet. Where Cuchulainn's power was raw and explosive, Boudica's was quiet but immense, like a storm building in the distance. She didn't need to speak for Lancelot to feel the challenge in her stance. She was a protector of her land, and in her eyes, he was a threat, another warrior who could rival her in the heart of her people. And then there was Bedwyr. Not many spoke his name with the same reverence as Cuchulainn or Boudica, but those who knew him understood his strength ran deeper than surface glory. He was a shadow, a warrior who fought not for fame or recognition, but for something deeper. Lancelot had heard stories of him, tales whispered in the dark of campfires about how Bedwyr moved through the world like a wraith, silent and deadly, striking down enemies before they even knew he was there. But what made Bedwyr dangerous wasn't his skill alone, it was the calm that surrounded him, the certainty in his every movement. His loyalty was unshakable, but so was his resolve. In another life, perhaps, Bedwyr could have been an ally, but today, he stood as a reminder that there would always be others who could challenge him, who could push him to the edge of his abilities. Then, of course, there was Gawain. His presence was different from the others, less fierce, less filled with the weight of a warrior's destiny. Instead, Gawain carried with him a sense of nobility, of honor that couldn't be denied. Where the others were storms waiting to break, Gawain was the steady light that held the darkness at bay. His strength lay in his unyielding heart, and his refusal to give in to despair, no matter how heavy the burden became. There was something comforting about his presence, but Lancelot knew that underneath that calm exterior, Gawain possessed a fierce determination, one that could not be easily swayed. Yet, as much as these figures stood as Lancelot's rivals, there was something that bound them together. Each of them had their own reasons for standing on that battlefield, their own paths shaped by destiny, the gods, and the land they had sworn to protect. But in each of their hearts, there was a shared understanding. They were all part of something far larger than themselves. They were warriors, yes, but they were also guardians, protectors of a legacy that stretched far back into the mists of time. The gods had chosen each of them for a reason, and in that choice, they had become not just rivals, but mirrors of each other's strengths, weaknesses, and desires. Lancelot could feel it as clearly as the wind on his face. Each battle, each test, was not merely a fight for survival, but a reflection of who he was, and who he could become. These were not enemies he could easily hate. There was too much shared history, too much respect for the land and the gods that had shaped them all. But that didn't make the path any easier. In their eyes, he could see the challenge, a silent question hanging in the air. Would he rise to the occasion, prove himself worthy of the name he carried? Or would he fall, consumed by the weight of expectation, of prophecy, of the gods' design? The answer was not simple. It never would be. For Lancelot, the real test was not in defeating these warriors, but in understanding what it meant to stand alongside them. In the stories of old, rivals often became allies, not through force of arms, but through a shared understanding of what truly mattered. The land. The people. The legacy they would leave behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the field, Lancelot knew that this was only the beginning. His path was intertwined with theirs, and though they might stand as rivals today, tomorrow they could just as easily fight side by side, united against a far greater threat. But for now, they would watch each other, test each other, and push each other to their very limits. Because only through these trials could they become the heroes the land needed them to be. The night sky stretched endlessly above, shimmering with stars that seemed to pulse with an ancient life of their own. Lancelot stood in awe, his heart pounding in his chest, as he felt a call, deep, primal, stirring within him. It was unlike anything he had ever known. The stars above, once so distant and cold, now beckoned him, whispering tales of forgotten gods and warriors who had ridden across the heavens long before the world below was born. This was no ordinary night. It was the night of the celestial hunt. The sky shifted, the constellations dancing in ways they never had before, forming figures that seemed almost alive. Lancelot could feel the air hum with anticipation, every muscle in his body tense as if waiting for something to break loose. His breath came faster, and for a moment, the world around him disappeared, the earth, the trees, even the wind. All that remained was the vast expanse of stars, twinkling like the eyes of ancient beings watching, waiting. Then, a sudden, blinding flash tore through the sky, and from the heart of the heavens, a horn sounded. Its haunting cry pierced through Lancelot's soul, filling him with a sense of purpose and urgency. He had heard stories of the celestial hunt as a child, whispered by the elders in hushed tones. A hunt that took place not on the ground, but among the stars themselves, led by the gods. Only the bravest of souls, chosen by fate, could partake in such a chase. It was a rite of passage, a test that few survived, and even fewer completed. But there was no turning back now. He had been called. In the blink of an eye, Lancelot felt the pull, an invisible force lifting him from the earth. His feet no longer touched the ground, and yet he wasn't falling. Instead, he was ascending, higher and higher, until the world below was nothing but a distant memory. The stars enveloped him, their light swirling around him like a cloak, and in the midst of it all, he found himself astride a magnificent horse. Its coat shimmered like silver under moonlight, and its eyes blazed with the fire of the cosmos. This was no ordinary steed, it was a creature born of the stars, a companion fit for a warrior destined for greatness. Ahead of him, he could see the other hunters. Figures from myth and legend, each one more magnificent than the last. Some he recognized, ancient kings and warriors whose stories had been etched into the stones of his homeland. Others were beings of the other world, their forms shifting and elusive, like shadows caught in the light of a dying fire. But at the front of them all was a figure more radiant than the rest, a towering presence with a crown of antlers and eyes that glowed with the power of the gods. Cernunnos, the Lord of the Hunt. Lancelot's heart raced. He knew this was not just any hunt, this was a chase that spanned the heavens, a test of his courage, his strength, and his very soul. The prey? No one knew. It could be a creature of immense power, a beast born of stardust and godly might, or perhaps it was something more elusive, a part of himself he had yet to confront. The horn sounded again, and without warning, the hunt began. The celestial steed beneath him surged forward, faster than any horse he had ever ridden. The stars whipped past him in a blur, and the sky itself seemed to warp and bend as they galloped through the cosmos. Lancelot leaned forward, his hand gripping the reins tightly, his eyes focused on the path ahead. But there was no path, not really. Just the endless expanse of the heavens and the ever-present sense of something just beyond reach. Around him, the other hunters rode with a grace and speed that left him breathless. They moved as if they were part of the stars themselves, their forms flickering in and out of existence, blending with the constellations that surrounded them. Lancelot pushed his steed harder, feeling the fire of the hunt burning within him, driving him forward. Suddenly, the sky shifted again. The stars above seemed to ripple, and from the darkness, a massive figure emerged. Its body was vast, stretching across the sky like a living constellation. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, and its movements were slow, deliberate, as if it were weighing the worth of each hunter who approached. This was the prey, a creature of both earth and sky, ancient beyond comprehension, a being that had watched over the world since the beginning of time. Lancelot's breath caught in his throat. The sheer size of the creature was overwhelming, but there was no room for fear now. His heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surging through his veins. He knew this was his moment, his chance to prove himself not just to the gods, but to the stars themselves. With a shout that echoed across the heavens, Lancelot urged his steed forward, breaking from the pack of hunters. He could feel the eyes of the gods upon him, their silent judgments hanging in the air, but he didn't care. His focus was on the creature ahead, its massive form moving with a grace that defied its size. He raised his sword, its blade gleaming with the light of 1,000 stars, and charged. The creature turned its gaze toward him, its eyes narrowing as if acknowledging his challenge. Time seemed to slow, the stars holding their breath as Lancelot closed the distance between them. Every muscle in his body tensed, his heart hammering in his chest. And then, with a force that shook the very fabric of the cosmos, he struck. The blade met the creature's form, not with the resistance of flesh and bone, but with the cold, empty silence of the void. The creature let out a low, rumbling sound, not of pain, but of approval, as its body began to dissolve into the starlight from which it had been formed. Lancelot watched in awe as the light swirled around him, filling him with a warmth unlike anything he had ever known. The hunt was over. He had faced the test, and he had triumphed. As the other hunters slowed, their eyes filled with both respect and acknowledgement, Lancelot felt a sense of peace settle over him. He had ridden with the gods, chased the stars, and emerged not just as a warrior, but as something more. A part of the heavens, a part of the very fabric of destiny itself. The stars no longer seemed so distant. They were his now, forever a part of his story, just as he was a part of theirs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Lancelot approached the ancient stronghold of Camelot. The air was alive with the scent of wildflowers and the distant sound of laughter and music, promising warmth and welcome. Yet, beneath that cheerful exterior, a current of expectation hummed through the land. Camelot was not just a fortress, it was a living entity, infused with the magic of druids who had walked its halls long before him. Each step Lancelot took felt heavy with purpose. He had journeyed far and faced trials that tested the very core of his being. The glories of the celestial hunt still echoed in his mind, the thrill of the chase igniting a fire within him that had become impossible to extinguish. But now, a new chapter awaited him. Camelot loomed ahead, its towering stone walls seeming to breathe with the rhythm of the earth, as if alive with the stories of the past. As he crossed the threshold into Camelot, Lancelot felt a shiver run down his spine. The magic that flowed through the land was palpable, wrapping around him like a gentle embrace. The stones, worn smooth by time, whispered tales of ancient warriors and noble kings. Lancelot could sense the spirits of those who had come before him, their strength mingling with his own, filling him with a sense of belonging. He was not just entering a court, he was stepping into a legacy that spanned generations. The courtyard was bustling with activity. Knights clad in shining armor, their faces aglow with anticipation, gathered around the great oak tree at the center. Its branches stretched wide, adorned with ribbons and offerings left by those seeking the favor of the gods. The tree had witnessed countless stories, from victories won in battle to the quiet moments of friendship shared under its boughs. It stood as a symbol of strength, rooted in the earth while reaching for the heavens. Lancelot's heart raced as he approached the gathering. He could see Arthur, a figure of both majesty and humility, standing at the heart of the assembly. The king was a sight to behold, his presence commanding yet kind. He bore the weight of his people's hopes with grace, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of 1,000 decisions made in the name of justice. Lancelot felt a surge of respect, admiration washing over him like a wave. As he drew closer, Arthur turned to him, a smile breaking across his face. "Welcome, brave knight. I have heard tales of your valor and strength. You come not just as a warrior but as a beacon of hope for our people." Those words ignited something deep within Lancelot. He felt the weight of expectation settle on his shoulders, but it was not a burden, it was a call to greatness. "Thank you, my lord," he replied, his voice steady despite the racing of his heart. "I seek only to serve and protect." The sound of a horn echoed through the courtyard, announcing the start of the evening's festivities. Lancelot watched as the knights cheered, their voices mingling with the laughter of the people, creating a symphony of joy that filled the air. He had arrived at Camelot, a place where camaraderie blossomed like the flowers in the field, and every knight was bound by the same oath, to protect the innocent and stand for what was right. As the celebrations unfolded, Lancelot found himself at the heart of it all. He felt the camaraderie of the knights, a bond forged in honor and bravery, and it enveloped him like a warm cloak. They shared stories of their own quests, tales of battles fought and victories won, each story a thread woven into the rich tapestry of Camelot's history. Lancelot listened, his spirit lifting with each recounting, the fire of brotherhood igniting within him. But amid the laughter, he felt a lingering thread of uncertainty. The memory of the celestial hunt still flickered at the edges of his mind, and he wondered about his own path. Could he live up to the expectations of this great king? Could he stand alongside these knights and not falter? Later that evening, as the sun sank below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like spirits across the ground, Lancelot found a quiet moment by the great oak tree. He leaned against its sturdy trunk, feeling the ancient wisdom of the tree seep into him. This was the heart of Camelot, where the past met the present, and he could feel the weight of its history. "What is it that weighs so heavily on your heart, young knight?" a voice called out, breaking the stillness. It was a woman, her presence both ethereal and grounded. She was cloaked in a gown that shimmered with the hues of twilight, her hair flowing like the river under the moonlight. Lancelot recognized her as a druid, one of the guardians of the ancient magic that coursed through Camelot. "I feel as though I am standing on the brink of something great," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But the weight of expectation is heavy. What if I fail?" The druid stepped closer, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "Every hero carries the weight of their destiny. It is not the weight that defines you, but how you choose to bear it. Trust in your heart, for it knows the way." Her words struck a chord deep within him. Lancelot realized that every warrior who had come before him had faced their own doubts. They had all felt the tremor of uncertainty before stepping into their roles as champions. Yet, they had persevered, drawing strength from the very same earth that nourished the oak tree before him. As the night unfolded, Lancelot returned to the festivities, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. He danced and laughed with his fellow knights, sharing in the joy that filled the air. The music rose, echoing against the stone walls of Camelot, and he felt the magic of the land pulse and time with his heart. In that moment, Lancelot knew he had found a home. Camelot was not just a court, it was a sanctuary, a place where warriors were forged and legends born. And as he looked into the faces of those around him, he understood that together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. They would stand united against the shadows that threatened their world. With each passing moment, he felt the bonds of brotherhood strengthen, intertwining their fates like the branches of the great oak. And as the stars twinkled above, Lancelot made a silent vow to honor the legacy of Camelot, to fight for its people, and to embrace the magic that flowed through its heart. He was ready to embrace his destiny, no longer just a knight but a part of something far greater. In the heart of ancient Gaul, where mist clung to the earth and the rivers whispered secrets, a figure rose among the tribes, a leader destined to become a beacon of hope in dark times. Arthur was more than just a king, he was a warlord who embodied the spirit of the land. His presence commanded respect and loyalty as he stood tall against the gathering storms of invasion, uniting the fractured tribes under a banner of strength and honor. His journey was not just one of battles and bloodshed, but of dreams and destiny, where myth intertwined with the everyday lives of his people. As Arthur gazed across the vast expanse of his kingdom from the high cliffs overlooking the sea, he could feel the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. The wind whispered ancient stories of his ancestors, urging him to remember the legacy he was destined to carry. With each gust, the cries of the tribes echoed in his heart, their hopes and fears intertwining like the roots of the sturdy oaks that dotted the landscape. He understood that his reign would not just be measured by conquests, but by the bonds he forged among his people. His journey began in the fires of war, where the clash of swords sang a haunting melody, and the cries of the fallen echoed through the valleys. Arthur rallied his warriors with a fervor that stirred their souls. They were not just fighting for territory, they were standing for their families, their way of life, and the rich culture that had flourished for generations. Each victory was a testament to the unity he sought, a promise that together they could reclaim their land from the grasp of invaders. Under Arthur's leadership, the tribes learned to look beyond their differences. The Celtic spirit coursed through their veins, igniting a passion that transcended the boundaries of clan. He spoke of a future where children could play without fear, where families could thrive in peace. The fire in his heart burned brightly, inspiring even the most hesitant among them to rise and fight. The campfires flickered late into the night as stories were shared, laughter echoed, and dreams of a united Gaul filled the air like the sweet scent of wildflowers in spring. But even as Arthur fought to unite the tribes, shadows loomed over the land. Rival factions plotted, fueled by jealousy and fear. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, and Arthur knew that the strength of his warriors alone would not be enough. He sought counsel from the wise druids, guardians of the ancient magic that ran through the roots of Gaul. Their knowledge was a lifeline, weaving together the threads of past and future, guiding him as he navigated the tumultuous waters of leadership. In the sacred groves, surrounded by the towering trees that had witnessed centuries of history, Arthur stood before the druids. They spoke of the old ways, reminding him that true strength lay not just in swords and shields, but in the hearts of the people. They taught him to listen to the whispers of the earth, to understand the balance of nature, and to honor the spirits that dwelled within. Arthur embraced their wisdom, knowing that the path to unity required more than brute force. It demanded compassion and understanding, the courage to see beyond the battlefield. As the seasons changed, Arthur's vision began to take shape. He called upon the tribes to gather at a sacred site, a place where the rivers converged and the earth seemed to hum with magic. The air crackled with anticipation as warriors from every corner of Gaul arrived, bringing their banners, their hopes, and their dreams. It was a sight that stirred something deep within Arthur, a sense of belonging, a reminder that they were all connected, bound by a common purpose. Standing before the assembly, Arthur raised his voice, the words resonating like a powerful drumbeat. "We are not just warriors, we are the heartbeat of this land. Together, we can forge a future where our children will grow strong and free. Let us stand as one against those who seek to tear us apart." His voice echoed through the crowd, igniting a fire in their hearts. Faces once clouded with doubt now shone with determination, and the air filled with the sound of cheers and cries of unity. In that moment, Arthur became the king of two worlds, the world of warriors and the world of dreams. He understood that to be a leader was to navigate the delicate balance between strength and compassion. The tribes rallied around him, no longer mere factions, but a united force, ready to defend their land against all who threatened it. They would fight not just for their survival, but for the legacy they would leave behind. As the stars shone brightly overhead, Arthur and his warriors prepared for the battles ahead. They trained relentlessly, blending the ancient traditions of the Gauls with the wisdom of the Druids. Every swing of a sword was a promise to the land, every clash of shields a vow to protect their families. With each passing day, their bonds deepened, forming a fellowship that transcended bloodlines. But even as they stood on the precipice of greatness, Arthur knew the journey would be perilous. He could sense the shifting tides of fate, the dark forces gathering beyond the horizon. Yet, he refused to falter. His heart burned with a fierce determination to protect his people, to unite the tribes, and to carve out a future where peace reigned supreme. As battles raged and victories were won, Arthur emerged as a symbol of hope. He was not just a king, he was a warrior of the people, their protector, and their champion. His name became synonymous with courage, and the stories of his deeds spread like wildfire across the land. In taverns and longhouses, bards sang of the king who stood against the darkness, weaving a tapestry of myth and history that would inspire generations to come. And as Arthur looked upon the faces of his warriors, he knew that together they could achieve the impossible. The spirit of Gaul thrummed in their veins, and with each heartbeat, they would fight for their home, their kin, and their legacy. He had become the king of two worlds, and in that union lay the power to reshape their destinies. With courage as their compass, they would navigate the storms ahead, forging a path illuminated by hope, strength, and the unwavering belief in the bonds that united them all. The air was thick with anticipation, electric with the energy of a moment that would be etched into the annals of history. Lancelot stood in the great hall of Camelot, a place alive with stories whispered in the flickering candlelight. Each shadow danced against the stone walls, as if the spirits of ancient warriors were watching, urging him forward. Today marked not just a milestone in his life, but a binding of destinies, a joining of hearts and souls among those who would defend the land. Before him was the round table, an ancient circle carved from the heart of a mighty oak. Its surface gleamed with a rich patina, each scratch and scar telling tales of battles fought and friendships forged. This was no ordinary table, it was a sacred space where warriors and mystics gathered, united by a common purpose, to protect their people and uphold the values they cherished. Lancelot could feel the weight of history pressing upon him, urging him to step into the legacy that awaited. King Arthur sat at the head of the table, his presence commanding it warm. His eyes sparkled with wisdom and strength, reflecting the dreams of a united Gaul. Around him were the knights, each one a pillar of courage, loyalty, and honor. They had proven their worth in countless trials, each of them fighting not just for glory, but for the very soul of their land. Lancelot's heart raced as he took in their faces, each one a testament to the bonds they shared. They were more than comrades, they were family. As Lancelot approached the table, he could hear the whispers of his ancestors echoing in his mind. They spoke of honor, duty, and the call of destiny. Every step felt heavy yet purposeful, as if the ground beneath him hummed in acknowledgement of his journey. This was a moment he had dreamed of, a chance to pledge his life to the king and the ideals they stood for. With each heartbeat, he felt the call of the Celtic spirit urging him forward, intertwining his fate with that of the warriors who sat before him. Arthur raised his hand, silencing the murmurs that filled the hall. The room, once buzzing with excitement, fell into a reverent hush. All eyes turned to Lancelot, who stood before the table, the weight of their gazes heavy on his shoulders. "Today," Arthur began, his voice rich and commanding, "we welcome Lancelot, son of the noble lineage, into our circle. He has proven himself through trials of strength and wisdom, and now he stands ready to take the oath that binds him to our cause." Lancelot's heart soared and trembled at the same time. He had fought hard to earn this moment, to prove that he was worthy of this honor. He felt the warmth of the sun streaming through the high windows, illuminating the space and wrapping him in its embrace. It was as if the gods themselves were blessing this union, urging him to step boldly into the future. Arthur continued, "This table represents not only our unity as warriors, but our commitment to each other, to the land we serve, and to the people who look to us for protection. Lancelot, are you ready to pledge your life to this sacred circle?" Lancelot nodded, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. "I am ready, my king. I vow to protect the realm, to stand with my brothers and sisters in arms, and to uphold the honor of the Round Table." As he spoke, he felt the power of those words surging through him, a wave of energy that connected him to the very essence of the land. It was more than a promise, it was a declaration of intent, a recognition of the bond that tied him to his fellow knights and to Arthur himself. Arthur gestured for Lancelot to kneel. The hall filled with the soft rustle of fabric as knights shifted, their attention unwavering. Lancelot dropped to one knee, feeling the cool stone beneath him, grounding him in this sacred moment. He could feel the eyes of the ancient spirits upon him, their silent approval wrapping around him like a protective cloak. With a solemn expression, Arthur took a ceremonial sword, its blade shimmering like starlight. He raised it high, invoking the blessings of the gods and the spirits of their ancestors. "By the power bestowed upon me as your king, I accept you into our circle, Lancelot. May you find strength in our unity and wisdom in our shared purpose." The sword descended, resting gently upon Lancelot's shoulder, a symbol of the trust placed in him and the responsibilities that came with it. Lancelot felt a surge of warmth wash over him, filling him with courage and determination. This was his moment of transformation, the moment when he fully embraced his destiny as a protector of the realm. As Arthur withdrew the sword, Lancelot rose, the weight of the oath binding him to the Round Table heavier than any armor. The other knights stood, surrounding him, their faces reflecting pride and camaraderie. Lancelot could feel their strength, their commitment to the same cause pulsing in the air. They were no longer just warriors, they were family, united by their shared oath. "Welcome, Lancelot," they cried, their voices rising in a chorus of acceptance and warmth. "Welcome to the Round Table." A swell of emotion surged within him. Lancelot's heart swelled with pride as he looked at the faces of his fellow knights. Each one was a beacon of strength, a reminder that he was not alone on this path. Together, they would face the storms ahead, shoulder to shoulder, bound by their oath and the love for their land. As the celebrations began, laughter and music filled the hall, echoing off the stone walls. The warmth of the fire flickered in harmony with the joy radiating from the knights. They shared stories of their past battles, of victories won and lessons learned, weaving a tapestry of friendship that would last a lifetime. Lancelot felt a profound sense of belonging, a connection that transcended words. This was home, and these were his people. In that moment, he realized that his journey had only just begun. The path ahead would be filled with challenges, but he was ready to face them head-on, driven by the love for his king and the promise he made to his fellow warriors. The oath he took at the Round Table was not just a commitment, it was a part of his very being. It bound him to the land, to the people, and to the ideals they fought for. With every beat of his heart, Lancelot felt the strength of the Round Table within him. He was not just a knight, he was a guardian, a protector, and a symbol of hope for a future where courage and unity reigned. As the night wore on, surrounded by laughter and camaraderie, he knew that he had found his place among the legends of Gaul, forever linked to the spirit of the Round Table. In the heart of Gaul, where the lush green hills kissed the sky, a figure emerged who embodied the very spirit of the land. Guinevere stood like a radiant sunrise, her beauty both captivating and otherworldly. Her presence seemed to command the flowers to bloom and the rivers to flow, as if nature itself danced to her tune. She was not merely a woman, she was a queen, a symbol of divine energy and life, intricately woven into the fabric of the earth. With each step, the ground beneath her feet thrummed with life, whispering secrets of the ancient world. The air carried the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the soft rustle of leaves seemed to sing her praises. Guinevere's hair flowed like golden silk, cascading down her back, shimmering with a light that reminded all who beheld her of the sun's warm embrace. Her eyes sparkled like emeralds, holding the wisdom of ages and a promise of hope for the future. As the beloved queen of Arthur, she was more than just a figurehead, she represented the very essence of fertility and sovereignty. Her connection to the land was palpable, as if the soil itself recognized her as its guardian. The people revered her, not only for her beauty but for the blessings she brought to the realm. Crops flourished under her watch, and the animals thrived, their spirits lifted by her nurturing presence. Stories passed from lips to ears, tales of how she had once roamed the forests, speaking to the trees and learning the songs of the wind. Legends whispered of her ability to commune with the spirits of the land, understanding their needs and desires. She was a bridge between the human realm and the divine, embodying the delicate balance of life. The people believed that her laughter could coax the flowers into bloom, and her tears could nourish the earth during drought. But it was not just her beauty and connection to nature that set her apart, it was her strength and compassion. Guinevere carried the weight of her responsibilities with grace, always putting the needs of her people above her own. She wandered through her kingdom, visiting villages, listening to the stories of her subjects, and sharing in their joys and sorrows. Every encounter deepened her bond with the land and its people, weaving their fates together like threads in a grand tapestry. Yet, beneath the surface of her divine beauty lay a heart filled with conflict. Guinevere was acutely aware of the sacrifices required of her as queen. The weight of the crown sometimes felt heavy as she navigated the intricate politics of the court. She knew that her choices could lead to peace or strife, love or heartbreak. And with every decision, a part of her felt the burden of the land's destiny resting on her shoulders. Her connection with Arthur was profound, a union of two souls destined to rule together. He admired her strength, recognizing her as not just his queen but as a vital part of his leadership. She inspired him, grounding him in moments of doubt and lifting his spirits in times of darkness. Their love was like the roots of an ancient tree, deep and intertwined, providing stability in a world often filled with turmoil. But Guinevere was also bound to a prophecy, one that spoke of a great challenge to come. It foretold of a love that would be tested, a bond that could either fortify their kingdom or shatter it. The whispers of destiny lingered in the air, filling her with both hope and trepidation. She felt the weight of the world upon her, knowing that her choices could alter the course of history. In quiet moments, when the stars lit up the night sky, Guinevere would seek solace by the shores of a tranquil lake. There, she would listen to the gentle lapping of the water against the shore, letting the cool breeze wash over her. With each breath, she would draw strength from the land that cradled her. She would close her eyes and envision a future where love triumphed, where peace reigned, and where her people flourished under her watchful gaze. As she looked at her reflection in the shimmering water, she could almost see the spirits of her ancestors beside her, guiding her with their wisdom. They had fought valiantly to protect this land, and now it was her turn to continue their legacy. She vowed to honor their sacrifices and to embrace her role as the queen, a leader for all, not just for those in power. Guinevere knew that the path ahead would not be easy. The challenges would come, and they would test her resolve and her love. But she also understood that true strength lay not only in power but in vulnerability, in the ability to love fiercely and selflessly. With each challenge faced, she would grow stronger, her bond with Arthur deepening as they navigated the storms together. The land flourished under her reign, vibrant with life and hope. The people thrived, their spirits uplifted by the very essence of Guinevere. She was a symbol of the land's prosperity, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. Her laughter echoed through the fields, and her presence brought warmth to the coldest days. But as her heart swelled with love for her people and her king, a whisper of doubt crept in. What if the trials they faced were insurmountable? What if love itself could not withstand the forces that sought to tear them apart? Those questions haunted her as she prepared for what was to come. The weight of the crown felt heavier, yet she refused to let it crush her spirit. Instead, she chose to rise, embracing the challenges with the heart of a true queen. Through every moment, Guinevere remained steadfast, a beacon of light in a world filled with uncertainty. She understood that her journey was not just about her destiny, but about the lives she touched along the way. With each heartbeat, she felt the land pulse beneath her, a reminder of her purpose. She was Guinevere, the Celtic queen, a guardian of the realm, and a figure of divine energy tied to the land and its people. As she looked toward the horizon, she saw a future filled with promise. She would face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and determination. Her love for Arthur and her people would guide her, illuminating the darkest paths. With each step, she would honor the legacy of the land and the spirits that watched over her, embracing her role as the protector of Gaul, the very embodiment of life itself. In the heart of Gaul, a tale of love blossomed beneath the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering winds. Lancelot, a gallant warrior, stood tall and proud, his heart full of courage and dreams. He was the champion of the land, destined to protect and serve, but no sword could prepare him for the storm that was Guinevere. Their love was a bright flame, burning fiercely against the backdrop of a world filled with uncertainty and conflict. Guinevere, the radiant queen, was like a breath of spring in a realm often shadowed by strife. Her laughter echoed through the meadows, and her spirit danced like sunlight on the rippling waters of the river. From the moment Lancelot first laid eyes on her, he felt a connection that transcended the ordinary. It was as if the earth itself had conspired to bring them together, entwining their fates like the roots of ancient trees. They shared stolen moments under the moonlight, where the world melted away, leaving only the two of them wrapped in a cocoon of love. Lancelot would gaze into Guinevere's eyes, seeing not just beauty but a reflection of his own soul. Together, they whispered dreams of a future filled with peace, where their love could flourish like the wildflowers in the fields. Their bond felt unbreakable, rooted in the very essence of the land they cherished. But even in their moments of joy, a shadow loomed, dark and foreboding. Lancelot served Arthur, Guinevere's king and husband, and with that loyalty came a bitter truth. Each day, Lancelot would watch as Guinevere sat beside Arthur, her laughter mingling with his, her hand resting upon his shoulder. The sight pierced Lancelot's heart, a painful reminder of the love they could not fully claim. As the seasons changed, so did the whispers of the land. The fertility that once thrived under Guinevere's reign began to wane, and with it, the strength of the kingdom faltered. The people looked to their queen for guidance, but her heart was torn, caught between loyalty to her husband and the fierce love she felt for Lancelot. With each passing day, the weight of her choices grew heavier, the pressure of her responsibilities threatening to crush her spirit. In secret, their love continued to blossom, yet it was tinged with sorrow. They met in hidden glades, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a sacred space just for them. Lancelot would hold Guinevere close, feeling the warmth of her body against his, and in those moments, the world outside faded away. Yet, they both knew that their love was a fragile flower, nurtured by stolen moments and shrouded in secrecy. One fateful evening, as twilight draped the land in a soft embrace, Lancelot stood at the edge of a glimmering lake, the stars twinkling above like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. Guinevere approached, her silhouette illuminated by the silver light of the moon. He felt his heart quicken as she neared, her beauty shining brighter than ever. But there was a heaviness in the air, an unspoken tension that hung between them. "Lancelot," she said softly, her voice trembling like a breeze through the trees. "We cannot continue this way. The land suffers, and our love is a burden." He stepped closer, desperation filling his eyes. "But my queen, I love you. I would fight for you, even against the tides of fate." We can find a way." Tears glistened in her eyes, reflecting the pain they both felt. "You know we cannot. Your loyalty to Arthur is unyielding, and my duty to him binds me. We are like the seasons, forever changing but never able to align." In that moment, Lancelot felt as though the earth had shattered beneath him. The love that had once felt like an unbreakable bond now felt like chains, binding them in a cage of their own making. He reached for her hand, the warmth of her skin igniting a fire within him. But as he held her close, the reality of their situation loomed like a storm cloud overhead. Days turned into weeks, and the tension grew. The land became restless, as if mirroring the turmoil in Guinevere's heart. Crops failed, and the people whispered of omens, fearing that the balance of the earth had been disturbed. Guinevere felt the weight of her title pressing down upon her, the expectations of her people suffocating her spirit. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled in the distance, Guinevere found herself alone in her chambers, wrestling with the choices that lay before her. She could hear Lancelot's laughter in her mind, see the warmth in his eyes that made her feel alive. But she also saw Arthur, steadfast and noble, a king who trusted her with his heart. Torn between two worlds, she felt as if she was losing herself, adrift in a sea of confusion. In the shadows, Lancelot paced, a warrior in turmoil. He loved Guinevere with a passion that consumed him, but he understood the complexity of their situation. He had sworn an oath to Arthur, a vow that bound him as tightly as the roots of the ancient trees around them. But the love he felt for Guinevere was a fire that would not be extinguished. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to speak with Arthur, to lay bare his heart. He sought out the king, finding him in the great hall, surrounded by the flickering light of torches. As Lancelot approached, Arthur looked up, his gaze steady and unwavering. "Lancelot," Arthur said, his voice a mixture of concern and curiosity. "What troubles you, my friend?" Lancelot took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest. "I must speak of my love for Guinevere. It is a truth I can no longer hide. Our connection is deeper than duty, it is woven into the very essence of the land." The air grew thick with tension as Arthur's expression shifted from curiosity to something darker. The silence stretched between them, a chasm filled with unspoken words. "You dare speak of love while serving me? You have betrayed my trust, Lancelot." In that moment, the weight of betrayal hung heavy in the air, and Lancelot felt the ground tremble beneath him. He had hoped for understanding, but instead, he saw the pain in Arthur's eyes. "I never meant to hurt you," Lancelot pleaded. "But my heart belongs to Guinevere. She is the light in my darkness, the heartbeat of this land." Arthur's face twisted in anguish. "You speak of love, but what of loyalty? You are a knight of my court. To love my wife is to tear apart our kingdom." As the storm raged outside, both men stood on the precipice of a tragedy that would forever alter their fates. In that moment of confrontation, a choice had to be made. Lancelot could feel the weight of their love pressing down on him, crushing him under its immense burden. Days turned into nights, and as the earth trembled with uncertainty, Lancelot and Guinevere faced the painful truth. They could not remain bound in a love that could bring destruction to the very land they cherished. Their hearts ached with the knowledge that love could be both a blessing and a curse. In the end, Lancelot and Guinevere chose the path of sacrifice, knowing that their love, though tragic, would become a part of the land's mythology. They stepped into the shadows, allowing their love to become a haunting melody that would echo through the ages, a reminder of a connection forged in the fires of passion, but extinguished by the harsh realities of loyalty and duty. Their story would live on, a bittersweet tale of love and betrayal, entwined with the very essence of Gaul. A chill swept across the coast as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange hue over the waters. In the distance, the waves crashed against the rocky shores, and whispers of fear floated through the villages nestled along the coastline. For weeks, a dark shadow had loomed over the isles, a creature so fearsome that it had become the stuff of nightmares, a dragon. This beast, said to be as old as time itself, was a terror that had awakened from its slumber, leaving destruction in its wake. Lancelot stood on the cliff's edge, staring out at the roiling sea, his heart heavy with the weight of expectation. He had fought many battles, faced countless foes, but nothing had prepared him for this. The people depended on him, their hopes resting on his shoulders. He could feel their fear, hear their prayers carried by the wind. The dragon was not just a monster, it was a symbol of their despair, a living embodiment of their darkest fears. The night air was thick with tension as Lancelot prepared himself. He could hear the distant cries of the villagers, voices filled with sorrow and hopelessness. Each cry pierced his heart, reminding him of the responsibility he had embraced. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, feeling its familiar weight, grounding him in this moment. His heart raced, a mixture of fear and determination flooding his veins. As he descended the cliff and made his way towards the village, he was met by the terrified faces of the people. Mothers held their children close, and fathers stood resolute, yet their eyes betrayed their worries. "Lancelot," an elder man called out, his voice trembling. "Will you face the beast? Will you save us?" The question hung in the air, heavy and poignant. Lancelot's heart swelled with courage as he looked into the eyes of the villagers, seeing the hope they clung to. "I will confront the dragon," he declared, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions within him. "I will fight for you, for your children, and for the peace of our land." With those words, Lancelot set out toward the lair of the dragon, guided by the whispers of the villagers and the tales they had shared. He felt the weight of their expectations, but it fueled him rather than deterred him. As he approached the rocky entrance of the cave, he could hear the deep, rumbling breaths of the beast inside, each exhale sending tremors through the ground beneath him. The air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding washed over him as he stepped into the darkness. The cave was damp and musty, the walls glistening with moisture, each step echoing like a heartbeat. Lancelot moved forward, his sword drawn, ready to face whatever lay ahead. As he ventured deeper, he caught glimpses of glowing emerald eyes reflecting the faint light, like stars in the dark abyss. And then he saw it, a colossal dragon, its scales shimmering like polished gemstones. It coiled around itself, its body like a mountain, powerful and intimidating. The creature's wings spread wide, casting shadows that swallowed the light. Its breath, hot and acrid, filled the air, a reminder of the danger he faced. Lancelot felt his heart pound in his chest, yet he stood tall, refusing to back down. The legend spoke of dragons as ancient beings, protectors of treasures and secrets, but also harbingers of destruction. He could feel the weight of the stories pressing upon him, urging him to summon every ounce of strength and courage. "Awaken, beast!" Lancelot called out, his voice reverberating through the cave. "I am here to confront you, to end this terror once and for all." The dragon stirred, its massive head lifting, revealing a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It let out a deafening roar that shook the very walls of the cave, a sound that echoed through the land. "Foolish warrior," it bellowed, smoke curling from its nostrils. "You think you can challenge me? I am the master of this isle, and none shall defeat me." Lancelot felt a tremor of fear, but he refused to falter. "I do not fight for glory or for myself. I fight for the people, for their hope and their dreams. You have brought suffering upon them, and I will not stand by while you destroy their lives." With that declaration, Lancelot charged forward, his sword raised high, ready to strike. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, the heat washing over Lancelot like a wave, forcing him to roll aside. He could feel the heat singeing his skin, but he pushed through the pain, determined to reach the heart of this battle. The clash of steel against scale echoed through the cave as Lancelot lunged at the dragon, his blade striking against its tough hide. The dragon roared in anger, thrashing its tail, sending Lancelot sprawling across the ground. Dust and debris filled the air, but he quickly regained his footing. He could feel the adrenaline coursing through him, heightening his senses, sharpening his focus. As the battle raged on, Lancelot learned the rhythm of the dragon's movements. He anticipated its strikes, dodging and weaving, striking when he saw an opening. Each swing of his sword was fueled by the faces of the villagers, their hope igniting a fire within him. He fought not just for victory but for the love and lives of those who looked to him as their champion. With every blow, Lancelot felt the power of the dragon, its scales unyielding, but he was unrelenting. He drew on the strength of the earth, the legends of his ancestors whispering in his ear, guiding his hand. He remembered the tales of warriors who faced the impossible, who fought against the odds, and he became one with that legacy. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of battling fire and fury, Lancelot saw his moment. As the dragon unleashed another fiery breath, he sidestepped, lunging toward the beast's underbelly. His sword pierced through the scales, finding the soft flesh beneath. A roar of pain erupted from the dragon, shaking the very foundations of the cave. With a final, desperate cry, the dragon thrashed and writhed, but Lancelot held firm, refusing to let go. In that moment, he felt a strange connection to the beast, as if their fates were intertwined. The dragon's eyes locked onto his, and Lancelot saw a flicker of something: fear, regret, perhaps even understanding. As the creature fell still, a hush enveloped the cave, the air thick with the weight of what had just transpired. Lancelot knelt beside the fallen dragon, his heart heavy with the knowledge that he had taken a life. But he also understood that sometimes, to protect others, one must make the hardest choices. Emerging from the cave, Lancelot was met by the first light of dawn. The villagers stood at the edge of the shore, their faces a mixture of anticipation and fear. As he approached, their expressions shifted from worry to awe. "It is done," Lancelot called out, his voice ringing clear. "The dragon has been defeated." Cheers erupted from the crowd, echoing across the aisles. They rushed forward, enveloping him in their arms, tears of joy mingling with relief. Lancelot felt their gratitude wash over him, a warmth that filled the void left by the battle. They had fought for hope, and they had won. But in his heart, he carried the weight of the dragon's death. He had confronted the beast and emerged victorious, but he would forever remember the struggle. It was a reminder of the cost of heroism, the sacrifices made for the greater good. As he looked out at the rising sun, he vowed to honor the memory of the fallen dragon, to protect the land and its people with all his strength. In the days that followed, Lancelot became a legend, a symbol of hope for the people of the Isles. His battle with the dragon was woven into the fabric of their stories, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, a hero could rise. But he knew that true heroism was not just about defeating monsters, it was about understanding the delicate balance of life and the responsibility that came with power. The air was thick with tension, and a heavy silence blanketed the lands surrounding Gaulish Camelot. In the distance, dark clouds gathered on the horizon, blocking out the sun as if nature itself sensed the impending doom. The foreign invaders were coming, their shadows stretching ominously over the fields. Warriors stood at the ready, gripping their weapons tightly, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and resolve. They had heard the tales of past invasions, stories of their ancestors fighting valiantly to protect their homeland. Today, they would honor those legends. Lancelot stood among them, feeling the weight of their hopes pressing down on his shoulders. This was not just a battle for territory, it was a fight for their very existence. The people of Camelot had built a sanctuary here, a place where their culture could thrive, and they would not let it be taken away. He looked around at his comrades, their faces a mixture of determination and anxiety. They had trained for this moment, had prepared their entire lives for such a day, yet nothing could truly prepare them for the reality of war. "Remember why we fight," Lancelot shouted, his voice ringing out like a bell in the stillness. "We fight for our families, for our land, and for the future of Gaul. We are not just warriors, we are protectors. We will stand united against any foe that dares to threaten us." Cheers erupted from the men and women around him, their spirits lifting at his words. Lancelot felt a surge of pride as he watched them gather their courage. Each face reflected a story, a life filled with love and dreams. They were not merely soldiers, they were farmers, artisans, and fathers. They had families waiting for them to return, and he would do everything in his power to ensure they did. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, the sounds of marching boots and clinking armor drew closer. The invaders were here. Lancelot's heart raced as he scanned the horizon, spotting the dark figures advancing. They were relentless, a tide of steel and malice, their banners waving like death flags in the wind. Fear gripped him momentarily, but he quickly shook it off. He would not let fear dictate his actions today. The enemy drew nearer, and the air vibrated with the cries of war, a chilling melody that sent shivers down his spine. Lancelot lifted his sword, the blade glinting in the fading light, a beacon of hope in the darkness. "To your positions," he commanded, rallying his comrades. They moved like a well-oiled machine, ready to defend their home with every ounce of strength they possessed. The clash of metal rang out as the first wave of invaders surged forward, a brutal wave crashing against the walls of Camelot. Lancelot fought with all his might, his sword slicing through the air with precision. He could feel the heat of battle surrounding him, the adrenaline surging through his veins as he struck down foes, each blow a testament to his resolve. But the enemy was relentless. They fought with a fury that seemed unmatched, their faces twisted with rage. Lancelot could see his fellow warriors falling, their cries echoing in his ears, spurring him on. He fought not just for victory, but for their memories. Each life lost was a dagger to his heart, a reminder of what was at stake. In the midst of the chaos, Lancelot spotted a familiar face, a young warrior named Aemon, trembling as he faced a towering invader. Without thinking, Lancelot surged forward, the world around him fading into the background. He could see the fear in Aemon's eyes, a reflection of his own when he had first faced such battles. With a swift movement, Lancelot dispatched the enemy, the man collapsing in a heap. "Stay strong," Lancelot urged, placing a hand on Aemon's shoulder. "You are not alone. We fight together." Aemon nodded, drawing strength from Lancelot's words, and they moved side by side, fighting fiercely. The bond between them deepened, fueled by the shared urgency of the moment. As night fell, the battlefield transformed into a nightmare. The cries of battle echoed through the air, the stench of blood and sweat mingling with the cries of the wounded. Lancelot felt the exhaustion seep into his bones, but he pushed through, refusing to falter. They could not give up, not now when so much was at stake. Suddenly, a figure loomed ahead, a massive warrior clad in dark armor, a fearsome leader of the invaders. Lancelot could see the hatred in the man's eyes as he swung his sword, cutting down anyone who dared to stand in his way. The sight ignited a fire within Lancelot, a fierce determination to protect his people from this menace. With every ounce of strength he had left, Lancelot charged toward the enemy leader. The two collided in a clash of steel, the force reverberating through Lancelot's body. He could feel the heat of battle all around him, the cries of his comrades pushing him forward. He fought with everything he had, his sword dancing through the air as he met blow after blow. The enemy leader was formidable, but Lancelot remembered the faces of those he fought for. He remembered the laughter of children playing, the warm embraces of loved ones, and the beauty of their land. With each memory, his resolve strengthened. He would not let darkness consume them. In a final, desperate move, Lancelot feigned left, then struck right, his sword finding its mark. The enemy leader stumbled back, shock etched across his face, and Lancelot seized the moment, driving his sword deep into the man's heart. The world fell silent for a heartbeat, the chaos pausing as the enemy leader collapsed to the ground. Cheers erupted from the Gaulish warriors, but Lancelot could hardly hear them over the roar of his own heartbeat. He had defeated the foe, yet the battle raged on around him. The tide began to turn, hope igniting in the hearts of his comrades as they rallied behind him. They fought with renewed strength, fueled by the knowledge that victory was within their grasp. But as the invaders began to retreat, a piercing cry shattered the air. Lancelot turned to see Aemon struggling against a group of enemy soldiers, their blades gleaming menacingly. Fear surged through Lancelot once more. He could not lose another comrade, not after everything they had fought for. With fierce determination, Lancelot pushed through the chaos, his sword a blur as he fought his way to Aemon's side. He struck down one enemy after another, the world around him a blur of motion and sound. When he finally reached Aemon, he found the young warrior on the ground, blood staining his tunic. "No! Aemon!" Lancelot cried, dropping to his knees beside him. He could see the pain etched across the boy's face, the light in his eyes dimming. "I fought for Camelot," Aemon whispered, his voice barely audible above the clamor of battle. I fought for you." Tears welled in Lancelot's eyes as he cradled Amon's head in his hands. "You are a hero, Amon. You fought bravely. Your courage will not be forgotten." With those final words, Amon's eyes closed, and Lancelot felt the weight of grief crushing his heart. Anguish and fury collided within him as he stood, determination replacing despair. Amon's sacrifice would not be in vain. Lancelot raised his sword high, rallying the remaining warriors, their spirits ignited by the bravery of their fallen comrade. "Fight for Amon!" Lancelot shouted, his voice strong and unwavering. "Fight for Camelot! We will not let their sacrifice be in vain." With a renewed fervor, the Gaulish warriors surged forward, the tide of battle shifting in their favor. The invaders faltered, and soon, the once mighty force began to crumble. One by one, they fell, retreating in the face of the unyielding spirit of the Gaulish warriors. As dawn broke over the battlefield, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the sounds of war faded into the distance. The field was littered with remnants of the battle, bodies of both friend and foe. The echoes of laughter and cries were replaced by the solemnity of loss. Lancelot stood amidst it all, his heart heavy with grief and pride. He had fought valiantly, but at what cost? Amon's sacrifice weighed on him like a shroud, a stark reminder of the price of war. As the remaining warriors gathered, their faces marked with exhaustion and grief, Lancelot knew that they would heal together. They would honor the memory of those who had fallen, ensuring that their bravery would never be forgotten. Camelot stood strong, a testament to the resilience of its people. The siege had been won, but the scars of battle would linger. Lancelot looked out over the land, the beauty of Gaul shining through the darkness, a beacon of hope amidst the sorrow. They would rebuild, unite, and continue to fight for what was right. Together, they would forge a future that honored the sacrifices of the past. Lancelot stood on a hill overlooking the peaceful valley of Camelot. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He felt a sense of calm wash over him, a momentary respite from the battles and heartaches he had faced. But peace never lasted long in a warrior's life. A chill ran down his spine, as if the very air around him had shifted. He sensed something otherworldly, a whispering breeze that stirred the leaves around him. Suddenly, a powerful wind whipped through the valley, and Lancelot felt his heart race. The whispers became clearer, almost like voices calling out to him, pulling him away from the warmth of the sun and into the shadows of the coming night. "Lancelot," they seemed to say, echoing in his mind. "We need you." He took a deep breath, knowing that he could not ignore this call. Something deep within him stirred, a familiar connection to the spirits he had encountered before. He had once fought for them, and now they were reaching out once more. With a determined heart, Lancelot descended the hill and moved toward the ancient grove at the edge of the forest, where the veil between the worlds was thinnest. As he entered the grove, the air grew heavy with a shimmering mist, and the ethereal glow of the other world surrounded him. The trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying as if beckoning him closer. Lancelot stepped forward, his pulse quickening with anticipation. He could feel the presence of the spirits, ancient and wise, waiting to guide him. "Lancelot," a voice emerged from the mist, soft yet powerful. It was the voice of the Earth Goddess, a figure he had met before. Her essence shimmered like moonlight, illuminating the grove. "You have fought bravely for your people, but now the gods are in conflict, and their battle threatens to spill into your world." The weight of her words hung heavy in the air. Lancelot felt a pang of concern in his chest. Conflicts among the gods often led to chaos on Earth. "What do you need from me?" he asked, feeling the urgency in her voice. "The balance is at stake," she replied. "Two powerful deities are locked in a fierce struggle. Their conflict has created turmoil in the other world, and their anger threatens to consume both realms. We ask for your strength, your courage, to help restore harmony. You must mediate between them and convince them to cease their fighting." Lancelot's mind raced. He had faced monsters, battle-hardened foes, and even his own doubts, but this was different. This was a conflict among gods, beings of immense power and pride. The thought of confronting them sent shivers down his spine, yet he felt an unwavering resolve. "I will help," he vowed. "I will do whatever it takes to bring peace." With that promise, the grove transformed around him. The air crackled with energy as the spirits guided him to the heart of the otherworld. Lancelot found himself standing on the edge of a breathtaking landscape, a vibrant realm filled with swirling colors and shimmering lights. He gazed in awe at the beauty surrounding him. But even in this paradise, he could sense the tension, the underlying discord that crackled in the air. As he walked forward, the atmosphere grew heavier. He approached a grand meeting place where the two deities stood facing each other, their power radiating like a storm. One was a fierce goddess of war, her hair flowing like fire, eyes ablaze with fury. The other was a serene god of peace, his demeanor calm yet troubled, surrounded by a soft, glowing light. They were both formidable, each representing forces that could shape worlds. "Lancelot, you dare to approach," the war goddess growled, her voice sharp as a blade. "What can a mere mortal do against the might of gods?" Lancelot stood tall, drawing on every ounce of courage within him. "I am no mere mortal," he said, his voice steady. "I am a warrior who has faced darkness and emerged stronger. I stand here not to fight, but to seek understanding between you. Your conflict is tearing apart not just this realm, but also the world I protect." The god of peace stepped forward, his presence calming the tension. "Speak, brave warrior. What do you propose?" Lancelot took a deep breath, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him. "You both hold power over your realms, but your anger is blinding you. Instead of battling, you must find a way to work together. Together, you are stronger, and the harmony you create will resonate throughout the worlds." The war goddess scoffed, her fiery demeanor flickering like a candle in the wind. "And why should I listen to a human? My strength is unmatched. I will not bow to the will of another." "Because your strength alone cannot ensure victory," Lancelot replied, his voice rising with conviction. "You risk losing everything in your pursuit of power. Look around you. The turmoil you create is not only destroying the otherworld, but also the land I cherish. Your people will suffer if this continues." A flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. For the first time, doubt crept into her fierce demeanor. Lancelot pressed on, sensing the opportunity. "Consider the balance that must exist. You may be warriors in your own right, but true strength lies in unity. When the two of you come together, you can create a force that will benefit both your realms and the mortal world." The god of peace nodded, his calm voice breaking the tension. "Lancelot speaks truth. We must set aside our differences. The anger we feel blinds us to the potential of collaboration. I implore you to reconsider." For a moment, silence hung in the air like a fragile thread. Lancelot held his breath, hoping to see understanding blossom between the two powerful beings. The war goddess's fierce gaze softened, her fiery aura dimming slightly. "Perhaps," she said slowly, "there is merit in what you say. I have fought for so long, perhaps I have lost sight of what truly matters." "Then let us put our differences aside," the god of peace urged, taking a step closer. "We can combine our strengths and protect what we hold dear." Lancelot watched as the two deities began to lower their defenses, a flicker of hope igniting within him. It was a small step, but in the world of gods, it was monumental. As they spoke, the energy around them shifted, the tension easing. The swirling colors of the otherworld began to stabilize, the chaotic storm giving way to harmony. Lancelot felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of fulfillment that filled the void left by past battles. He had witnessed the power of understanding, how love and unity could reshape destinies. But before he could fully embrace the moment, a surge of energy rippled through the air. Shadows stirred at the edges of the landscape, dark figures materializing from the depths of the otherworld. Lancelot recognized them instantly, ancient spirits of chaos, summoned by the conflict that had erupted. "Foolish mortals," one of them hissed, his voice echoing like thunder. "You think you can create peace while chaos reigns? We shall not allow it." Lancelot's heart raced as he turned to face the threat. The two gods, now united in purpose, stood beside him, their powers glowing brightly against the encroaching darkness. Together, we will face this darkness, he declared, gripping his sword tightly. We will not let our world fall to chaos. With newfound determination, the three of them launched into battle. The war goddess called upon her fierce flames, igniting the darkness that threatened to engulf them. The god of peace summoned waves of light, dispersing the shadows with each radiant pulse. And Lancelot, standing firm, fought valiantly alongside them, his sword cutting through the chaos like a beacon of hope. As the battle raged, Lancelot felt a surge of energy unlike anything he had experienced before. It was as if the spirits of the otherworld were rallying behind him, empowering him to fight for what was right. With every strike, he fought not just for victory, but for unity, for the bond forged between them all. Finally, with a powerful thrust, Lancelot drove his sword into the heart of the darkness, the energy erupting in a blinding light. The chaotic spirits screamed as they were consumed by the brilliance, their forms dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Silence fell over the landscape, and Lancelot stood panting, his heart racing with exhilaration and relief. The threat had passed, and the spirits of the otherworld faded back into the shadows, their conflict settled for now. He turned to the two deities, their expressions a mix of gratitude and respect. "Thank you, Lancelot," the war goddess said, her voice softer now, a hint of warmth replacing the fire. "You have shown us the power of unity, the strength that comes from setting aside our pride." The god of peace smiled, his presence radiating calm. "You are truly a warrior of great heart. We owe you our gratitude. You have helped save not just our realms, but the world you hold dear." In that moment, Lancelot felt a profound sense of purpose, knowing he had made a difference. As he stood with the gods, the beauty of the otherworld surrounded him, a testament to the bond forged through courage and understanding. Together, they had faced darkness and emerged victorious, their spirits intertwined in a dance of harmony. The sun began to rise in the distance, casting warm light across the landscape. Lancelot knew it was time to return. Lancelot stood at the edge of a misty glen, the air thick with the promise of adventure. Legend spoke of a mystical cauldron, a vessel said to grant extraordinary powers and the gift of rebirth to those who sought it. His heart raced as he contemplated the stories he had heard, the cauldron of Dagda, known to restore life and renew the spirit. To possess it would mean not only greatness for himself, but also hope for those he loved. The weight of his destiny rested heavy on his shoulders. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. The stories warned of challenges, trials that would test not just his strength, but his very soul. With every step into the fog, Lancelot felt the cool embrace of uncertainty. Shadows flickered at the corners of his vision, whispering doubts into his mind. What if he wasn't worthy? What if the cauldron was a mere myth, a dream too far to grasp? As he moved deeper into the glen, the mist thickened. He could barely see the path before him, yet something inside him urged him forward. He had faced battles and dragons, but this quest felt different. It was personal. It was about redemption and hope, not just for himself, but for the people of Camelot. They needed a leader who could unite and inspire them, and perhaps the cauldron held the key to that transformation. Lancelot pressed on, the sounds of the forest growing distant. The atmosphere was charged with an ancient energy, a pulse that resonated through the ground. After what felt like an eternity, he arrived at a clearing. At its center, surrounded by tall, gnarled trees, stood a stone altar. And atop the altar sat the cauldron, shimmering and alive, as if it contained the very essence of the earth itself. As he approached, Lancelot's heart raced. The cauldron gleamed in shades of silver and gold, its surface swirling with colors that danced like the flames of a sacred fire. This was no ordinary vessel, it was alive with power and purpose. He could feel the warmth radiating from it, inviting him closer, whispering promises of renewal. But as he reached out to touch it, a shadow fell over the clearing. A figure emerged from the mist, tall and imposing. It was an ancient guardian, his presence radiating authority. The guardian's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath Lancelot's feet. Only those worthy may claim the cauldron's power. To do so, you must face 3 trials that will test your heart, your spirit, and your resolve. Lancelot stood firm, though uncertainty gnawed at him. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside him. The guardian's eyes narrowed, glinting like gemstones. "The first trial is of the heart. You must confront your deepest fear. Only by facing it can you prove your courage." Lancelot took a step back, the weight of those words settling heavy on his chest. His fears were many, hidden beneath layers of bravado. He had fought so hard to prove himself, but beneath that armor lay the heart of a man who had loved and lost. He thought of Guinevere, of the choices he had made, and the pain that had followed. "Very well," he said, determination flooding his veins. "I will face my fear." The guardian raised his hand, and the mist swirled, transforming the clearing into a dark, twisted landscape. Shadows loomed, and Lancelot found himself standing before a mirror. He gazed into it and saw not just his reflection, but images of his past, moments of failure, heartbreak, and betrayal. The weight of each memory bore down on him, the sorrow threatening to consume him. He felt himself trembling. The fear surged within him, a storm of doubt and regret. But he refused to back down. "I am not defined by my past," he declared, his voice echoing against the darkness. "I have made mistakes, but I have also fought for what is right. I will not let fear hold me captive any longer." With a fierce cry, he shattered the mirror with his sword. The shards scattered like falling stars, and the darkness began to lift. He had confronted his fears, faced the shadows of his past, and emerged stronger. The guardian's approval shone in his eyes. "You have passed the first trial, brave warrior. But there are two more to face." The mist swirled again, and the world around him shifted once more. Lancelot found himself in a lush, vibrant field, surrounded by flowers swaying gently in the breeze. The air was filled with laughter and the sound of children playing. For a moment, he felt peace, but then he noticed something troubling. The laughter grew distant, fading into silence. "Your second trial is to prove your compassion," the guardian's voice echoed around him. "In this place, you must give of yourself to heal another." Ahead of him, he saw a child sitting alone, tears streaming down her cheeks. She clutched a wilted flower in her small hands, its petals drooping as if it too felt her sorrow. Lancelot approached cautiously, kneeling beside her. "What troubles you, little one?" he asked softly. The girl looked up, her eyes filled with sadness. "My flower is dying. I wanted it to bloom like the others, but I can't make it grow." Lancelot felt a pang in his heart. This child's pain mirrored the sorrow he had carried for so long. He looked at the flower, its beauty hidden beneath its frail petals. "Sometimes, it takes more than just sunlight to help something grow," he said gently. "It needs love and care. Would you let me help?" She nodded, and Lancelot took a deep breath, gathering the warmth in his heart. He reached out, placing his hand over the flower. Closing his eyes, he focused on the love he felt for his people, the warmth of hope and healing he wished to share. As he poured his heart into the flower, a soft glow enveloped it. Slowly, the petals began to unfurl, vibrant colors blooming like the sun breaking through the clouds. The child gasped, her tears transforming into a bright smile as the flower flourished in his hands. "You did it," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing like music through the air. Lancelot opened his eyes, feeling a rush of joy. He had given of himself, shared his compassion, and witnessed the beauty that blossomed in return. The guardian reappeared, nodding in approval. "You have shown your strength of heart. But now you must face the final trial." The field faded away, replaced by a dark and stormy landscape. Lancelot felt the wind whip around him, and thunder rumbled in the distance. The guardian stood before him, a shadow against the tempest. "Your final trial is of resolve. You must confront a foe who embodies all that you fear and despise. Only by standing against this darkness can you claim the cauldron." Lancelot braced himself as a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness. It was a twisted reflection of himself, an embodiment of his doubts and failures. "You think you can claim the cauldron?" the figure sneered. "You're nothing but a coward, forever trapped by your mistakes." Lancelot's heart pounded, but he drew his sword, feeling the weight of his previous trials behind him. "You are not me," he shouted, anger and determination surging through him. "I have faced my fears. I have shown compassion. I will not be bound by the darkness you represent." The figure lunged at him, shadows swirling like a storm. Lancelot met the attack with his sword, a clash of light against darkness. Each strike resonated through the air, fueled by the courage he had found within himself. The memories of love, loss, and hope surged through him, igniting his spirit. He fought fiercely, refusing to let the darkness consume him. With a final, powerful strike, he cleaved through the shadow, dispelling the darkness into the wind. Lancelot stood panting, his heart racing with exhilaration. The storm began to calm, the clouds parting to reveal the light beyond. The Guardian appeared once more, pride shining in his eyes. "You have completed all 3 trials, Lancelot. You have proven your worth, and the cauldron is now yours." Lancelot approached the altar, feeling the energy of the cauldron calling to him. As he reached out, he was enveloped in warmth. The cauldron shimmered with life, its power flowing through him like a river. He could feel the weight of his journey and the promise of rebirth and renewal. With the cauldron in hand, he understood that this was not just a gift for himself, but for all those he loved and fought for. It was a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope could bloom anew, and together, they could create a future filled with light and possibility. A chilling wind swept through the ancient grove, whispering secrets through the trees as Lancelot stood before the Druids. Their faces, weathered and wise, held expressions that spoke of foreboding. The flickering flames of the fire illuminated their features, casting shadows that danced ominously on the ground. Lancelot felt a sense of unease settle in his heart as the lead druid, an old man with a long, flowing beard, stepped forward. "Lancelot," the druid began, his voice heavy with the weight of prophecy, "the stars have spoken. A betrayal is foretold, one that will shake the foundations of Camelot and the very bond you share with your king, Arthur." The words hung in the air, a dark cloud overshadowing the flickering flames. Lancelot's heart raced, a mixture of fear and disbelief coursing through him. He had fought valiantly for Camelot, stood by Arthur through thick and thin. How could he betray the man he considered a brother? The thought sent a chill down his spine. "Your fate is entwined with the cyclical nature of sovereignty and heroism," the druid continued, his voice echoing through the grove like the tolling of a distant bell. "In the stories of old, heroes rise and fall, and with each cycle, the bonds of loyalty are tested. It is a dance of power and love, of trust and betrayal." Lancelot's mind swirled. The druids spoke in riddles, but their meanings cut deep. He remembered the tales of old, of heroes who had been led astray by their passions, of love that twisted into something darker. His heart ached at the thought of such a fate. He had devoted himself to Arthur and the ideals of Camelot, yet the seed of doubt had been planted. "What must I do to prevent this?" Lancelot asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "I cannot allow my heart to lead me astray." The old druid raised a hand, his eyes glimmering with a knowledge that transcended time. "It is not merely your heart that you must guard. It is the bond you share with Guinevere, your love for her that may lead you down a path of betrayal. The cycle must be broken, but the power of love is both a blessing and a curse." The mention of Guinevere sent a wave of warmth through Lancelot, but that warmth quickly turned to ice. He had always believed that their love was pure, a beacon of hope in a world fraught with chaos. Yet, as he looked into the druid's eyes, he felt a flicker of fear. Would their love become the very thing that tore apart Camelot? "Beware the choices you make," the druid cautioned. "Each decision ripples through the fabric of destiny. Remember, loyalty to your king must come before passion. You must choose wisely." The druids began to chant, their voices rising in a haunting melody that filled the grove. Lancelot felt a strange sensation wash over him, as if the very essence of the earth was swirling around him. He closed his eyes, allowing the words to seep into his soul, grasping at the warning hidden within the rhythm of their song. Visions flooded his mind. He saw Arthur, strong and noble, leading their people. He saw Guinevere, radiant and fierce, standing at his side. But then the vision shifted, morphing into shadows of doubt and betrayal. He saw himself standing before Arthur, sword raised, the weight of guilt and anger battling within him. It was a sight that made his heart ache. As the chanting grew louder, the visions began to shift again. Lancelot felt himself spiraling through a void, caught in the struggle between loyalty and love. He could hear whispers, faint echoes of voices urging him to choose, to act. And amid the chaos, Guinevere's face appeared, filled with both love and sorrow. The image brought tears to his eyes. "Lancelot," a voice called out, breaking through the haze. It was the druid, his voice steady and commanding. "You must face this trial head-on. Acknowledge your feelings, but do not let them consume you. You have the power to shape your destiny." Lancelot opened his eyes, grounding himself in the reality of the grove. The fire flickered, illuminating the faces of the druids, each one watching him with a mix of hope and concern. He could feel their faith in him, a weight that settled in his heart. This was not just about him, it was about Camelot, about the people who relied on him to protect them. "I will not let love blind me," Lancelot vowed, his voice steady. "I will be true to Arthur, to Camelot. I will seek the strength to resist the temptations that come my way." The lead druid nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "The path ahead will be fraught with challenges. Love is a powerful force, but so is loyalty. Trust in your heart, but also in your purpose. This is the essence of heroism." With that, the druids began to chant once more, their voices rising and falling like the tides. Lancelot felt the energy of their words envelop him, infusing him with strength and determination. He had faced battles, monsters, and trials before, but this felt different. This was a battle of the heart, one that would test his very essence. As the chanting faded, Lancelot stood alone in the grove, the echoes of the druid's words lingering in the air. He could feel the weight of the world on his shoulders, but also the fire of resolve burning within him. He would confront his feelings for Guinevere, not as a weakness, but as a strength. He would seek the balance between love and loyalty, ensuring that his choices would not lead to destruction. But deep down, a sense of dread lingered. The shadows of betrayal were not just tales woven into the fabric of myth, they were a living, breathing threat. Lancelot understood that love was a path riddled with uncertainty, a force that could uplift or destroy. He could only hope that he would find the strength to navigate the treacherous waters ahead, to shield Camelot from the darkness that threatened to tear it apart. With the echoes of the druid still resonating in his heart, Lancelot stepped away from the grove, the weight of fate heavy in his chest. He would confront the trials that lay ahead, determined to carve his own path in the tangled web of love and loyalty. The world outside awaited him, a canvas where he could paint his destiny. A chilling fog hung low over the battlefield, wrapping around Lancelot like a shroud. The scent of damp earth mixed with the metallic tang of blood in the air, stirring something primal within him. He stood amid the chaos, his heart pounding in his chest, gripping his sword tightly. The clash of steel and the cries of warriors filled his ears, but something more profound caught his attention. An uneasy silence crept over the noise, a momentary pause that felt unnatural. From the depths of the fog emerged a figure, tall and imposing, cloaked in shadows that flickered like flames. Lancelot's heart raced as he recognized the presence before him. It was the Morrigan, the fearsome goddess of war and fate. Her eyes glimmered like shards of glass, sharp and piercing. As she approached, the air crackled with tension, and Lancelot could feel the weight of destiny pressing down upon him. "You, Lancelot, champion of Camelot," she said, her voice a haunting melody, echoing through the fog. "You stand at a crossroads, where the paths of glory and despair intertwine." Lancelot straightened, his grip on his sword tightening. "What do you want from me, Morrigan?" he demanded, though fear trembled beneath his brave facade. "I have fought for honor and loyalty. I owe you no allegiance." The goddess let out a low, rumbling laugh that sent chills racing down his spine. "Oh, but you are mistaken. You are caught in my web now. Every hero must face their fate, and yours is darker than you can imagine." As she spoke, images danced before Lancelot's eyes, visions of bloodshed, betrayal, and despair. He saw himself standing over Arthur, sword drawn, the bond of brotherhood shattered. He shook his head, trying to dispel the haunting images, but they lingered, gripping his heart with icy fingers. The warriors you face are not your true enemies, the Morrigan continued, stepping closer. You will find greater foes within your own heart. The choices you make will echo through the ages. You will bear the weight of sorrow, for I curse you with the shadow of betrayal. Lancelot felt the ground beneath him tremble, as if the earth itself mourned for him. I will not be cursed. I have fought too hard for honor, he shouted, his voice breaking with desperation. I will not allow your words to define me. The Morrigan raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in her eyes. Defiance is the first step toward your doom, brave knight. You believe yourself a guardian of Camelot, yet the chains of fate bind you tighter with each moment. You think love can shield you from your destiny? It will be your greatest weakness. With a sudden flick of her wrist, the fog began to swirl around Lancelot, obscuring his vision. He felt an overwhelming force tugging at his heart, pulling him toward darkness. No, he shouted, but the fog thickened, wrapping around him like a suffocating blanket. In that moment, he was transported to a vision of Guinevere, standing alone in a grand hall, her expression filled with sorrow and confusion. Lancelot's heart ached at the sight of her. He wanted to reach out, to tell her that everything would be all right, but he was powerless against the force that bound him. Her fate is tied to yours, the Morrigan's voice echoed around him, cold and mocking. You will betray her trust, and in doing so, shatter the very foundation of your world. Remember this curse, Lancelot. The path you tread is perilous, and the weight of your choices will follow you like a shadow. The vision shattered, and Lancelot stumbled back, gasping for breath as the fog receded. He found himself alone on the battlefield once more, the clamor of war returning with a vengeance. But the weight of the Morrigan's words hung heavily in his mind, gnawing at his resolve. With each swing of his sword, Lancelot fought fiercely, but now doubt and fear twisted in his chest. Every strike felt heavier, burdened by the knowledge of the curse. He was not merely fighting for Camelot anymore, he was fighting against the very essence of his own fate. His heart raced, battling not just enemies before him but the specters of betrayal whispering in his ear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, Lancelot realized that the true battle lay ahead. It wasn't the physical foes that would test him, but the emotional turmoil that brewed within. He could not shake the haunting feeling that the Morrigan's curse would manifest in ways he could not yet understand. The shadows of betrayal loomed larger with every passing day, threatening to engulf everything he held dear. Returning to Camelot, Lancelot sought solace in the familiar halls, but the warmth of home felt foreign. The laughter of his comrades, once a melody of joy, now echoed with foreboding. He tried to push the darkness from his mind, but the Morrigan's warning clung to him like a shroud. His heart ached for Guinevere, the light that had once guided him. He sought her out, hoping to find peace in her presence. As he entered the garden, where flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, he found her standing alone, gazing at the stars above. The sight of her made his heart swell, but doubt gnawed at him. How could he approach her with the weight of the Morrigan's curse pressing down on him? "Lancelot," she said softly, her voice like a gentle breeze. She turned to face him, her eyes filled with concern. "What troubles you? You seem distant, lost in thoughts." He hesitated, the words stuck in his throat. How could he reveal the truth of the curse? Would she understand? Instead, he forced a smile, hiding the storm brewing within. "I am here, my queen. I will always protect you and Camelot." But even as he spoke those words, a cold shiver ran down his spine. He felt the Morrigan's presence lurking in the shadows, whispering doubts that filled his heart with fear. Would his love for Guinevere be enough to shield her from the darkness he carried? The weight of the curse threatened to crush him, and Lancelot knew he faced a battle not just against the foes of Camelot, but against the very shadows of his own heart. In the coming days, he would need to summon all his courage, not only for the honor of his king, but for the love of the woman who had captured his soul. The air was thick with unspoken fears, the seeds of betrayal planted deep within his heart. As Lancelot gazed into Guinevere's eyes, the realization struck him: love was a fragile thing, easily shattered. He would fight against the darkness, not just for his own sake, but for hers. But as the Morrigan's curse whispered through his mind, he could not shake the feeling that the real battle had only just begun. The castle loomed in the distance, its stone walls bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun. To Lancelot, it felt more like a prison than a sanctuary. The once familiar paths now seemed foreign and unwelcoming. Each step he took toward Camelot felt heavier than the last, burdened by the weight of his actions and the echoes of the past. He could feel the memories of laughter and camaraderie pulling at his heart, but they were soon overshadowed by the shadow of betrayal that now hung over him. Lancelot stood at the gates, his heart racing. He could hear the sounds of life within, the clang of swords in training, the cheerful shouts of knights, and the gentle laughter of Guinevere. It all felt like a distant dream, one he had awakened from only to find himself standing on the precipice of despair. The love and honor he once cherished felt like shards of glass, piercing through his chest with every breath he took. As he entered the courtyard, the faces of his comrades turned toward him, their expressions a mix of confusion, anger, and disappointment. The whispers grew louder, wrapping around him like a tight noose. He could feel the weight of their judgment in their gazes. He was no longer the celebrated knight they once revered, he was a man marked by shame. Lancelot, one of his fellow knights, called out, his voice laced with disbelief. "What have you done?" Lancelot's throat tightened, words escaping him as he searched for the strength to explain. How could he tell them the truth? How could he reveal the betrayal that had spiraled out of his control? He felt the darkness creeping in, threatening to engulf him. In that moment, King Arthur stepped forward, his expression solemn and heavy with sorrow. The air was thick with tension as the king's piercing gaze met Lancelot's. "You have broken our bond," Arthur said, his voice steady but filled with pain. "You have betrayed not only me but the very ideals we stand for." With each word, Lancelot felt the ground shift beneath him. It was as if the weight of the world had crashed down, and he was powerless to stop it. The truth was undeniable, he had fallen short. The love he held for Guinevere had led him astray, and now he was standing before the man he had sworn to protect, the man he had once called brother. "I never meant to betray you," Lancelot finally managed to say, his voice trembling with emotion. "I fought for Camelot, for us. But my heart led me down a path I could not foresee." "Your heart?" Arthur echoed, a flicker of anger sparking in his eyes. "It was your heart that led you to my wife. You turned your back on your oath, on everything we fought for." Lancelot's chest tightened at the accusation. He wanted to reach out, to explain that it was never just passion, that there was a depth of love and pain intertwined with loyalty. But the words felt stuck in his throat, trapped beneath the weight of betrayal. With a heavy sigh, Arthur raised his hand. "You must leave Camelot, Lancelot. You cannot remain here. Not after what you have done." The word struck Lancelot like a physical blow. The thought of exile felt like a knife cutting through his soul. "Please, Arthur," he pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. "I can make this right. I will prove my loyalty again." But Arthur shook his head, his expression a mixture of sadness and resolve. "This isn't just about you. Your presence here is a reminder of the betrayal. You must find your way, away from Camelot. Only then can you seek redemption." With those final words, Lancelot felt the last ties to his home snap like a fraying rope. He stood there, frozen, as the reality of his exile washed over him. He had faced many battles, but none compared to this moment. His heart shattered into a million pieces as he turned to leave, knowing he was leaving behind not just a castle but a life he had cherished. As he stepped through the gates, Lancelot felt a chill run down his spine. The once vibrant fields that surrounded Camelot now felt desolate and gray. Each step away from the castle felt like a step deeper into a void he feared he might never escape. He longed for the warmth of camaraderie, the laughter that once filled the halls, and the love he had for Guinevere, now tainted with regret. Days turned into weeks as Lancelot wandered aimlessly through the forests and hills of Gaul, each passing moment filled with an ache that wouldn't fade. He sought solace in the solitude, hoping to find peace, but the haunting memories followed him like a shadow. He missed the clang of swords against shields, the joy of shared victories, and the love that had burned so brightly, only to become a source of unbearable pain. One night, as he sat by a flickering fire, Lancelot looked up at the stars, hoping to find some guidance in their light. But the darkness felt overwhelming. The weight of his choices bore down on him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he had become a mere echo of the man he once was. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. "Lancelot." It was a soft whisper, almost like the wind itself carrying a message from the heavens. He turned, expecting to see a figure from his past, perhaps even Guinevere. But the clearing was empty, and he was alone. "Why do you linger in despair?" the voice echoed again, resonating deep within him. "You have strength, a fire within you that cannot be extinguished. You must seek your purpose." Lancelot felt a flicker of hope igniting in his heart. Could it be possible? Could he find a new path, one that would lead him to redemption? The thought gave him the strength to rise from the ground. The weight of his exile still pressed down on him, but he realized he couldn't allow it to define him. With newfound determination, Lancelot set forth into the night, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. The road ahead was uncertain, but he was resolved to find a way to make amends, not just for himself, but for the love he had lost and the brotherhood he had betrayed. Exile would not be the end of his story, it would be the beginning of a new quest. A quest for redemption, for honor, and perhaps, in time, for love once more. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting silver beams through the gnarled branches of the trees. The forest was alive with sounds, but to Lancelot, it felt like a haunting echo of his despair. Shadows danced around him, whispering secrets he could not understand. As he wandered deeper into the forest of madness, every step felt heavier, pulling him into a darkness he could not escape. He had been wandering for days, his heart aching with guilt and sorrow. Each rustle of leaves and snap of twigs sent chills down his spine, reminding him of his betrayal, of the love he had lost, and of the honor he had forsaken. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices that tugged at the edges of his mind. They spoke of his failures, of the glory he had thrown away, and of the friendships he had shattered. In this wild place, Lancelot felt the weight of his decisions pressing down on him. His mind became a battleground, where memories fought against the hope that tried to flicker within. The laughter of his comrades echoed through the trees, blending with the pained cries of those he had let down. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the noise, but it only intensified. "Why did you do it?" a voice cried out, sharp as a dagger. It was Arthur's voice, filled with betrayal and anguish. "You were my closest friend." Lancelot stumbled, his heart racing. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he whispered into the darkness. I thought it was love." But the trees seemed to close in around him, suffocating him with their relentless reminders of his failings. The forest became a twisted reflection of his soul, each tree a reminder of the bonds he had broken. As he pressed on, the shadows shifted, morphing into figures from his past, knights, friends, Guinevere, each face marred by disappointment. "Look at what you've done." Guinevere's voice rang out, soft yet piercing. "You chose your desires over your loyalty. How could you?" He sank to his knees, the cool earth grounding him, but the words cut deeper than any sword. "I'm sorry," he gasped, choking on the weight of his remorse. "I'm so sorry." Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the dirt and leaves. Lancelot knew he had failed. The love he had for Guinevere had been all-consuming, blinding him to the consequences of his actions. He had believed they could be together, that their love was worth the risk. But now, that love felt like a curse, twisting into guilt and shame that coiled around his heart. Time lost meaning in the forest. Days blurred into nights, and Lancelot wandered in a haze, battling the voices in his head. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, but it was his heart that ached the most. He craved connection, understanding, yet found himself alone, lost in a wildness that mirrored his inner turmoil. The trees loomed like giants, their twisted branches clawing at the sky, as if trying to escape the darkness below. He stumbled through a thicket, the underbrush tearing at his clothes. Each thorn felt like a reminder of his choices, sharp and unforgiving. Suddenly, he collapsed, overwhelmed by exhaustion and despair. Lancelot lay on the forest floor, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he surrendered to the madness closing in around him. But in the depths of his anguish, a flicker of clarity emerged. He remembered the stories of ancient heroes, those who had faced their demons in the wilderness. They had emerged stronger, transformed by their trials. Could he do the same? A small spark of determination ignited within him, pushing back against the darkness. He sat up slowly, wiping the dirt from his face. "I will not let this define me," he whispered, the words barely audible. "I will find a way to regain my honor." Lancelot forced himself to rise, leaning heavily against a tree for support. He took a deep breath, the cool night air filling his lungs and clearing his mind. With each step, he began to focus on what he had to do. He had betrayed his king and lost the love of his life, but he would not succumb to despair. He would seek redemption. As he moved deeper into the forest, he started to listen to the whispers around him. Instead of drowning in their accusations, he sought their guidance. What had he learned from this pain? What could he do to make things right? Each thought illuminated a path, and he began to see the forest differently. The trees transformed from looming shadows into guardians, watching over him as he sought a way forward. His steps became steadier, and the weight of despair began to lift. The forest, once a symbol of his madness, now felt alive with potential. The wind rustled through the branches, and he could almost hear the trees urging him on. "You are more than your mistakes," they seemed to whisper. "You are capable of greatness." With this newfound strength, Lancelot pressed on. He was determined to reclaim the honor he had lost, not only for himself, but for Arthur, Guinevere, and all those he had wronged. Each step was a vow, a promise to himself and the people of Camelot that he would find a way back, no matter how difficult the path might be. Days passed, and the forest began to shift around him. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by shafts of sunlight that pierced through the canopy. The whispers became softer, transforming into a gentle song that filled his heart with hope. Lancelot felt lighter, as if the burden of his past was slowly being shed. As he finally reached the edge of the forest, Lancelot paused to look back. The forest of madness had tested him, stripped him bare, and forced him to confront the depths of his despair. But he had emerged stronger, fueled by the desire to right the wrongs he had committed. With every ounce of courage he could muster, he stepped forward into the light, ready to face whatever awaited him beyond the trees. The wind howled through the darkened skies as Mordred stood alone on the cliffs, his figure a silhouette against the stormy sea. His heart was a tempest of its own, filled with anger, resentment, and a hunger for power that had grown over time. There was no light in his eyes, no warmth in his heart, only the cold, shadowy force that had taken root in his soul. The world saw him as a villain, an enemy to Arthur, but in his mind, he was more. He was the necessary force to bring down a king who had betrayed his own blood. Mordred had always been in the shadow, watching, waiting. Born from a tragic and twisted union, he had never felt truly wanted by anyone. Arthur's court, with its ideals of honor and loyalty, had never offered him a place where he could belong. Instead, he had grown up with whispers of his lineage, of the power he could wield if only he dared to reach for it. And so, like a seed planted in the dark soil of neglect, Mordred's ambition had begun to sprout. But what fueled his rise was not merely ambition. It was something darker, something older than even Arthur's kingdom. The ancient forces of Gaulish myth, the spirits of the earth and shadows, had taken notice of the young warrior. They had seen in him a reflection of all the chaos, jealousy, and pride that once ruled the old world. They whispered to him in his dreams, in the silence of the night, feeding his discontent. They showed him visions of Camelot in flames, of Arthur brought low, and of his own place as ruler of a broken kingdom. He had tried to silence those voices at first, to be the son that Arthur might one day be proud of. But every time he stood in the great halls of Camelot, watching the knights of the Round Table laugh and boast of their victories, his heart burned. Lancelot, in particular, had always been a thorn in his side. The perfect knight, the beloved of Guinevere, the one who had everything that Mordred could never possess. In Lancelot, Mordred saw not just a rival, but a reflection of his own torment. Where Lancelot's glory had come from honor and love, Mordred's path was lined with betrayal and darkness. The shadowy forces that whispered to him knew this. They played on his envy, his feelings of isolation, and his desire to forge a destiny of his own. Slowly, Mordred began to give in, allowing the darkness to shape him. It gave him strength. It gave him purpose. And soon, it would give him power. In the quiet moments, when the moon hung low and the stars blinked like the eyes of ancient gods, Mordred could feel the weight of his fate pressing down on him. The spirits that had once whispered to him were now guiding him, leading him toward a destiny that could not be undone. There was no turning back. He had chosen his path, and it was a path of destruction. He had watched Lancelot fall, consumed by his own desires and guilt. And in Lancelot's downfall, Mordred saw his own rise. The mighty knight, once the pride of Arthur's court, had crumbled beneath the weight of his own betrayal. To Mordred, this was proof that no one was infallible, not even Arthur. The king, who held Camelot together with his ideals of honor and chivalry, was not beyond reach. Mordred knew that if Lancelot could fall, so too could Arthur. The spirits of Gaulish myth, ancient beings who once roamed the land in the form of storms and shadows, whispered their approval. They had waited long for a soul like Mordred, someone who could wield their ancient power and tear down the walls of Camelot. Mordred became their instrument, a weapon sharpened by years of bitterness and longing. In his hands, the future of Camelot wavered like a fragile flame in the wind. As Mordred's power grew, so too did his confidence. He no longer saw himself as a mere shadow to Lancelot or an outcast from Arthur's court. He was the force that would bring about a new order, one where the old ideals of chivalry and nobility would fall away. In their place, he would build something stronger, something that reflected the harshness of the world he had always known. Where Arthur ruled with light, Mordred would rule with the shadow, bending the will of those who had once ignored him. There was a time when Mordred had sought Arthur's approval, a time when he had wanted nothing more than to be recognized as his father's son. But that time had passed. Arthur's kingdom, for all its glory, was built on lies and betrayal. How could a king who had forsaken his own son claim to be the embodiment of justice? Mordred's hatred burned hotter with every passing day, fueled by the ancient forces that whispered in his ear. He knew what was coming. The war between him and Arthur was inevitable, a clash of not just men, but of worlds. Arthur represented the old ways, the golden age of knights and kings. Mordred was the future, a future born of chaos and the breaking of old traditions. He was no longer content to watch from the shadows. He would rise, and when he did, Camelot would fall. The night before the battle that would change everything, Mordred stood alone once more on the cliffs, looking out at the turbulent sea. The wind whipped around him, carrying with it the voices of the ancient spirits. They promised him victory, but they also warned him of the cost. Mordred knew that to bring down Arthur, he would have to sacrifice everything, his life, his soul. But in the end, it would be worth it. For once, he would stand above them all, not as a shadow, but as a king. He could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on him, the culmination of years of resentment, anger, and ambition. The forces of Gaulish myth had chosen him, molded him, and now they would see him rise. Tomorrow, the fields would be stained with blood, and the legend of Camelot would crumble. But in its place, a new legend would rise, Mordred's legend. He closed his eyes, breathing in the cold night air, the scent of the sea mingling with the distant smell of battle. Tomorrow, it would all begin. The sky roared with fury as dark clouds swirled above, twisting into shapes that echoed the clash of ancient powers. Lightning forked through the air, illuminating the silhouettes of gods poised for battle. Lancelot stood at the edge of a great clearing, his heart pounding like a war drum. He felt the weight of destiny pressing down upon him, a feeling that left him breathless. In this moment, he was not just a knight, He was a bridge between worlds, standing at the heart of a conflict that was far greater than any earthly war. The air was thick with tension, and Lancelot could sense the anger of the Gaulish gods as they prepared to defend their homeland against invading deities. These foreign gods came with promises of power, wealth, and a way of life that threatened to wipe out the culture and traditions of Gaul. The gods of the land, guardians of its people and its ancient secrets, stood resolute, their eyes aflame with rage and determination. They would not let their sacred ground be desecrated without a fight. Lancelot gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white against the polished hilt. He was filled with conflicting emotions, fear for what was to come, anger at the invaders, and an undeniable sense of honor that drove him to protect the land he had come to love. He had fought many battles before, but this one felt different. It felt like the very essence of his being was intertwined with the outcome, as if the fate of not just Gaul, but of all existence rested on his shoulders. As the first clash of thunder rolled through the sky, Lancelot heard the battle cries of the gods rising like a chorus of thunderous music. The Gaulish deities, fierce and proud, unleashed their power with a mighty roar. Lancelot looked on in awe as the earth trembled beneath them, and the very ground seemed to shatter under the force of their wrath. Flames erupted, turning the sky a deep crimson, and shadows danced wildly as the gods of Gaul faced off against their invaders. Each side was a tapestry of strength and fury. The Gaulish gods, with their flowing robes of green and gold, represented the rich history of the land. They embodied the spirit of the earth, fertility, harvest, and the balance of nature. Their opponents, with their sharp armor and cold, unyielding eyes, brought with them the air of conquest, a force that sought to subjugate all that lay in their path. Caught between these titanic forces, Lancelot felt his heart ache for the loss that might come. He was reminded of the stories told around the fires, tales of heroes and gods that echoed through the ages. He had always believed that those tales were far removed from his own life, but now he was living them, witnessing a divine battle that blurred the lines between myth and reality. As the gods clashed, Lancelot charged forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He could not sit idly by while these forces tore at the very fabric of his world. He raised his sword high, its blade catching the flickering light of the flames. He was not just a knight of Camelot anymore, he was a defender of Gaul, a warrior of the land, ready to fight alongside the gods he had come to revere. With each strike of his sword, he felt the power of the earth beneath him, as if the spirits of the land were lending him strength. He dodged fiery blasts and swirling winds, moving with agility that surprised even himself. Lancelot fought like a man possessed, embodying the fierce spirit of Gaul. He felt a deep connection to the gods, as if their energies flowed through him, merging with his own. But the battle was fierce, and the invaders were relentless. They pressed forward, their dark intentions clear as they sought to dominate the land. Lancelot found himself face to face with a monstrous deity, towering and fearsome, its eyes like cold steel. It swung a massive weapon, the force of which sent Lancelot crashing to the ground. Dazed and breathless, he struggled to rise, the weight of the world pressing heavily upon him. Yet even in his darkest moment, a whisper reached his ears, a call from the Gaulish gods. They were not just fighting for power, they were fighting for love, for the land, for the souls of their people. This thought ignited a flame in Lancelot's heart. With renewed vigor, he rose once more, determined to join the fight, determined to be a beacon of hope in the chaos. He charged into the fray, his sword gleaming as he clashed with the monstrous deity. Each strike was a reminder of his purpose, each movement an act of defiance against those who sought to destroy all that he held dear. The gods around him roared their approval, and he felt their strength coursing through him like a mighty river. The battle raged on, and Lancelot found himself surrounded by the chaos of war. The cries of gods echoed in his ears, mingling with the sounds of steel on steel. It was a dance of fury, of passion, of desperation. As he fought, he caught glimpses of the other gods, each one a fierce guardian of the land, each one embodying the essence of Gaul. He felt a connection to them, a shared purpose that transcended the boundaries of his own existence. In that moment, Lancelot understood. He was more than just a knight, he was part of a greater story, a tale woven through time that united heroes and gods. He fought not just for himself, but for all who came before him and for all who would come after. It was a battle for the heart of Gaul, a battle for the soul of a people. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the battlefield, Lancelot fought with every ounce of strength he had left. With one final push, he struck the invading deity with a blow that sent it staggering back. The gods of Gaul roared their approval, their spirits rising as they felt the tide turn in their favor. The invaders faltered, their resolve shaken by the united front before them. In that moment of victory, Lancelot stood tall, his heart swelling with pride and joy. The gods around him were no longer just figures of myth, they were allies, companions, guardians of the land he loved. He had fought alongside them, and together they had triumphed over darkness. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded into the night, Lancelot felt a profound sense of peace wash over him. He had witnessed the clash of cultures, the struggle between old and new, and through it all, he had found his place. He was a part of this world, a defender of its beauty and its traditions. Lancelot looked to the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle against the deepening sky. The battle was won, but he knew that the fight for the heart of Gaul would continue. He had been tested, and he had emerged stronger, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With the gods of Gaul watching over him, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, a fire in his heart that would guide him through the dark days to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the path as Lancelot approached the familiar gates of Camelot. His heart raced, a mix of anxiety and hope flooding through him. This was the place where he had once stood tall, a knight among knights, proud and full of purpose. But now, after everything he had endured, his exile, the battles, the heartbreak, he felt like a ghost returning home. He paused for a moment, taking in the sight of the castle. Its grand towers reached for the heavens, its walls steeped in history and stories of old. But behind the beauty lay a heavy silence, as if the very stones felt the weight of his return. Lancelot had been gone for too long, wandering through the wilderness, lost in the depths of his own despair and confusion. He had faced demons, both external and within himself, and each trial had changed him in ways he couldn't fully understand. As he walked closer, the memories flooded back, laughter around the round table, the camaraderie of his fellow knights, the joy of shared victories. But those memories were tainted with shadows of betrayal and heartbreak. Guinevere, his heart's desire, haunted his thoughts like a distant star, beautiful yet unreachable. Would she still see him as the noble knight he once was, or would she only remember the pain he had caused? With each step toward the gates, he felt the weight of his past pressing down on him. He was not the same Lancelot who had ridden away in shame. No, the trials of the other world and the pain of exile had forged him into something new. He had wrestled with his demons, learned the value of humility, and understood the deeper meaning of honor. As he reached the gates, he could feel the energy of the castle, a pulse that echoed the heartbeat of Camelot itself. When he entered, the air was thick with anticipation. The knights looked up, their faces a mix of surprise and recognition. Whispers spread like wildfire, filling the hall with a tense energy. Lancelot stood before them, his heart racing as he felt the weight of their gazes. They saw him not just as a returning hero, but as a man who had faced his failings and emerged on the other side. Would they accept him back? Would they understand that his journey had been one of growth? Arthur stood at the head of the hall, his presence commanding. The once proud king looked older, wearier, as if the weight of the crown pressed down upon him even more since Lancelot had left. But there was a flicker of hope in his eyes as they met Lancelot's gaze. The bond between them had always been strong, forged in battle and camaraderie. And yet, it had been strained by betrayal, the scars of which still lingered in the air. Lancelot, Arthur's voice rang out, powerful and filled with an emotion that stirred the room. You return to us. At those words, a collective breath was held. Lancelot stepped forward, his heart in his throat. My king, he began, his voice thick with the weight of unspoken words. I have come back to face my destiny, to seek your forgiveness and the forgiveness of those I've wronged. My time in exile has taught me much about honor and sacrifice. Arthur nodded, the lines of his face deepening with concern. The road to redemption is not an easy one. You left us in our time of need. Many have suffered because of your absence." Lancelot felt the sting of those words, sharp and true. He had been a coward, running from his mistakes instead of confronting them. "I know," he replied, swallowing hard. "I do not ask for your trust blindly. I only ask for a chance to prove that I have changed." As he spoke, the room was silent, the weight of his admission hanging heavily in the air. He could feel the eyes of the other knights upon him, some filled with anger, others with curiosity, and still others with understanding. Among them, he sought out familiar faces, Gawain, Guinevere, and others he had fought beside. He could see the conflict in their eyes, a struggle between the past and the present. "Your return is a sign," Arthur said at last, breaking the tension that filled the hall. "We face challenges that require the strength of all our knights. If you are truly ready to stand with us, to fight for what is right, then you shall have your place at the round table once more." Relief washed over Lancelot, but it was tinged with apprehension. He had a long way to go, and the path to redemption would not be easy. "Thank you, my king," he said, his voice steadying. "I will fight not just for Camelot, but for the people who call it home. I will protect the honor we've built together." As the hall began to fill with murmurs of agreement and acceptance, Lancelot's gaze landed on Guinevere. She stood a few paces away, her expression unreadable. The emotions within her eyes were a tumultuous sea, and Lancelot's heart twisted painfully in his chest. He wanted to reach out, to bridge the distance between them, but he knew he had to earn her trust again. Days turned into weeks as Lancelot settled back into life at Camelot. He trained tirelessly, sharpening his skills and reconnecting with old friends. Each day was a reminder of what he had lost and what he hoped to reclaim. The burden of his past weighed heavily on him, but he was determined to rise above it. Yet, even as he fought to prove himself, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was brewing beneath the surface. The whispers of discontent among the knights grew louder. Rumors spread of a growing darkness, of forces that sought to disrupt the fragile peace Camelot had fought so hard to maintain. Lancelot felt the tension in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon. In quiet moments, he would find himself stealing glances at Guinevere. She was a force of light, a beacon of strength and resilience. Her beauty radiated with a softness that captivated him, yet the hurt he had caused lingered like a shadow between them. He longed to speak with her, to share his heart, but the words never seemed to come. The weight of his betrayal hung heavy in the air, an invisible barrier that kept them apart. One night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over Camelot, Lancelot found himself wandering the gardens. The sweet scent of blooming flowers filled the air, and the soft rustle of leaves created a soothing symphony. It was a peaceful moment, but his heart was restless. He wanted to talk to Guinevere, to apologize and express the depth of his feelings. As if the stars had conspired in his favor, he spotted her in the moonlight, standing beneath an ancient oak tree. Her silhouette was enchanting, and he felt an undeniable pull toward her. Summoning his courage, he approached slowly, careful not to startle her. "Guinevere," he said softly, his heart pounding. She turned to him, her eyes wide with surprise. "Lancelot," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. In that moment, the world around them faded away. All the pain, all the sorrow, they were just two souls connected by a thread of shared history. "I am sorry," he said, his voice trembling with sincerity. "For everything. I know I hurt you, and I can never change the past. But I have changed. I want to prove that to you." Tears glistened in her eyes as she searched his face for truth. "You left, Lancelot," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You abandoned us when we needed you the most. It hurt more than I can say." "I know," he replied, his heart aching. "I was afraid, lost in my own darkness. But I've faced that darkness now. I know what it means to fight not just for glory, but for love and honor. I don't expect your forgiveness right away, but I hope you can see that I am back, ready to fight for Camelot and for you." As the words hung in the air, Lancelot watched as the barrier between them began to crack. He could see the conflict in her eyes, a glimmer of hope mingled with doubt. She took a step closer, the distance between them shrinking. The warmth of her presence enveloped him like a long-lost embrace. "I want to believe you, Lancelot," she said, her voice softening. "But it will take time. Trust is not easily rebuilt." "I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes," he vowed, his heart swelling with determination. "I will fight for your trust just as fiercely as I fight for Camelot." In that moment, beneath the ancient oak, Lancelot felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. He had returned, not just to Camelot, but to himself. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but he was ready to face whatever came his way, standing alongside his king, his friends, and the woman he loved. The threads of fate were beginning to weave anew, and Lancelot was determined to honor them with every beat of his heart. The air was thick with tension as Lancelot stood at the edge of the field, the sun casting long shadows across the ground. He could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on him, an invisible force that had drawn him to this moment. Today would not be just another battle, it would be a duel steeped in honor, a clash that would echo through the ages. Across the field, Gawain stood ready, his armor glinting in the sunlight. Once, they had been brothers in arms, sharing laughter and victories under the banner of Camelot. But today, they faced each other as adversaries, their friendship overshadowed by a tangled web of loyalty, betrayal, and the scars of their past. Lancelot's heart ached at the sight of his friend, knowing that this duel would change everything. As the trumpet sounded, announcing the beginning of their confrontation, Lancelot's thoughts swirled like a tempest. He remembered the days when they fought side by side, their swords a dance of unity and strength. But that was before everything had unraveled, before the whispers of betrayal had poisoned the air. He felt the weight of their history, the love and pain intertwined like roots of a mighty tree. Now, here they stood, on the brink of a fight that could shatter their bond forever. With every step toward Gawain, Lancelot felt a mix of fear and determination. He had trained for this moment, sharpening his skills, honing his instincts. But more than anything, he knew he must fight with honor, not just for himself, but for the values they had once shared. His mind was filled with the teachings of the old ways, the stories of Celtic warriors who had faced impossible odds with unwavering courage. As they faced each other, Lancelot raised his sword, the blade catching the sunlight. It felt heavy in his grip, a reminder of all he had sacrificed. Gawain met his gaze, and for a moment, the world around them faded away. It was just the two of them, locked in a battle of wills and fate. "We do this for honor," Gawain said, his voice steady yet tinged with sadness. "Yes," Lancelot replied, his heart aching. "For honor." The clash of their swords rang out, sharp and clear, breaking the tension like a thunderclap. Lancelot felt the shock of the impact reverberate through his body, a jolt that ignited his spirit. They fought fiercely, their movements a fluid dance of strength and skill. Each strike echoed the memories of battles fought together, the trust that had once existed between them. As they moved, Lancelot's mind raced. He remembered Gawain's laughter, their shared victories, the warmth of friendship that had once bound them. Now, it felt like a distant memory, overshadowed by the heavy shadows of regret. With every swing of his sword, he fought not just against Gawain, but against the pain of their lost brotherhood. Gawain was relentless, his strikes powerful and precise. Lancelot could see the determination in his eyes, the resolve to fight for what he believed in. It fueled Lancelot's own fire, igniting a fierce resolve within him. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for the honor of Camelot, for the ideals they had both cherished. As the duel raged on, Lancelot felt the sweat trickling down his brow, the fatigue settling into his limbs. Yet, he pushed forward, fueled by a deep-seated need to prove himself. The field around them blurred, the crowd fading into the background, their cheers a distant hum. All that mattered was the fight, the clash of steel, and the bond that hung by a thread. With every swing, every parry, the weight of their shared history pressed down on them. Lancelot recalled the tales of Celtic warriors, how they fought with a fierce sense of duty, driven by the spirits of their ancestors. He thought of the honor they upheld, the sacrifices made for the greater good. In that moment, he felt the echoes of their legacy coursing through him, urging him to rise above the pain. Then, in a flash of movement, Gawain found an opening. His sword struck Lancelot's shoulder, the impact sharp and searing. Pain shot through him, but Lancelot gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. He had faced far worse than this. With a fierce cry, he countered, swinging his sword with all the strength he could muster. The duel seemed to stretch into eternity, each moment laden with emotion. Lancelot could see the doubt in Gawain's eyes, the flicker of uncertainty that mirrored his own. They were two warriors, caught in a tragic dance, their paths intertwined yet heading toward a collision that neither truly desired. As the battle wore on, Lancelot's heart ached for the friendship they had lost. He fought not just against Gawain, but against the dark forces that sought to tear them apart. He remembered their shared laughter, the plans they had made for the future, and the honor they had vowed to uphold. It was a heavy weight to carry, but he knew he had to fight not just for himself, but for the bond that once held them together. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they paused, both breathing heavily, swords raised, eyes locked. Lancelot could see the flicker of understanding in Gawain's gaze. They were brothers, each feeling the weight of their choices. "I never wanted this," Lancelot said, his voice strained but steady. "I fought for Camelot, for us." Gawain lowered his sword slightly, uncertainty flickering across his face. "You left us when we needed you most, Lancelot. How can I trust you again?" "I know," Lancelot replied, his heart heavy. "But I have come back to face my destiny. I will fight for Camelot, for honor, and for you." In that moment, the realization washed over them both. This duel was not just a fight for victory, it was a test of their bond, a chance to reclaim the friendship that had been lost. With renewed resolve, they charged at each other once more, their swords clashing like thunder, but now, with a deeper purpose. The duel continued, the strength of their strikes echoing with the weight of their shared history. Lancelot felt the fire of determination burning within him, not just for himself, but for Gawain, for their lost friendship, and for the ideals they had once held dear. They fought not just for victory but for redemption, for the chance to rewrite their story. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the battlefield, Lancelot felt a shift within him. He could see the same understanding in Gawain's eyes, a recognition of the bond they still shared. With one final strike, they both lowered their swords, exhaustion and understanding washing over them. Lancelot took a step back, breathing heavily. "Gawain, I don't want to fight you anymore. I want to fight alongside you." Gawain's expression softened, the anger melting away as he lowered his sword completely. "Perhaps we both have much to learn," he said, his voice filled with a mixture of sadness and hope. As the crowd erupted into cheers, the weight of the duel faded, replaced by the warmth of forgiveness and understanding. In that moment, Lancelot realized that this fight had been more than just a battle, it had been a journey toward redemption. Together, they would reclaim their honor and rebuild the bond that had been nearly lost forever. The sky darkened as shadows crept over Camelot, the once great kingdom that had stood as a beacon of hope and strength. Lancelot stood on the battlements, his heart heavy as he gazed at the distant horizon. He could feel a storm brewing, not just in the sky but in the very fabric of his beloved kingdom. The wind whispered warnings, rustling through the leaves and sending a chill down his spine. For years, Camelot had been a symbol of unity and honor. Knights had gathered under its banner, their swords raised in defense of what they held dear. Lancelot had been one of those knights, a proud protector of King Arthur and the ideals they fought for. But now, as he stood on the edge of despair, he felt the weight of impending doom pressing down on him. The laughter and songs that once filled the castle now echoed with a haunting silence. News of impending invasion had spread like wildfire, panic gripping the hearts of those who called Camelot home. Foreign invaders, fierce and relentless, sought to claim what they believed was rightfully theirs. Lancelot's mind raced with memories of battles fought and friends lost. The faces of those he had sworn to protect haunted him, each one a reminder of his failures and the heavy price of war. As the first signs of the enemy appeared on the horizon, a wave of dread washed over him. He could see the banners flapping in the wind, dark and foreboding, promising destruction. The knights gathered, their faces a mix of fear and determination, knowing that this fight could mean the end of Camelot. Lancelot's heart raced, but he steadied himself. He would not falter. He had to inspire them, to remind them of what they were fighting for. "We stand on the brink of a great battle," he called out, his voice strong despite the turmoil within. "We fight for our homes, our families, and the legacy of Camelot. We will not go down without a fight." His words hung in the air, and for a moment, hope flickered in the eyes of his comrades. They rallied around him, their swords raised high, ready to defend their beloved kingdom. Lancelot felt a spark of courage ignite within him. But deep down, a nagging fear gnawed at him. He had fought many battles, yet this one felt different. This time, the stakes were higher. As the enemy advanced, the clash of swords rang out, drowning the cries of battle. The ground trembled beneath their feet as Lancelot charged forward, his heart pounding in his chest. Each swing of his sword felt like a desperate attempt to hold back the tide of darkness threatening to engulf them. He fought with all his might, but with every fallen foe, the weight of sorrow pressed down harder. The clash of steel echoed in his ears, mingling with the shouts of men and the cries of the wounded. It was a symphony of chaos, and yet, amidst it all, Lancelot felt a deep sense of loss. With each passing moment, he could see his beloved Camelot slipping away, the dream of a united kingdom fading like smoke in the wind. In the heart of battle, he caught sight of Gawain, fighting valiantly, his face set in determination. They exchanged glances, and in that brief moment, they shared an unspoken understanding of the sacrifices they had made. Yet, Lancelot could see the fear in Gawain's eyes, the realization that this battle might not end in their favor. The weight of that truth hung heavily between them. As the sun began to set, casting a red glow over the battlefield, the tide of the fight began to turn. The enemy pressed harder, their numbers overwhelming. Lancelot could feel the exhaustion creeping into his bones, but he refused to yield. He fought on, driven by the memories of laughter shared within Camelot's walls and the dreams of a brighter future that now felt like a distant fantasy. But as the evening wore on, the invaders surged forward like a relentless wave, drowning out the defenders. The screams of the fallen filled the air, and with each cry, Lancelot's heart shattered a little more. He could see friends falling, one by one, their lives snuffed out like candles in the dark. The horror of it all threatened to overwhelm him, but he pressed on, his sword a blur as he fought against despair. In the midst of the chaos, he felt a sharp pain in his side. He looked down to see blood seeping through his armor, but there was no time to acknowledge the injury. He had to keep fighting. He had to protect Camelot. He pushed through the pain, each step a testament to his determination. But then, from the corner of his eye, he saw something that froze him in place. A group of invaders had broken through the lines, heading straight for the heart of Camelot. Panic surged through him as he shouted for the knights to regroup, to protect their home. But his voice was lost in the clamor of battle. In a desperate attempt to reach the castle, Lancelot charged forward, cutting down enemies in his path. He could feel the weight of their presence, the darkness that threatened to consume everything he loved. The castle walls loomed ahead, but the closer he got, the more he felt the world slipping away. Then, as he reached the gates, he witnessed a sight that tore his heart in two. The once majestic towers of Camelot were engulfed in flames, the cries of those trapped within echoing in his ears. The smoke curled into the sky, a dark omen of what was to come. It was as if the very soul of Camelot was being ripped apart before his eyes, a tragic reflection of the hero's role he had played. In that moment, everything he had fought for hung in the balance. Lancelot felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He had been a knight, a protector, but now he felt like a mere spectator to the fall of his kingdom. The dreams of unity, honor, and love were crumbling, and all he could do was watch. As the fires raged and the cries of his people filled the air, he dropped to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground. Tears streamed down his face, each one a testament to the love he had for Camelot and its people. He had failed them. The realization cut deeper than any blade. Camelot was falling, and he could do nothing to stop it. In the heart of the chaos, as darkness enveloped him, Lancelot felt a flicker of hope. Even in despair, he remembered the laughter, the warmth of friendship, and the dreams they had built together. The legacy of Camelot would live on in the hearts of those who had fought and died for it. With that thought, he rose again, determination igniting within him. He knew he would fight to the last breath, to honor those who had fallen and to protect the memory of Camelot. As the flames danced in the night sky, Lancelot lifted his chin and faced the oncoming storm, ready to fight until the very end. In the ruins of a fallen kingdom, the spirit of a true hero would rise again, echoing through the ages, reminding the world that even in the darkest of times, hope can still shine through the ashes. The air was thick with the smell of blood and smoke, the sun hanging low in the sky, casting a grim shadow over the battlefield. As the clash of swords rang out and the cries of men echoed through the hills, Lancelot felt a heavy weight in his chest. He could sense that something terrible was coming. He had fought many battles alongside King Arthur, but this day felt different. There was an unshakable dread creeping into his heart, like a dark fog rolling over the land. They stood together on the front lines, the mighty King Arthur and his loyal knight. Arthur's golden armor gleamed, a beacon of hope and courage. He had always been more than just a king, he was a symbol of everything noble and good. Lancelot had admired him, followed him into countless battles, and fought to protect the ideals they both believed in. But as they faced the enemy, Lancelot couldn't shake the feeling that this battle would be their last. The enemy surged forward, a sea of fierce warriors intent on claiming the throne of Camelot. Lancelot fought fiercely, his sword singing through the air as he struck down foes with precision. But no matter how many he fought, there were always more. He glanced back at Arthur, who was battling with a ferocity that took Lancelot's breath away. The king's eyes burned with determination, but there was something else there too, an unsettling calmness, as if he already knew the fate that awaited them. As the battle raged on, Lancelot felt the tide beginning to turn against them. The weight of despair hung in the air like a storm cloud, threatening to break. Then, amidst the chaos, he saw it. A dark figure slipped through the melee, wielding a spear glinting ominously in the sunlight. Lancelot's heart raced as he recognized the deadly intent in the stranger's eyes. He shouted to Arthur, but his voice was swallowed by the clamor of the fight. Arthur, too focused on his battle, did not see the danger approaching. The enemy charged, and with a fierce cry, the figure lunged forward, the spear aimed straight at the heart of Camelot's king. Lancelot felt a surge of adrenaline. He pushed through the throng of warriors, his heart pounding, desperate to reach Arthur in time. He fought his way forward, but the chaos of battle seemed to conspire against him. Time slowed, and every heartbeat felt like an eternity. In a moment that would forever be etched in his memory, he saw the spear pierce Arthur's side. A gasp escaped Lancelot's lips, a sound of pure anguish. It was as if the world had stopped spinning. He was frozen in disbelief, his blood running cold. Arthur staggered back, his once bright armor now stained dark with blood. Lancelot's heart shattered as he watched his king fall to his knees, the weight of the kingdom crashing down with him. "Arthur!" Lancelot screamed, pushing through the last of the enemies in his path. He reached the king, dropping to his knees beside him. Arthur's face was pale, but even in his pain, he managed a faint smile. "Lancelot," he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. "You came." Tears filled Lancelot's eyes as he took Arthur's hand, feeling the warmth of his king slipping away. "I'm here, my king. Hold on. We'll get you help," he pleaded, desperation clawing at his throat. But deep down, he knew it was too late. The life was fading from Arthur's eyes, and with each passing second, a piece of Camelot was lost. In those final moments, Arthur looked up at the sky, his gaze distant. "The land," he murmured, his breath ragged. "The land is hurting." Lancelot felt a chill creep over him as he realized the truth in those words. Arthur's life was intertwined with the kingdom, and with his death, the very fabric of Camelot would unravel. "I cannot leave you, Arthur. Please, stay with me," Lancelot cried, clinging to his king as if his life depended on it. But Arthur's strength waned. He grasped Lancelot's hand tighter, a spark of energy coursing through him, as if he was drawing on the last remnants of his power. "You must be the one to protect it now," he said, his voice barely audible. Tears streamed down Lancelot's face as he felt the warmth of Arthur's hand begin to fade. "I cannot do this without you. You are the heart of Camelot," he shouted, grief washing over him like a tidal wave. But Arthur shook his head, a serene smile crossing his lips. "Camelot lives within you, my friend. It always will," he whispered, the light in his eyes dimming. Lancelot could feel the pulse of life ebbing away, the connection between them fraying like a worn thread. In his final moments, Arthur's gaze fixed on Lancelot, filled with love and hope. "You will carry the torch. You will make the land flourish again," he urged, and then, with one last breath, the light faded from his eyes. The world around Lancelot seemed to shatter in that moment. The sounds of battle faded into a haunting silence. He held Arthur close, sobs racking his body as he grieved for the loss of his friend, his king, and the future they had fought for together. The land itself seemed to mourn, the earth trembling beneath him as if it too felt the weight of sorrow. Around them, the battle continued, but for Lancelot, time had stopped. He felt hollow, as if a great part of himself had been ripped away. He could hear the whispers of the wind, the voices of the fallen echoing in his ears. The connection between king and land had been severed, and with it, the heart of Camelot lay in ruins. As Lancelot rose to his feet, he looked at the sky, which had darkened further, the clouds swirling ominously. The once vibrant colors of the battlefield had faded to shades of gray, mirroring the emptiness in his heart. He had lost not just a king, but a brother, a guiding light in his life. With a renewed sense of determination igniting within him, Lancelot wiped away his tears. Arthur's last words echoed in his mind, urging him to fight for the future of Camelot. The land needed him now more than ever. As he looked over the battlefield, he realized that he had a choice to make. He could either succumb to the grief and despair that threatened to consume him or rise to honor the legacy of the man he had loved like a brother. With a heavy heart and a burning resolve, Lancelot picked up his sword, its weight familiar in his hand. The cries of his fallen comrades urged him forward, the spirit of Arthur guiding him. He would not let Camelot fall. He would fight for Arthur, for the land, and for the dreams they had woven together. As the battle continued around him, Lancelot steeled himself for the fight ahead, knowing that he carried the weight of the kingdom on his shoulders. With every swing of his sword, he honored the life of his king, knowing that Arthur's spirit would forever be entwined with the land they had fought to protect. In that moment of sorrow and resolve, Lancelot understood that the death of a king was not the end, but a call to rise, to protect the heart of Camelot, and to ensure that Arthur's legacy would live on in every heartbeat of the kingdom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the desolate landscape, Lancelot stood at the edge of Camelot, his heart heavy with the weight of loss and regret. He felt like a ghost wandering through the remnants of a life once filled with honor and glory. The memories of laughter and camaraderie haunted him like shadows in the twilight. Arthur was gone, and with him, a part of Lancelot had faded into nothingness. The kingdom lay in ruins, its heart shattered. He had fought valiantly, but victory had come at a devastating cost. The faces of the fallen danced in his mind, a chorus of whispers that urged him to find a way to make things right. As he looked out across the fields where he had once fought side by side with his brothers, he felt a deep yearning for redemption. Lancelot knew he could not remain in Camelot, not after everything that had happened. The echoes of his past mistakes loomed large, and he sought peace in a world that had grown increasingly chaotic. The legend spoke of the otherworld, a mystical place where souls sought solace and healing. Lancelot had heard tales of heroes who traveled to this land, guided by the spirits of the past. They found closure, a chance to make amends for their choices. As the last light of day faded, Lancelot made up his mind. He would embark on a final quest to the otherworld, hoping to find redemption for his soul. With determination in his heart, Lancelot gathered his few belongings. He wore his armor, now battered and scarred, a reflection of the battles he had fought. Clutching his sword, Excalibur, he set off into the forest that bordered Camelot. The trees whispered secrets, their leaves rustling like voices from the past, urging him onward. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with a magical mist that hung low to the ground. Lancelot felt a pull, a connection to something greater than himself. The path twisted and turned, guiding him through a landscape that seemed both familiar and strange. He could feel the energy of the otherworld surrounding him, a warmth that promised solace. In the heart of the forest, Lancelot found a shimmering lake, its surface reflecting the stars above like a mirror. The water glowed softly, inviting him to step closer. He knelt by the edge, the coolness of the water soothing against his skin. It was here that he would make his plea to the spirits. "Great spirits of the otherworld," he called out, his voice breaking with emotion. "I seek redemption for my past. I have lost my king, my friends, and my honor. I carry the weight of my mistakes, and I long for peace. Please, show me the way." As he spoke, the surface of the lake began to ripple. Images formed within the water, visions of Arthur, the laughter of knights, the beauty of Camelot in its prime. The memories crashed over him like waves, stirring a mix of sorrow and joy. He felt a presence nearby, a gentle touch that made him shiver. Lancelot closed his eyes, allowing the emotions to wash over him. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths of the lake, ethereal and glowing. The spirit took shape, revealing a woman with long, flowing hair and eyes like the clearest sky. Lancelot recognized her instantly. She was the Lady of the Lake, a guardian of fate and magic. Her voice was like music, soothing yet powerful. "Lancelot," she said, her tone filled with both warmth and sorrow. "You have come seeking redemption. The path you tread is fraught with challenges, but your heart is brave. You must confront your past to find the peace you seek." Lancelot's heart raced at her words. "What must I do? I am ready to face whatever trials await me." The lady smiled gently, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. "You will journey through the realms of the otherworld, encountering memories of your choices. Only by confronting them can you hope to find forgiveness, for yourself and for those you have lost." With a wave of her hand, the water shimmered once more, revealing a doorway framed by light. It pulsed with an energy that filled Lancelot with hope and fear. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the portal, feeling the fabric of reality shift around him. Suddenly, he found himself standing on a vast battlefield, the air filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the cries of warriors. Confusion washed over him as he recognized the scene. It was the day Arthur had fallen. Lancelot's heart sank as he watched himself fighting beside Arthur, the pain and desperation etched on his own face. He felt the raw intensity of that moment flood his senses. In a surge of horror, he witnessed the spear that had pierced Arthur's side, the moment that had sealed their fates. He wanted to look away, to escape this torment, but he knew he had to confront it. "No! I failed you," he shouted, desperation filling his voice. The sound of his own sorrow echoed through the battlefield, but the vision continued. He watched helplessly as the life drained from Arthur, the light in his eyes extinguished. "You were my brother," Lancelot whispered, tears streaming down his face. "I should have protected you. I should have saved you." In that moment, the Lady of the Lake appeared beside him. "You were not the cause of Arthur's fall. Remember, Lancelot, every choice leads to a path. You cannot carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. You must forgive yourself." The battlefield began to shift, the sounds of battle fading as the memories melted away. Lancelot felt the energy of the otherworld surrounding him, guiding him deeper into his own heart. He was pulled into another memory, a moment of joy when he and Guinevere shared a laugh in the gardens of Camelot. The sun shone brightly, illuminating their faces as they exchanged teasing words. He remembered the warmth of her hand in his, the connection they shared. But then, the memory shifted, morphing into shadows of betrayal and heartache. He saw Guinevere's face twisted in anguish, her heart shattered by the choices they had made. Lancelot's heart ached at the sight. "I never wanted to hurt you," he whispered. "I loved you." The lady appeared once more, her expression gentle. "Love is not enough to shield us from our choices. But acknowledging the pain you've caused is the first step toward healing. You must forgive yourself and let go of the past. With a wave of her hand, the memories began to fade, and Lancelot found himself standing on a cliff overlooking the sea. The waves crashed below, a symphony of chaos and beauty. As he gazed out into the horizon, he felt a stirring deep within him, a sense of purpose, a longing to find peace. It was time to release the burdens he had carried for too long. He took a deep breath, calling upon the strength he had built through every battle, every heartache. "I am not perfect," he said, his voice steady. "I have made mistakes, but I choose to learn from them. I will honor Arthur's legacy by protecting Camelot, even if it means facing my own demons." With each word, Lancelot felt the weight lift from his heart. The burdens of guilt and sorrow that had once threatened to drown him began to dissipate. He understood that redemption was not about erasing the past, but embracing it, learning from it, and using it to forge a brighter future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lancelot felt the warmth of the lady's presence beside him. "You have taken the first step toward your journey of redemption. The other world has granted you peace, but remember, it is your actions in the living world that will truly shape your legacy." With those words, the landscape began to shimmer, the colors of the other world swirling around him. Lancelot felt a pull, the energy of the realm guiding him back to Camelot. He stepped through the portal, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face once more. He was home, but he was changed. The echoes of his past would always be a part of him, but they would no longer define him. He had faced the darkness within and emerged with a renewed spirit. With his heart full of hope, Lancelot knew that he would honor the memory of Arthur, Guinevere, and all those he had lost. He would fight for Camelot, protect its legacy, and inspire others to carry forth the light of hope. In that moment, he understood that his final quest had not been about escaping the past, but embracing the future. Lancelot stood at the edge of a shimmering sea, the waves gently lapping at his feet. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the waters that stretched endlessly before him. It was a place that felt both familiar and foreign, a sanctuary that beckoned to him with open arms. This was the Isle of Avalon, a land whispered about in legends, a place where heroes and gods mingled freely. Lancelot could feel its magic in the air, thick and sweet like the scent of blooming flowers. He took a moment to breathe it all in, feeling the weight of his past lift from his shoulders. The pain of loss and betrayal still lingered in his heart, but here, in this mystical paradise, he sensed the possibility of healing. Avalon was said to be a place of rest for weary souls, and he had traveled through the storms of life to find himself here, seeking peace among the whispers of ancient deities. As he walked along the shore, he noticed the lush greenery surrounding him. Towering trees with leaves that sparkled like emeralds lined the beach, and flowers of every color danced in the gentle breeze. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, filling the air with joy. Lancelot had spent so much time lost in darkness, consumed by guilt and sorrow. The brightness of Avalon felt like a balm on his wounded spirit. But the island was more than just beauty. It thrummed with a power that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Lancelot knew that he was not alone here. The gods of old watched over him, and their presence wrapped around him like a protective cloak. Each step he took felt purposeful, guiding him toward something greater than himself. In the distance, he spotted a grand structure rising from the ground, adorned with intricate carvings that told the stories of ancient heroes. It was a temple dedicated to the gods, a sacred space where the veil between worlds was thin. He felt an undeniable pull to enter, as if the very stones called out to him, inviting him into their embrace. Lancelot quickened his pace, his heart racing with anticipation. As he entered the temple, the atmosphere shifted. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the soft glow of candlelight illuminated the space. Statues of gods lined the walls, their expressions wise and knowing. Lancelot felt their eyes upon him, as if they were aware of his journey, of the battles he had fought, and the burdens he carried. At the center of the temple stood an altar, adorned with offerings, flowers, fruits, and tokens left by those who sought the favor of the gods. Lancelot approached it, kneeling down to place his hands upon the cool surface. He closed his eyes, allowing the energy of the place to wash over him. It was a moment of vulnerability, a chance to lay bare his soul and seek solace. "Great gods of Avalon," he whispered, his voice trembling with emotion. "I come before you as a weary traveler, burdened by the weight of my past. I seek forgiveness for my choices, for the pain I have caused. I long for peace, for a chance to be free from the shackles of guilt." As he spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the temple, rustling the leaves of the trees outside. It felt as if the gods were listening, their presence surrounding him in a comforting embrace. In that moment, Lancelot understood that he was not defined by his failures. He was a man seeking redemption, striving to find his place in a world filled with turmoil. A soft voice echoed through the temple, like a melody carried on the wind. "Lancelot, brave knight, you have fought valiantly in the name of love and honor. Your heart is heavy with remorse, but know this, it is in the depths of your sorrow that true strength lies. To forgive yourself is to embrace the path toward healing." Lancelot opened his eyes, tears spilling down his cheeks. The voice resonated within him, igniting a flicker of hope. He had spent so long punishing himself for his mistakes, clinging to the past like a heavy cloak. But here, surrounded by the power of the gods, he felt a shift within. The warmth of forgiveness began to seep into his heart, filling the empty spaces with light. With newfound resolve, he stood before the altar, ready to offer not just his regrets, but also his commitment to change. "I vow to honor the memory of Arthur, to protect the legacy of Camelot, and to strive for a life filled with purpose. I will not allow my past to dictate my future. I choose to fight for love, for hope, and for the honor of those who have come before me." As the words left his lips, a brilliant light enveloped the temple, illuminating every corner of the sacred space. The statues of the gods seemed to come alive, their forms shimmering as if they were descending from their pedestals to embrace him. Lancelot felt their power coursing through him, igniting a fire within his soul. He was no longer just a knight burdened by his past, he was a beacon of hope, a warrior of light. The energy of Avalon wrapped around him, lifting him higher, as if the very essence of the island was merging with his spirit. In that moment, he understood that his journey was not just about seeking redemption for himself, but also about becoming a guardian of peace for others. The light began to fade, but Lancelot felt a profound sense of peace settle within him. He had faced the darkness of his past and emerged stronger, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. He would carry the lessons of Avalon with him, a reminder that healing was possible even in the face of overwhelming sorrow. As he exited the temple, the sun shone brightly in the sky, illuminating the path before him. The laughter of children echoed around him once more, and he felt the warmth of their joy envelop him. This was a place of renewal, a haven for those seeking solace. Lancelot took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrant air filled with the scent of blooming flowers. The colors of Avalon seemed to dance around him, vibrant and alive. He knew he was ready to leave this paradise, but the island would forever remain in his heart, a symbol of his transformation. With each step he took, he felt lighter, unburdened by the chains of his past. The gods had shown him the way, and he was determined to walk it with honor and grace. Lancelot understood that his journey was not yet over, there were still battles to fight, but now he had the strength to face them head-on. As he walked along the shore, the waves gently caressed his feet, whispering promises of hope and renewal. He turned to look back at the Isle of Avalon, its beauty etched forever in his memory. He would carry the spirit of this place with him, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, light could be found. With a heart full of hope and a spirit renewed, Lancelot stepped forward, ready to embrace the future that awaited him. The Isle of Avalon would always be a part of him, a sacred chapter in the story of his life, and he would carry its magic wherever he went. In the quiet valleys of Gaul, stories of a brave knight echoed through the ages, passed from one generation to the next. The villagers would gather around crackling fires, their faces illuminated by the flames, as they recounted the epic tales of Lancelot. His name stirred something deep within their hearts, a mix of admiration, sorrow, and respect. Here was a hero who had touched the lives of many, a figure woven into the very fabric of their culture. As twilight painted the sky in shades of purple and gold, children would lean closer to hear every word, their eyes wide with wonder. They imagined Lancelot, his shining armor glinting under the sun, riding valiantly into battle. They envisioned his fierce loyalty to King Arthur and his unwavering courage in the face of danger. Yet, they also understood the complexities of his story, the love, the betrayal, the quest for redemption. It was this duality that made Lancelot so relatable, a hero who stumbled and rose again, just like anyone else. Legend spoke of how Lancelot fought against dragons, stood tall against invading forces, and even faced the gods themselves. Each tale added another layer to his myth, transforming him into a symbol of bravery and resilience. He became not just a knight but a beacon of hope for those who dared to dream of greatness. In the hearts of the people, he embodied the spirit of the Celtic warriors who had come before him, their legacy alive in his deeds. Elders, with their weathered hands and wise eyes, would tell stories of Lancelot's greatest battles. They spoke of the siege of Camelot, where he defended the kingdom with fierce determination, and how he wandered through the forest of madness, searching for his lost honor. Each story was rich with emotion, as if the very air around them crackled with the remnants of Lancelot's spirit. They would remind the listeners that it was not just his victories that made him a hero, but his willingness to confront his flaws, to seek redemption when he had faltered. On moonlit nights, the villagers would gather on the hills overlooking their land, where they could see the stars twinkling above. They believed that each star was a memory of Lancelot, shining brightly for all to see. They would sing songs that celebrated his life, their voices rising to the heavens as if calling him home. These melodies carried the weight of love and loss, echoing the belief that Lancelot had become part of something greater than himself. The stories of Lancelot blended seamlessly with the land itself. The rivers flowing through the valleys were said to hold his essence, their waters glistening with the magic of his adventures. The trees whispered his name in the wind, rustling leaves sharing tales of bravery with every gust. Every mountain and valley was a reminder of the hero who had once walked among them, embodying the strength and spirit of the Celtic people. Time passed, but the memory of Lancelot remained etched in the hearts of those who heard his tale. He became a symbol of hope during dark times, a reminder that even the greatest of heroes faced challenges. In every battle, he fought not only for himself but for those he loved, making sacrifices that would resonate long after his time. The people of Gaul saw in him the reflection of their own struggles and triumphs, a reminder that heroism is not just about strength but also about compassion and humility. As the years turned into decades, Lancelot's legend continued to grow. Bards traveled from village to village, sharing his stories, keeping the fire of his memory alive. Children, inspired by his courage, took to the fields with makeshift swords, pretending to be the great knight. They spoke of his adventures as if they had witnessed them themselves, their imaginations fueled by the rich tapestry of stories woven into the culture. In time, Lancelot became intertwined with the very identity of Gaul. His name was spoken with reverence, and his image adorned the banners of the brave. Even the youngest generations, unaware of the full weight of his story, felt a connection to the knight whose heart had soared and plummeted. They carried his legacy within them, the stories of love and loss igniting their own dreams of heroism. Yet, it was not merely the grand tales that made Lancelot's myth endure. It was the small moments, the way he stood up for the weak, how he listened to the whispers of the heart, and his struggles that resonated deeply with the people. His story was not about perfection, it was about the journey of a man trying to do right in a world filled with shadows. In the twilight of their lives, the elders reflected on Lancelot's legacy, recognizing that he had become a part of their own stories. They passed his lessons to their children, encouraging them to embrace the strength of their hearts and the courage to stand up for what they believed in. They taught them that being a hero meant acknowledging one's faults and striving to be better, a sentiment that echoed through generations. And so, in the land of Gaul, Lancelot's myth endured, a powerful blend of history and legend that would never fade. He was remembered not only for his battles and conquests, but for the love he shared, the lives he touched, and the lessons he imparted. His journey became a guiding light, illuminating the path for those who sought to make a difference, a reminder that even in the face of tragedy, the heart can find a way to shine. As the fires crackled and the stars twinkled above, the villagers whispered Lancelot's name with reverence, their hearts filled with gratitude for the knight who had once walked among them. They understood that heroes are not merely figures of the past, they live on in the stories we tell, in the hearts we touch, and in the lives we inspire. Lancelot, the hero remembered, would forever remain a part of Gaul, a symbol of hope, love, and enduring courage. The world spins on its axis, day and night merging into an endless dance. Time moves in a circle, weaving together the threads of past, present, and future. In this cycle, heroes rise and fall, their stories intertwining with the very fabric of existence. Among them, Lancelot stands out, a figure etched into the hearts of those who honor his legacy. His life embodies the eternal struggle between light and darkness, love and betrayal, hope and despair. Each chapter of his story resonates with the rhythm of the cosmos, reminding us of the fragile balance that governs our lives. From the moment he rode into Camelot, Lancelot was a beacon of bravery and strength. His presence lit up the halls of King Arthur's court, inspiring those around him. Yet, as bright as he shone, shadows loomed. The choices he made, the love he cherished, and the friendships he formed were all part of a grand design, playing out in the tapestry of time. With every triumph, there was an echo of impending loss. Every act of heroism was counterbalanced by moments of weakness. This intricate dance of fate defined Lancelot's life, illustrating the duality of existence, joy intertwined with sorrow. As the wheel of time turned, Lancelot found himself facing challenges that tested not only his strength but his very soul. His love for Guinevere brought him both bliss and heartache. Their connection was a spark of light in a world filled with darkness, yet it also cast long shadows over his destiny. In Gaulish cosmology, love and war are often two sides of the same coin. Each battle fought for love carries the weight of sacrifice. Lancelot's heart was a battlefield, torn between loyalty to his king and his unyielding affection for the queen. This conflict was not just personal, it resonated with the larger cosmic struggle that echoed through the ages. In the depths of his despair, Lancelot wandered through the forest of madness, a place where the line between reality and illusion blurred. There, he grappled with his demons, his failures, and his yearning for redemption. The forest became a symbol of his internal struggle, a reflection of the eternal cycles of life. Just as the trees stood tall, enduring the storms of time, so too did Lancelot find the strength to rise again. He learned that every setback was a chance to grow, a lesson in the cyclical nature of existence. This journey through darkness illuminated the path to his own truth, revealing the importance of embracing both light and dark within oneself. As he faced the inevitable betrayal and loss, Lancelot became a representation of the warrior's journey. His trials echoed the ancient myths of Gaul, where heroes often found themselves caught in the grips of fate. In these stories, the gods played their part, influencing the lives of mortals in ways both grand and subtle. Lancelot was not just a man but a vessel for the very essence of the human experience, an embodiment of the eternal battle between good and evil. His choices resonated beyond his own life, shaping the destinies of those around him and the world itself. The rise of Mordred as Lancelot's dark reflection illustrates this struggle vividly. Where Lancelot sought to protect and serve, Mordred represented betrayal and chaos. Their conflict was not just personal, it mirrored the greater forces at play in the universe. The tension between light and dark was palpable, and as Lancelot faced Mordred, he was confronting not just a foe but the very essence of his own humanity. This battle, steeped in the honor and tradition of Celtic warriors, was a testament to the cyclical nature of conflict and resolution, love and loss. In the final moments of his life, Lancelot understood the profound truth that every ending is also a beginning. His return to Camelot was not just a physical journey, it was a spiritual one. He came back changed, marked by the lessons learned in the depths of despair and the heights of love. The wheel of time had spun, and he was now a part of its eternal cycle. Lancelot's final quest echoed the mythic tales of heroes who sought redemption and peace, and in his heart, he carried the knowledge that life continues to move forward, regardless of the struggles faced. As Lancelot rode into the sunset, the sky painted in hues of orange and pink, he embodied the hero remembered, not just for his victories, but for his capacity to endure. The stories of his life, filled with heartache and triumph, became part of the collective memory of Gaul. Each retelling honored his journey, reminding listeners that every hero's path is fraught with challenges. In embracing the fullness of his experience, Lancelot became a symbol of hope for those who faced their own battles. In Gaulish cosmology, time is not linear but cyclical, emphasizing the interconnectedness of all things. Just as seasons change and stars return to their rightful places in the sky, so too do the stories of heroes like Lancelot echo through time. His myth does not end with his death. Instead, it continues to inspire those who seek to find meaning in their own lives. The eternal cycles of love, loss, and redemption are woven into the very essence of humanity. Lancelot's legacy serves as a reminder that while darkness may threaten to engulf us, light always has the power to break through. His story speaks to the resilience of the human spirit, a testament to our capacity for growth and transformation. In the hearts of those who remember him, Lancelot lives on, a guiding light in the eternal struggle between good and evil. His life, marked by the complexities of love and sacrifice, exemplifies the timeless nature of heroism, a cycle that will continue to inspire generations to come. As the stars twinkle in the night sky, they whisper Lancelot's name, echoing the eternal cycles of life. The stories of his bravery and struggles intertwine with the very fabric of existence, reminding us that we are all part of this great cosmic dance. In every heartbeat, every breath, the legacy of Lancelot continues, a beautiful reminder of the light that endures, even in the face of darkness. The wheel of time spins on, carrying his spirit into the future, ensuring that the hero of Gaul will never be forgotten.